Hi guys, this is Shadow. Your help is needed to keep this channel going. Please support me so I can work more. Donation link below in the description. Chapter 71, Lunch with Father. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Theodore put down his fork and looked at Victor, who also had just finished his meal. I didn't want to tell you before you finished your meal, but it is now time for you to know the truth. It's about your fiancée Linda, said Theodore as he looked at his son with worried eyes. If you wanted to tell me that she is the one behind all the rumors, I already knew about that a long time ago, said Victor with a frown. Ah, well, I did intend to tell you about that, but there is something else, said Theodore with some hesitation. When George went to arrest Titus, he found her there. She was cheating on you, Theodore added as he took out Linda's ID and threw it on the table in front of Victor. What? That beach? I already knew she was a slut, but I didn't expect her to cheat on me. We have to tell grandmother. I already told her, Theodore replied. She would annul the engagement now, right? Asked Victor, faking his expression. Canceling the engagement is impossible. Mother would never allow it. Even if Linda was the sluttiest woman in the world, you still need to marry her, Theodore said with a sigh. I just want you to use this information to blackmail her to stop the rumors and stop acting like a crazy bitch. Maybe we would be able to change her status from the main wife to a concubine. That would not be easy though, he said while squinting his eyes. You want me to keep that bitch? I kept silent despite her spending the last 4 years defaming me. And now you want me to swallow this, said Victor as he looked out of the room's window as if he was really upset. He tried his best to play the role. Victor was upset, but he knew that his family would never allow him to get rid of Linda. Family interest comes first, no matter what. After a couple of minutes, Victor took a deep breath, then looked at his father again as if he was willing to compromise. The beach would deny any accusations, he said. It doesn't matter. She only needs to know that we know. We already have Titus in our hands. Your grandmother wants you to marry her ASAP. Victor frowned and began to ponder as if he was considering it. I need some time, he said, as he was thinking that it would be troublesome if his grandmother forced him to marry Linda. This development was beyond his expectations. It seems his grandma wants to finalize this marriage before Linda creates any more scandals. It seems he has to upgrade and awaken his bloodline fast. If he were to be forced to consummate the marriage before that, he might lose the chance to a higher level bloodline. It's okay. She is enrolled at the elite academy too, so you might get to like her. And remember, try to get as many benefits as you can. Your grandmother has given you 6 months to finalize this, Theodore said. He said, before looking at his father with hatred in his eyes. But I need to ask about that Titus. How dare he touch my woman? I played along in the station, but what is his rank in the family, and why does he want to kill me? Would grandmother really punish him? Victor asked. Titus is the grandson of your grandmother's cousin. As for why he wants to kill you, I have a vague idea. He may have acquired the ceremony's results and wanted to get rid of you before they are announced. He may have feared that he would lose Linda to you, as your rank far outmatches his. And don't worry, he disobeyed my mother, and although he would keep his life, it will not be a happy one, Theodore said. Oh, and the ceremony's results will be announced 3 days later. I am sure your slutty fiancée will regret her little adventures when she hears that you have been granted an elite heir position. So make sure you use that to your advantage when you talk to her, he added as he laughed loudly. I will talk to her at school then and try to blackmail her, Victor said. Don't try to do anything funny to annul the engagement, Theodore looked at his son. And never disobey your grandmother. She has instructed me to educate you on some manners. It is to make you understand the importance of this marriage contract, Theodore added. Before clearing his throat, do you know about the Overseers' Council? He asked. Isn't it the ruling council that sets and enforces the rules that govern players' behaviors? Our family holds a seat there, as far as I know, Victor answered. Yes. The council has 10 seats. 5 for the families, 3 for each of the major sects, 1 for the minor sects which they fight over every 10 years, and 1 seat for the Free Players Union, Theodore said. The council ensured an era of peace between the powers after its creation 500 years ago. He said, then took a deep breath. I went years ago. There was a power shuffle. The top two families, who were keeping the balance, lost their position at the same time, and two minor families rose up to take the empty seats. Theodore said as he looked to the ceiling, thinking back to that time. Back then, the strongest of the families, the von Krone, had many internal disputes erupt after their old patriarch died. It led to them to exhaust most of their resources in a pointless power struggle. So they announced that they were going into hiding until the prophesied time of reckoning comes. It was a cover, as the truth was that they were afraid that their enemies would use the opportunity to destroy them. So all their bases and properties were abandoned one day and no one knew where they went. Theodore said, that must have created an imbalance in the council, said Victor, trying to appear wise. Exactly. The second most powerful family, the von Richter, decided that it had enough of the council's meddling in their affairs. Unlike other families, those guys were players from birth. So they considered all other families below them. As for the common people, they decided that those are just slaves for them to slaughter. Without the power of the von Krone curbing them, they announced that they will use all their powers to rule the world by forces that was their blood right. They launched war intending to take direct control of the states that surrounded their base. Two countries fell in 1 week and all the minor powers living in them were given two choices: become our slaves or die. As for the normal people, many of them were sacrificed to complete some kind of blood weapon. The council members were afraid they would come next and decided to intervene with all of their power. They won and quickly used all their power to fabricate a tale of some brutal civil war to fool the public. That family no longer exists, and to this day, there is a hefty bounty on the heads of its members, if any still exists. Theodore said, and what would that have to do with my marriage? Victor asked stubbornly. The new order of the 5 families changed. We are ranked second now. And the most powerful family, the von Zwei, just happened to be our mortal enemy, and they have been getting strong lately as a new young patriarch was elected, and he has a huge ambition. So the family has decided to have a union with one of the 2 weaker families. And those families were looking for a strong ally too, but were too afraid of being swallowed. Theodore said, Linda's family, the von Rosen, by chance, presented themselves as a suitable ally when Linda's mother made a deal with us. Do you understand now? This engagement is related to the family's survival. He asked while staring straight at his son's sad eyes. Ah, I see. Can't we just transfer the contract to one of my brothers then? Big brother Mike won't mind her at all. Half of his concubines are former prostitutes. Victor asked in annoyance. No. If we proposed a groom change at this stage, they would argue that they have the right to choose, and they are already walking too close to the white faction lately. Theodore shook his head as he refused. White faction? Victor asked. The information about the factions was not complete in the family's archive. It was as if someone tried to erase them on purpose. Ah, you don't know. But considering your current rank in the family, you should. Theodore said as he leaned on the table as if he was going to speak about some secret. The room was soundproof though. Our family has 3 main factions, the white, the grey, and the black. We use those code names to differentiate between them. The patriarch, your grandmother and their descendants including you by default belong to the grey faction. We are a moderate faction that wants to maintain the current status quo and only intervene in the secular world as a side power. We keep to our business and they keep to theirs. The white faction, that Titus and his father belong to, are expansionists. They want to use the family power to expand the family's influence by force. They are already creating criminal organizations all over the world. They are a light version of the von Richter family. Theodore spat with annoyance. What about the last faction? Victor asked. He knew nothing about those. They are called the Blacks because they want the family to hide like the von Krone. They want us to bide our time until the reckoning comes. That is just a legend. Who would believe that the world would one day get destroyed and engulfed in a mega dungeon just like that? That ancient oracle who prophesied this was a lunatic. Who would believe him? Theodore said. Victor knew nothing about that last faction. If his predictions were correct, they may have separated from the family before the reckoning, and avoided the massacre. There may have been some hidden survivors from his family back then. Father, I wanted to ask you to hand over Hilda to me. She is now my house manager, and it is not appropriate to keep her as your servant," Victor suddenly asked as Theodore stood up and was probably getting ready to go meet Luna. "Ah, yes, give me your family token," Theodore asked as he reached for Victor's token and touched it with his before returning it. "She is all yours now. Tell Georgia to drive you home. I have some business to attend to," Theodore said as he left the room. Victor smiled as he shook his head. The look of his father acting like a little lover boy was very amusing. Now, he needs to get home and have a look at his spoils. Chapter 72, Plans Within Plans. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The car was moving slowly through a busy city road as Victor silently looked at the scenery out of the window. He had a feeling that this was all a trap inside a trap. This game has more than 3 different powers intervening. Linda's problem needed to be solved somehow, and he didn't have many choices. According to his predictions, when she discovers his ceremony's results, she would definitely contact him and act all sweet and nice. In his previous life, he only met her at the academy a few weeks later. She acted like a cold princess, not even allowing him to hold his hand. She told him that she would only marry a man who is strong and successful. She would only let him touch her on the wedding night. Linda, who acted as a virtuous girl back then, talked her way to delay the wedding for 2 years and succeeded after he went with her to beg the patriarch to delay the marriage. He was young and foolish. He held some feelings for Linda and believed that he could prove himself and make her love him. He couldn't have been more wrong. This speech was spoiled and rotten to the bone. When the wedding time arrived, Linda, who didn't want to marry him, helped his enemies lead him into the trap which caused him to be kicked out of the family and rendered the marriage contract void. The engagement was broken and a new groom had to be chosen, and who would be better than Victor's cousin Bill, who was 1 year older and was also studying at the academy, and the prime candidate to be the future patriarch. Bill met Linda at the academy. He courted her in secret first, as he wanted this engagement for himself. He feared that if Victor got a connection to the von Rosen, his position as the next patriarch would be given to his opponent, Victor's big brother, Mike. After they got rid of Victor, they announced to the world that they love each other. This was at least what was in the aftermath report Victor read. The truth is that the von Rosens were never a free family, they were just a subordinate family to the von Zwy family, his family's nemesis. And their interest in a relationship with the von Weiss family was just a trap to make one of their members infiltrate the family to reach a high position or create internal discord at the very least. They started working on this plan the moment they became council members with the help of their masters. They hid their traces so well that even his shrewd grandmother would defend them if anyone defamed them. The incident about Linda's mother, Amelia, asking for help was just a pretense for her to get close and offer the engagement, which was just a method to deliver their agent. Their plan almost failed when Victor turned out to be useless, so they quickly decided to change to another valuable heir. But to their dismay, his grandmother quickly refused the change. She would not risk upsetting the delicate family balance. Or maybe she just wanted to save face. What happened next, in his previous life, on Bill and Linda's wedding night was beyond everyone's expectations. Victor was not invited, but Aria, who was invited, told him what happened. According to her, the screen that was supposed to be used to deliver congratulations from all over the world suddenly turned on and played many scenes of Linda with another man. A different scene on every screen. The man's face was censored, so Aria didn't recognize him. Bill, who acted as an educated gentleman usually, was so mad he lost all reason and broke all the rules. He summoned his thin sword, cutting through the astonished Linda in one move, then getting killed by her mother's attack, breaking all the ties between the two families and starting an enmity that only ended when the von Rosens disappeared one night, when their entire mansion was replaced with an SSS-rank dungeon. Back then, no one knew who put those videos and who was that man. The family predicted that it must be the von Zwy, their enemies, as Bill's drinks were found later to have been spiked. They might have seduced Linda to sleep with someone. Unfortunately, she was dead, and the truth disappeared forever with her. Today's events made Victor have a clear idea of what happened. Linda was just a spoiled pawn, and that man in the footage was Titus. And the true culprit was the one behind him. The third powerful family in the council. The von Geldstadt. They must have made Titus approach Linda and charm her. He wouldn't be able to use the memory fabrication skill on her, as such skill only has momentary effects on players, and only works on mortals. Victor thinks that Titus might have presented Linda with some kind of artifact that was prepared by his masters, then promised her some more things every time they met. It would make a little slut like her after some time. They must have wanted to use her to destabilize the von Wise family. But Titus's arrest was not something they expected, so they resorted to breaking the two families' ties in one move. This was all a dance between the two other families. The von Wise family was just the prey that they were eyeing. Fortunately, they didn't know about each other's schemes, or things would have been very dangerous. Right now, his position is not bad. He was still in the shadows as he was in prison when Titus's mansion got stolen, and the von Geldstadt family, who was the true power behind the auction, would not be after him like they did in his previous life. Their target would probably be poor Baron. He couldn't tell his grandmother about those guys' scheme just yet, because he had no proof. And this union is very important to her. So he has multiple options right now. The first one would be marrying Linda, then finding a way to contain her. But that would be very dangerous. Equal to bringing a poisonous snake into your bed. He can use the recording to force her to be just a concubine, though. Her mother would probably agree. But can he do that? He really hated Linda. He still remembers when she spat at him after he was kicked out of the family and went to ask for her help. She called him a beggar and let her bodyguards beat him. The second choice was his original plan after rebirth. It was to slowly gather evidence about the von Rosen family's plans and present it to the family. But thanks to Linda's stupidity, his grandmother wouldn't give him much time to implement it. The third choice is just to poison their entire family and be done with it. But this would be a dangerous choice, as he didn't have a high enough level yet to do the job, and even if he did it, after Linda's affair, he might be the prime suspect. The last choice is the most dangerous one. It is to even opposite plan where he would trap agents from all the opposing families. He would need a certain rare catalyst for this though. And getting that thing would be very hard, as he didn't know where it came from. He sighed softly while deciding to start by investigating the governor's mansion where Linda lives. But not tonight, as he was planning to spend the night with Lily. He missed her last night. Alex was not a good pillow, too stiff, he thought as he slowly turned his head to look at Alex, who seemed a little changed after his private conversation with George. She was acting a little more like a true butler, sitting in respect waiting for her young master's command. Victor wondered what George told her. "Do you need anything, young master?" Alex asked. "No, I was just wondering if it was possible to make you marry my fiancée instead of me. I am sure that you would make a good groom," Victor said while wondering what would happen if Linda tried to seduce Alex, who was now a little shocked by her little master's crazy question. "Young Master Victor, you must not joke about such topics. A gentleman would not reveal his wife's faults," George warned from the driver's seat. "Yeah, I know. I am just a little upset and wanted to joke with Alex," said Victor with a smile, making Alex breathe a sigh of relief. This was only a joke. But what would she do if he made her marry some woman someday? She wondered. It was late afternoon when they reached the mansion's gate, and the stupid guard who was busy on his phone quickly noticed them and opened the door when he saw George driving the car. He seemed to have recognized him. When the car stopped, Alex quickly got down and respectfully opened the door to Victor, like a true butler. "Not bad. Take care, Uncle George. And thanks for teaching this kid to me," said Victor as he stepped down. "That's my job, young master," said George with a smile. Then he drove away, heading back to the restaurant. The slap was not light. It sent the girl smashing into a vase. "I warned you not to get close to Titus before changing the marriage contract," yelled Amelia at her daughter Linda. "But I really liked him. He is a gentleman. He takes me to all those cool places where I can play, gamble, and..." "Shut up. Did anyone see you?" I waited until they left to return home," Linda said. "Good. My sources told me that you instigated him to kill Victor, right? Next time, do your homework before acting." Victor was heavily guarded, it seems. Amelia said, "Titus told me that Victor's ceremony was a disaster, and his father sent him here as a punishment. So I didn't expect him to be guarded and survive," said Linda as she played with her crystal necklace. This was a charm-boosting artifact given by Titus. Too bad she can't get any more things from him again. We have to focus on the future now. Bill has been transferred to Vane City, and will be attending the academy too," said Amelia slowly with a smile as she read some kind of document. "Ah, Bill is here," said Linda in excitement, forgetting all about poor Titus. "Bill is not just a gentleman, he is very handsome, and he always treats her like a princess when they meet. Yes, Bill is not a part of any factions, so we just need to pressure them to change the engagement. Thankfully you didn't sleep with that Titus. You must know that Bill is the jealous type," Amelia said. Linda nodded her head without saying anything. She couldn't tell her mother that she has been sleeping with Titus for the last 3 months. "You may leave now, and stay low for a while. I don't want anyone to know that you were hanging with that Titus," Amelia said as she sat down and returned to her papers. Linda quickly escaped the study, without even glancing at the two maids went in to clean up the broken vase on the ground. She didn't care about the wound on her cheek that was healing at a visible speed. She just didn't want her mother to know about her affairs and her missing ID. She was not sure if she dropped it somewhere or someone took it on purpose. She would probably be grounded for a week if her mother knew. Linda sighed as she headed to the basement. She can vent to her heart's content there. Akaki for those who are dropping calling this an NTR. It is not. Chapter 73, New Toys. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Just as Victor entered the mansion, he heard Lily's yell "What?" and the sound of glass shattering. So he hurried with Alex into the living room, to see that Lily was standing there in astonishment as she looked at her phone while the twins pointed at something. The shattering sound was of the water glass that fell from her hand. She was so shocked that she didn't notice his entrance. When the twins noticed him, he had already walked behind Lily in silent, and was looking at the phone placed on the table. "Isn't that Tom? What is going on with him?" he asked, surprising Lily, who shook a little when hearing his voice, then slowly raised her beautiful eyes and looked at him in surprise. "Young master, welcome back," she said nervously as if she had done something wrong. "What happened?" he asked. Lily didn't answer, just lowered her head. Lily was just letting us know the truth about Tom. She had a recording where he was doing perverted things while peeping on a couple in bed. However, in the recording, we recognized the woman. And when we told Lily, she was very shocked. She screamed and dropped her glass to the ground, said Mina, who was a little anxious about Linda's affair. Failing to notice Lily's eyes begging her to not say anything. "Oh, you mean Linda? Don't worry, I already know," Victor said casually, making the girls gasp in shock. "Ah, we didn't mean to look at it, young master, just we will not tell anyone," said Mina, while being a little embarrassed. "Good, keep this a secret for now. Now go get a broom and remove all this shattered glass. Be careful to not get a cut," he said, then turned around to look at Alex, who was distracted looking at the phone that was still playing the recording. "Dear Alex, if you like those kind of things, I have an entire collection in my room. Feel free to take any and watch it, if you ever felt the need to," said Victor with a smirk as he took the phone, waking Alex up from her daze. "A collection of what?" She didn't get it. "Ah." Alex's face turned red as she looked away from the phone in shame. "It's okay, I won't need such things," she flustered said. "What a pervert," she thought. "Everyone, this is Alex. He will work at this mansion as my butler and bodyguard from now on. And don't worry, he is trustworthy," Victor introduced her, making the twins greet Alex with respect. Lily was still pointing her face to the ground as if she knew what awaited her, but she still gave Alex a quick glance. "Where is Hilda?" Victor asked. "Ah, Lily brought some girls, and Aunt Hilda is arranging them at the separate building," Mina said. "Good. Now go do your job. Mana, you take Alex to see Hilda, let her arrange a room near mine for him. He must protect me at all times. And I can't let him be alone with you girls at the servants' building. Lily, follow me to my room," he said as he left the room, and Lily quickly followed after giving Alex a slight acknowledgement nod. Mina quickly left to get a broom, while Mana silently gestured at Alex to follow her. "It seems that you already know what you did wrong," Victor, who was looking out of the window, asked Lily, who was standing in respect with her head lowered. She didn't answer. You wanted to show the girls Tom's perverted side so that they may stop liking him, right? He asked. Lily nodded silently. I don't mind, but ask me next time before doing anything this stupid. Victor sighed as he said, this time her actions can be considered very beneficial to him, as he could still see that the girls were not sure. I forgive you, so don't be anxious, okay? He said as he slowly moved to her side and began to pet her silky hair. Young master, I did one more thing without asking you permission, she said while keeping her head lowered. What? He asked softly. He didn't know why, but when seeing her like that, he couldn't get angry with her. I promised the girls you asked me to save that you would never separate them, she said. As I said, you must ask me about this stuff next time. He sighed as he said, it's okay, your promise is as good as mine. Be careful from now on, he said as he looked at Lily's beautiful eyes as she turned her face slowly to also look at him. Young master, you are so good to me, she said as she hugged him and rested her head on his chest. She never felt such warmth before knowing him. Her young master is a good man, despite being a little perverted. Young master, I did another bad thing, Lily said softly as her face remained on his chest. What now? He asked. Her tune was somewhat mischievous this time, and he knew that this girl's sense of humor is a little twisted. Maybe it's his influence on her. Lily stretched her neck and whispered a few words in his ear, making Victor speechless. Not bad, ask me next time, he said. Now, where are my new toys? He asked. Ah, Mina has already told you, young master, they are in the separate building, Lily answered as she silently criticized her young master for calling the girls toys. That's a little rude. Her thoughts were interrupted by a slap on the butt. I meant the artifacts and weapons. Dear Lily, you have a very dirty mind, said Victor, making Lily so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to drill into. They are in the basement, young master, she said embarrassingly. Good, I will go see those things. You go get the girls and Hilda, then wait for me in the dining room, he said, giving Lily another butt slap before heading downstairs toward the basement. Baron was delayed. Just as he got into his car, Mason called him and asked him to go back into the police station to retrieve all the evidence, then bring it and meet him at the airport. Mason had no face to return to the station alone after the humiliation he suffered there. So Baron had to go and search for the files by himself because all the cops were sent on vacation. When he reached Titus' mansion late in the afternoon, he found it a deserted ruin full of piles of ash and bullet cases. He quickly used his phone to get some of his own men here. They would need another 3 hours to get here. He slowly made his way into the basement while cursing at George. Did he need to kill everyone? No signs of a break-in. The door was perfectly closed, so he slowly flicked the switch on the door according to the secret pattern, but nothing happened. He tried again. He was moving very fast earlier, because he was anxious, so he may have made a mistake. Still, it didn't open. The switch was broken. Baron's face turned ugly as he closely inspected the door, to find it tightly shut. Did anyone betray them? He took a deep breath and used his fist to strike the door. It gave in after 5 punches. The steel-reinforced door slowly fell to the floor, revealing the empty corridor behind it. Baron, who had a bad feeling, ran straight to the artifacts room to find that the vault was tightly closed. No signs of breaking or forced entry. He sighed in relief. No one knew the combination, and it needed a key that only he and Titus had. He approached it slowly, then unlocked it. Taking a deep breath, he opened it in one swing to be welcomed by a grenade explosion. A little goodbye gift from Lily and the girls. Chapter 74, The Girls. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor looked at the cash bags that were stacked on the marble floor with a smile. Although he had a lot of money, all of his transactions are usually monitored by the family. These were different as he can use them outside for doing some hidden things when needed. The bags beside them were already emptied. There were about a dozen rifles and guns, 2 boxes of grenades, and 2 rocket launchers, in addition to a few ammo boxes. Not bad, he thought. Heavy assault weapons are usually hard to get from the family without a good reason, but with these, he would be able to secretly arm a private team. He was not here for those. He quickly looked around until he found several other bags that were carefully placed alone. He approached them and opened them slowly to reveal many treasures. Victor licked his lips as he started to take things out and sort them one by one. There were about 20 rare crafting materials, and 15 rare herbs. A silver herb grabbed his attention. This one he needed as a part of the recipe for the blood awakening liquid, so this was a pleasant surprise for him. Next were the artifacts. 3 attributes increasing rings, 1 wizard's robe, and 2 levitating necklaces. Nothing special, but he couldn't expect better, as the precious items would usually be collected privately or saved to be sold at bigger auctions. Not a hidden one. The last pile of treasures contained the weapon artifacts. There were a total of 7 melee weapons. 2 swords, 3 daggers, a crossbow, a hammer, and a spear. All of them were B ranked except the spear and a dagger, which were A ranked artifact. The dagger had a paralyzing effect, so he would be keeping it for himself. Victor smiled as he grabbed the spear and weighed it in his hand. He has the spear arts skill book from the Goblin's dungeon, but he already has the dagger throwing skill, so it would be better to give it to someone else. The skill book, which was still stored as a system rewards, can only be used once. Looking at the time, Victor realized that he was here for 3 hours, so he quickly grabbed the spear, 2 daggers, 1 sword and a necklace, then flicked his hand, making them disappear into thin air with a grin. This thing is really convenient, he thought. When Victor reached the top floor, Hilda was waiting for him near the stairs. "Young master, the girls are ready to meet you," she said, giving him a strange look while wondering if he would also sleep with those girls. Victor smiled and nodded his head. He really enjoyed his bad reputation. That's how he wanted people to see him. Exposing a fake weak point is never a bad strategy. Hilda's opinion of him needs to be improved though. But that would easily happen over time, once she gets to know him well. "Hilda, I talked to my father. From now on you are mine," he said as he took his token, then pointed it to Hilda. The family crest on her neck flashed, indicating the success of the transfer. So Victor quickly used his token to make the crest invisible. "Hilda has met her master," she said as she bowed down respectfully. She has long expected this to happen, and it is better this way, as she can stay with the twins. "No need for formalities and call me young master like usual," he said as he headed to the dining room. The girls were standing there with anxious looks on their faces, and when they saw Victor with his grey-purple hair, they quickly gathered to hug each other while shaking in fear. Lily and the twins were surprised by their reaction, as they had already assured them that this young master was really good. But Victor understood their dilemma. His look reminded them of Titus. That bastard must have been their nightmare. Lena must have forgotten to tell them that he and Titus are from the same family. The girls were now regretting not escaping earlier. They should have taken the other choice. "Don't be afraid. Although I belong to the same family as Titus, I am not him, and I have never liked him. Now stand straight and let me inspect you," he said in a soft voice as he sat down with his back at the table. The girls didn't dare disobey, so they slowly separated from each other and stood straight. They still shook a little though. Victor inspected them slowly. They were very pretty, with the same degree of beauty as the twins. About 11% on the Lily scale, which compares their beauty to Lily's. They seemed to have bathed and they were wearing similar simple sleeveless white dresses. So he could see that their arms and legs had traces of some bruise marks, but nothing serious. This must be Titus's handiwork. But he seemed to have kept his hand, not wanting to ruin the merchandise. They were all still virgins. The girls were getting nervous as they observed Victor's gaze on them. It didn't leave an inch of their body without inspection. "Don't worry, Lily told me that she promised that you want to stay together, and her promise is as good as mine, so relax. I will not hurt you like Titus. Now report your names and ages," he said with a soft smile, making the girls relax a little bit. He looked really charming. One by one they began to tell their symbolic names while Victor activated his admin appraisal skill to inspect them. After the upgrade, it can work on the unawakened, but it will not reveal much information. Beta STR 9, INT 19, Luck 8, Charm 19, Fate D plus rising bloodline gamma str8 int 18 luck 7 charm 18 fate C rising bloodline delta str11 int 17 luck 10 charm 19 fate D rising bloodline epsilon str8 int 16 luck 9 charm 21 fate D rising bloodline zeta str7 int 18 luck 9 charm 17 fate D rising bloodline eta str7 int 23 luck 10 charm 20 fate C rising bloodline theta str7 int 18 luck 61 charm 20 fate C rising bloodline beta was the oldest, being 1 year older than Victor, while theta the youngest was 2 years younger, and all of them have some unique bloodline. That's why they were kept as premium goods. All of them had weak bodies, but that status is pretty good for girls that were locked up. They have a high intelligence status though. This means that they can be educated pretty quickly, and this is a good thing. Victor slowly stood up and approached theta, the youngest, and inspected her carefully, making her shake in fear. Victor slowly put his hand and gently patted her hair during her. This girl was very interesting. Her luck was off the charts. Even Tom, a scion, only had 30 luck, and as far as he knew, the luck attribute after 50 is very hard to rise. She must have some super rare bloodline. Sadly, he does not have a measuring device. Those things are pretty expensive even for him, as they are only sold in mega auctions in exchange for coins. The system shop does not have those things. The only things that can be purchased at all times are the healing pills, dispelling talismans, and items that players might need at a dungeon. The other things like skill books, materials, and artifacts are randomly allocated in limited quality and get refilled or changed every 24 hours. Do not be afraid. I wanted to ask you about your real names, not those symbols, he said as he turned to face Beta. She seemed to be their leader. Why, young master, we have long forgotten our old names. We chose to keep those names. Our parents sold and abandoned us, so we don't need the names they gave us, she said. Oh, then what are your father's and mother's names? What do they look like? Where are you from? He asked. I don't remember, Beta said, with a little shock. She never thought of that before. Why can't she remember? The girls were the same. Their faces turned white in shock. It's okay. What is the earliest thing you remember? Think slowly, he said slowly. It was Master Titus and Master Baron, she said slowly with a frown that quickly disappeared when Victor flicked her between her eyes. Don't call them master. From now on, just call them dog and pig. I am your only young master here, he said arrogantly, making the girls smile a little as they nodded their heads. They would love to call those bastards by those names. Your memories were erased by Titus, and that's the reason you don't remember, he said, making the girl gasp in shock, then slowly realized that he was telling the truth. They looked at each other and nodded. It's true. All of them are the same. What kind of magic is this? Don't worry, from now on you will create new memories, happy ones. And I will try my best to find a way to return your memories, he said with a smile, making the distressed girls feel a little warm. Sadly, Victor had no way of returning their memories right now. Such a process is not always guaranteed, but usually, the memories would slowly return after those with erased memories become players. It takes time though. Lily watched their interaction with Victor while smiling. Her young master knows everything. As for the twins, they were a little shocked and felt that they were lucky they fell into Hilda's hands. But who between them would stay with the young master? Did they really want to leave? The young master has been very good to them. And what would they do if they left? Is Tom really worth it? They wondered. After seeing the recording, they affirmed what the young master told them, that man was a real pervert. They can still be friends, but they would never let him touch them with his filthy hands. Chapter 75, Alpha. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The girls took some time to calm down after realizing they didn't have memories of the past. Titus made sure they would not think about such things by making them dread the thought of the evil parents who sold them. You have a beta, why no alpha? Victor, who was leisurely sitting on his chair, suddenly asked. Ah, Alpha was our big sister. She is no more. Beta said after some hesitation as tears filled her pretty eyes. What happened? He curiously asked. We tried to escape 6 months ago. But we were caught. But she used an opportunity to try and kill Dog but only succeeded in injuring him. And that barren pig suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck her from behind. They tied her down as Dog. He raped her in front of us for a whole night while torturing her, scaring her beautiful face slowly with his dagger, before slitting her throat after he finished, saying that she can't be sold anymore. Beta said as tears slowly fell from her eyes as she sobbed. The Grits were crying too. Okay, stop crying. You should live in her stead and avenge her. Don't worry, Titus is being punished right now, and Baron will follow him soon. Victor said, appeasing them. He wanted to kill Baron himself to tie all loose ends, but that guy, despite his overweight and chubby appearance, is very strong. He was George's rival when they were young. Victor patiently waited for the girls to calm down while sipping a cup of coffee that Lily gave him. Now I will give you a choice again. You can stay here and serve me, and I promise to consider you my family. Or you can leave through that door, and I won't stop you. I might even give you some money. You grabbed a lot of it from the mansion. But I will warn you now. I will have to erase your memories again because you would be haunted by the one behind Titus, and I don't want you to reveal anything about me. He lied, as he had no way to erase memories right now. And if they leave, he would have to send them to a very far away place if he wanted to save them. The girls looked at him with shock. He is giving them the choice again after seeing their beauty. If he is telling the truth, he might be just like what Miss Lily said, a really good young master. They thought. We will serve the young master, said Beta as she bowed down, followed by the other girls. All of them were very smart and have realized that if they escaped now, their end would not be good. Good. Now don't resist, this will not hurt, said Victor as he took out the Ring of Minor Masters and began to activate it on them one by one. While being curious about the first 41 slots used in the ring, he must go find where Nick hid his slaves. Knowing Nick, they are probably pretty girls too, Victor thought as he chuckled, making the girls a little scared. Titus didn't have much treasure, and he didn't tattoo them as they were meant to be sold. So the process was pretty straightforward. Too bad the ring only worked on non-players. After finishing, he sat down again and looked at the girls, who were a lot more relaxed. They didn't know what this ring did. But what's the worst that could happen? Now, I must ask, what skills do you have? He asked, making the girls hesitate a little. Titu. Dog had trained us in the arts of pleasing men, Beta said as a blush appeared on her face. I already know, and I am not asking about those, stupid. I want to know what grade in school you are in. Can you sing, dance, or use weapons? He asked with a smile as he began to inspect the girls' bodies with a hot gaze, making them regret their choice again. Young master. Hilda intervened after seeing that the girls were a little embarrassed. The girls only know perverted arts, but they can read and write and do mathematics, she said, as she had already questioned them when they arrived. Oh, do you remember those? Victor didn't expect Titus to spare such memories. Big Sister Alpha taught us secretly, Beta said, making Victor really surprised. Was Alpha a player, or did she have some unique bloodline? Too bad that Titus killed her. What an idiot, wasting talent. Okay then, from now on I will give you 1 year to learn all the basic knowledge that a girl your age must know. I want you all to attend school next year, he said, making them pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect such treatment. Don't laugh yet. It will not be easy. Hilda will also teach you martial art, spying arts, and how to use weapons starting tomorrow morning, he said as he looked at Hilda, who nodded her head. She can teach them the basics. She already began to teach the twins such things. The girls nodded their heads in excitement, not knowing that they would be so tired tomorrow that they would not be able to move their arms. And Hilda, tell them about the family protocol and inform them about the world's truth. They are a part of our family from now on, he said, making the girls a little puzzled. And Hilda surprised. She quickly nodded as she had understood his aim. He wants to make them his agents. How did you arrange the girls' lodging? I heard that you took them to that building, Victor asked Hilda, who blushed a little. At first, She thought that Victor was intending to make them serve him in bed, so she took them there so that their actions would be far away from any prying eyes. Victor saw her hesitant look and laughed, making her more embarrassed. The girls didn't get what he was laughing about. The girls are arranged two in a room. Only Theta would have a full room for herself. That building has many rooms. But I thought it would be better this way. Hilda, who got herself together, said, as Victor looked at Theta, who got a little embarrassed and lowered her head. What a lucky girl. He should take her to a casino for a spin. Oh, transfer them to the servants' building. I want them to be near you so you would be able to teach them. He said. Understood. Hilda nodded. Now where is Alex? Why don't I see him? Victor looked around and asked. I made him watch over the pot in the kitchen. The dinner is almost ready. Does the young master want to eat now? She asked. Yes, and you girls too, grab a seat and sit down. We will eat together today, he said with a smile. Soon the girls were seated at the long table, with Victor and Lily at the table's head. The twins walked in with Alex and started to arrange the dishes, and the table was set soon. Alex, you stand behind young Master Victor and serve him. Butlers should eat after their masters, Hilda sternly told poor Alex, who was about to sit down. Alex could only stand reluctantly behind Victor, who smiled but said nothing. He needs to make it a little hard for her, he thought as he began to eat. The food was good, but after tasting Luna's cooking everything became tasteless. He should go there more for a meal, as Luna would have to go to the island after giving birth. Her child would be a full-fledged heir. Mana, did you make up your mind about our agreement? Victor suddenly asked, making the twins stop eating and look at each other. Mina hesitated and was about to answer when Mana stopped her by placing her hand on her sister's. Young master, give us one more day, she pleaded. Fine, but the more of my secrets you know, the more dangerous your situation would become after leaving me. Remember that, he said with a smile as he continued eating. He underestimates Tom's effect on them, but that is to be expected as fate seems to be in play here. The girls seemed to be still a little hesitant after seeing Tom's recording. He is sure that they would turn to his side, but it would take some time. Thankfully he got them before Tom confessed to them, or their situation would have been hopeless. Taking food from a science plate is hard but possible. Taking it from his mouth is plain suicide. Victor, who was a little upset, didn't realize that the girls had already made their decision to be his, but Mana felt that if they told him now, he would make them sleep with him tonight, and she felt that Lily, who truly missed him, was the one who should do that. Suddenly Victor stopped eating after thinking about Tom. What is that idiot doing? He yelled, then put down the fork and closed his eyes as if he was meditating, making the girl wonder. What's wrong? What a sheet luck, Victor said as he stood up, making the girls look at him in shock. What's going on? Alex, follow me, we have a night mission, he said after looking at Lily, then at Alex. He then approached Lily, who was surprised, and hugged her while whispering in her ear, I am going on a mission. I may only return after a few days and will be out of reach. You take care of yourself and the girls and don't worry about me, he said, before looking at Hilda. I will go diving with Alex for a couple of days. Take care of the girls and the mansion, he said as he quickly headed outside the mansion, followed by Alex, who looked at the table full of food with regret. He had not eaten anything since lunch, and George didn't let him eat much. Lily didn't understand where he was going. She just looked at him, leaving with worry in her eyes. The twins did too, while the girls looked at each other with questioning looks. Did they just leave the perverted young master grasp, to fall into the crazy young master's hands? Victor hastily activated his disguise skill and led Alex through the front gate, where the guard was napping on his chair. Victor had the urge to strangle this guard and finish him off. This idiot was really getting on his nerves. The report Baron submitted at the station contained all the witnesses' statements, and this Shetty guard told them everything, and added that when he informed Victor that Nick was in the mansion, he had a clear murderous look in his eyes. This was the truth, but did this idiot have to say that? Can't he cover for his young master a little bit? He seemed to have assumed that Victor was finished, and was trying to please his new master. I will kill you later, thought Victor, as he remembered that Alex, who didn't realize that her presence was disguised, was with him now. Victor led Alex till they reached the main street, then started walking in a certain direction, getting far from the mansion to hide his trace, while Alex was wondering where they were going. 15 minutes later, Victor found a suitable car parked at the roadside, so he quickly approached it, and easily used his phone to hack its security system, then borrowed it and drove off in a hurry, all the while cursing that he needed to buy a car for himself. Alex, who was sitting beside him, looked at him wondering what was going on with his young master. "Our mission should be kept a secret, so I had to take an unmarked car," Victor explained. "Ah, I understand," she replied as her stomach began to growl, making her blush a little. "Didn't you eat lunch?" Victor asked her. "Only a little," she replied, only to be surprised by Victor's handing her some mushroom that she didn't know where he got it from. "Eat this," he ordered. Alex slowly took it and smelled it. It was not that appetizing. "Can this be eaten raw?" "Young master, are you sure this is safe?" she asked. "Yes, completely. But you have to eat it in one bite and swallow it quickly," he said. She nodded, then put it in her mouth and bit it, to be welcomed by the foulest flavor she had ever tasted. "If you spit it out or throw up, I will let you eat it all again. So you better swallow it all," Victor warned sternly as he continued to drive without even looking at poor Alex, who was holding her mouth with her palms and trying hard not to throw up. "What the hell is this?" she thought as tears welled in her eyes. This was disgusting. She felt like someone had just defecated on every cell on her tongue. She forced herself to swallow the last of it, as she felt that Victor was not bluffing. Why was he bullying her like this? She wanted to cry as she wondered. A bottle of juice suddenly appeared in front of her. "Drink this, it will help you a little," he said softly as he gave her the bottle. "Why did you let me eat that thing, young master?" she asked with tears on her cheeks as she slowly sipped the juice. "You no longer feel the need to eat now, right?" he said with a smirk. "Yes, I feel so disgusted that I lost all my appetite," she said with a nod, feeling that she was getting bullied. "It's not that. This thing is an otherworldly herb. If you eat on, you no longer have to eat for an entire week. I got it in a dungeon," he explained, making Alex suddenly get it. True, she no longer feels tired or hungry. "You should have told me before, or at least warned me," she complained in her heart. "Where are we going now, young master?" "What did you mean when you said diving earlier?" she asked as she noticed that they were driving on one dirt road after another. "Dungeon diving," he said with a smirk. Chapter 76, Thief. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The night had just begun when a sneaky thief made his way through the woods to the empty mansion. He was cautious and made sure that there were no guards in the premises before entering through the secret entrance to be welcomed by a desolate ruin. The thief was so shocked that he dropped the sacks he was carrying as he looked at what remained of the building that had been standing tall this morning. It had turned into a pile of rubble. What happened? He wondered, as he began to inspect the surroundings carefully. He has been waiting all afternoon to return here and grab all that money. He even borrowed a truck for the job. Damn it, where is the money? He yelled as he kicked one fallen stone with all his strength, hitting a broken wall and shattering it into pieces. Tom was very angry at the moment. This was supposed to be his breakthrough. With the money he was supposed to get here, he planned to build a palace to house his parents and all his new wives. "So it was you who was here this morning?" a man said from behind him, then coughed a little. "So what?" said Tom arrogantly as he turned around, to see a very fat man approaching him from afar. He was covered in dirt and blood, looking at him with eyes full of hatred. His left hand seemed to be broken, and his left leg had a little limp. The entirety of his left side was heavily burned. In fact, smoke was still rising from his scorched skin. He looked like he had just come out from under the rubble. Tom frowned a little as he felt some threat. He wondered if he should fight or flee. The answer to that question was obvious. He never flees. He quickly found a stone on the floor and kicked it toward the man, who, to Tom's astonishment, just grabbed it with his hand and threw it away, as if Tom was a toddler throwing a ball at an adult. Urgent system notice. Lethal danger. Are you an idiot? Run for your life or die. Seeing the notice, Tom frowned as he looked at it, then at the man who was approaching him, just as something clicked in his mind. I am screwed, he thought as he realized that this man was way beyond his level. He quickly turned around and escaped through the small secret entrance as the man quickly chased him at a superhuman speed. Tom was able to go through the gate, just as the man reached it and tried to grab Tom, but was not able to reach him or follow as the small secret gate was too small for him. The fat man glared at Tom, then quickly turned around and started running towards the front gate. Tom cursed as he began to run into the dense woods, hoping that the man was too fat to pass through the trees. He parked his pickup truck far away on the other side and walked here on foot to avoid suspicion. He now regrets it. He should not have been too greedy. Returning here was a mistake. Tom ran between the trees using his full speed as this night had a full moon, and as a player with enhanced senses, he could see the path clearly. Suddenly he heard the sound of trees falling behind him, so he turned around a little to see that the fat man was still after him. He was breaking the trees, smashing into them as if they were little twigs. What the hell is his class? A tank, Tom thought, as he desperately tried to increase his speed only to discover that the ground under his right foot had just disappeared. He was on the edge of a deep dark gorge that he failed to notice because it was hidden behind the bushes. He quickly grabbed a tree branch to his side as he tried hard to pull himself back, but it didn't help. He was running so fast that he had too much inertia. The branch gave in and broke in his hand, making Tom lose what was left of his balance and fall into the deep gorge with a loud curse. Baron stood at the gorge's side and frowned. He was standing here for the last hour. This place's bottom was very deep and the path down was very dangerous. He explored it before as it was too close to the mansion. The dried riverbed below only had dried bones and dead trees. Titus usually threw dead bodies in here. It was very convenient, and no one would ever come to this place. That thief was probably dead by now, but he can't be sure. And he needs the body to present it to his masters. Master, we found that guy's vehicle. It was stolen this afternoon, so we couldn't identify his identity through it. And we also found the sacks he was carrying. They were just industrial leftovers that can't be traced back, said a man in black that appeared silently by his side. Send a team down there, and look for his corpse. Don't return until you find it, said Baron. Did you investigate the cameras? He added. This guy came through the woods, Master. And the mansion has no more working cameras. The man said. I am not talking about him, idiot. I am asking about this morning. Is there a recording of what happened? Don't you remember what I told you on the phone? Yelled Baron, as his patience had already been exhausted hours ago. Whoever planned that grenade was too mean. They rigged the entire basement, and purposely placed the bombs on the structural beams and columns. When he opened the safe and triggered the grenade, the 10 other bombs that were connected to a shock sensor exploded, destroying the major beams in the building and collapsing the entire building. This was all his fault. Those bombs were the ones he kept here to hide from the family's eyes. And just as he was able to dig himself out, he found a little thief who was sniffing around, and yet despite all his strength, he failed to catch him. Now, he felt ashamed. A top player like him, who was one of the world's best 1,000, failed again and again like this. But he was too anxious about the goods at that time and didn't think that anyone had the audacity to do such a thing. And he was too hurt now. Those guys from the von Geldstadt family will demand answers, and he better have them. Ah, yes, said the man as sweat slowly fell from his bald head. Young Master Titus has ordered all the cameras around the mansion to be dismantled and replaced with ones connected to the mansion. That included the traffic cameras, as he didn't want anyone sniffing around here. And as you know, Master, the mansion has just been destroyed, and the recordings were stored in the monitoring room. The man said. Then we just have to dig them out, although I doubt whoever did this left us much evidence. How long did George stay here? Did you figure it out? Baron asked. We calculated the time using the footage of the nearest camera on the highway. We spotted his car heading to the mansion, then calculated the time until it appeared again. And after adding the road distance from there, we figured out that he should have only stayed for 25 minutes, said the man, making Baron frown. Such a time frame is not enough to empty the vault and rig the entire basement. They would need at least 7 hours if they had 3 trained men. He wondered if Theodore was behind this. Or was it a third party fishing in troubled water? No matter what, he had to figure out who did it. He has to retrieve the goods and hold the auction on time after 1 week. If not, his head would not have a neck to rest on. Chapter 77. Spider's Den. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. A few hours later, Victor parked the car on an abandoned dirt road and stepped down, followed by Alex, who still didn't comprehend what was going on. Why did the young master suddenly decide to go to a dungeon at this hour? And where would he find one? Victor didn't tell her anything. Victor slowly took out a bone necklace from somewhere and wore it around his neck. Then, under Alex's surprised gaze, a golden spear appeared in his hand, which he threw at her. "Use this. You can't use your fists in this dungeon," he said. Alex looked at the spear in her hand, then at Victor, as she noticed the unmarked ring on his finger. You have a storage ring," she shouted in shock. Even her late father didn't have one of those. "Yeah, I got it from a recent dungeon." "Don't tell anyone," Victor said. This ring was one of the trophies he got from the reward room. The other 2 were the sword he gave Tom and an elixir. "Do you know how to use that thing?" he asked her, waking her from her shock. "Ah, no," she answered. The next moment an ethereal book appeared in front of Victor and shot toward her head. It was the Spear Arts skill book. Victor was contemplating how to use it or sell it, but he can't leave Alex defenseless in this kind of dungeon that required mid to long-range weapons. She knew exactly what this was, so she quickly closed her eyes and comprehended the skill. It took her 5 minutes before she stood up again and began to test her new skill with the spear in her arm. "We don't have time for that now," Victor said as he looked at her with a frown, as he lamented that she was now wearing a butler uniform that Hilda got her from somewhere. It was not very good in a dungeon, but family-issued servants' uniforms are very resistant usually, so this will have to do. And he did not have an additional sleeping bag to give her, as he forgot to bring one as he was in a hurry here. But they can't wait. In the morning, Baron is sure to have surrounded this place with a detection formation. And if he waited a few more days for things to cool down, the dungeon would have been long cleared when he reached it. "Let's go," he said, and began to head towards the gorge carefully from the woods. "Damn it, we were too late," thought Victor as he noticed a few guards. "Be careful. I am now using a disguise skill to hide my presence. There are sentries all around us, so stick close to me and lower your voice," Victor warned as he grabbed Alex's hand to guide her. Alex was a little surprised by the mention of a disguise skill, but quickly forgot about it as a faint blush appeared on her face. This was the first time she held hands with someone like this. After walking for a while and avoiding a few patrols, they reached the place where Tom fell. The place had only 2 lazy guards, as they didn't expect anyone would reach here. Victor sighed in relief. It seems that Baron didn't have time to deploy formation yet, he thought as he carefully approached the cliff. "It should be here." "Be careful," whispered Victor. "What is here?" Alex asked absent-mindedly. She was busy watching the guards, who were on their patrol nearby, completely ignoring them. She was now convinced that her young master had some kind of a strong stealth skill. "The dungeon. Now we will have to jump in," he said as he looked down into the abyss. "What? Jump in there?" asked Alex with shock. "Lower your voice." "Yes. Didn't you enter a dungeon before?" he asked. "I did, 3 times. But they had a gate on the ground." "Can I not go?" Alex asked nervously as he wondered how deep was this gorge. "The gate is hidden in midair." "Don't you want to level up?" "I came here specifically for you. If I knew that you were just a coward, I would have brought Lily." "It's my fault for thinking that you are a real man," said Victor. I am not a coward," she said while complaining silently that she was not a man, to begin with. "It's just I don't see any gates." "Can't we just use a rope?" she added reasonably as she looked down. "No. First, I don't have one. Second, the gate is a little far from the gorge's wall, so we would still need to jump," he said as he put his hand around her slender waist. "Don't worry, you will not jump by yourself. Victor, who was losing patience, quickly grabbed Alex in a princess carry and jumped, as he felt that staying there for a long time was dangerous. Alex screamed, grabbing hard on Victor's clothes and closing her eyes as she felt weightless. "Am I going to die like this?" she wondered. The next thing she felt was the floor hitting her butt, because Victor, who was carrying, was sent to another place by the dungeon. She slowly stood up using the spear and looked at the system announcement. Welcome to the Spider's Den dungeon. E rank. Clearing conditions. Kill the Black Widow. S. Spiders? Alex yelled, forgetting her injured butt as she read the words. Her pretty face slowly turned white in fright. Victor slowly descended into the dungeon. After appearing in midair a few feet over the ground, he quickly activated the levitation necklace he wore and glided gracefully to the ground. This was one of the toys Lily got him. Not bad, he said after his legs touched the ground. After dismissing the dungeon's introduction screen, which he already knew, he began to look around him. This dungeon was like a deep ravine's floor, with steep walls going up to the sky, where what appeared to be purple miasma created a curtain. Victor didn't know what it was, but he could easily tell that it was nothing good. The cliff sides were full of holes big and small. The spiders probably made them. He quickly made sure that his disguise skill was still active, then checked on Tom's situation. He was the reason Victor found this place. Tom, as a scion, had some kind of sheet luck. When he ran away from Baron and fell into the gorge, he happened to fall right into an open dungeon gate. Victor estimated that the gate was not that big, so he jumped from the exact spot where Tom fell. Victor never heard that there was a dungeon here, so using his connection with Tom, he read the dungeon's introduction and checked its situation, realizing that it was E-ranked. A little hard for his level, but not impossible if he left the boss to Tom. So he brought Alex to level her up and make her a little useful. But that will have to wait until the rewards stage when the dungeon is cleared. He didn't want to bring Lily of the twins to avoid making them meet with Tom, as that would make him raise a lot of questions. And it is better to keep them with the girls who wouldn't be able to enter here and would crash into the gorge's floor, because this was an open dungeon and only players can get in. Tom was now killing some giant spiders with his flaming sword, and seemed to be excited rather than scared. However, Victor could feel his location and it was quite far from here, which was quite convenient as he didn't want to meet him. Victor ignored Tom and began to check on Alex, who he was a little worried about. Indeed, she was running in random directions like a headless chicken, and from the look of it, she was being chased by some spiders. Is she an idiot or arachnophobic? He wondered before he began to walk in her direction. This stupid girl can't be left alone without bringing disaster onto herself, he thought. He could feel that he was about an hour's walk from her. But sadly he didn't have a map this time, as he was not the first one who discovered this place, so it might take longer to reach her. The spiders began to appear soon after he started walking, as they have felt something fall here. They were small, the size of a palm. They kept scurrying around looking for prey as Victor ignored them and continued to walk, while avoiding the spiders whose numbers kept increasing. Soon, Victor made a mistake by stepping on one of them. Although his disguise would hide him from their senses, it can't mask the poor dead spider from its partner who was beside him at that tragic moment, maybe discussing their working conditions, and proposing unionization. The sound of spider screeches echoed in the valley. Those guys had a loud voice, despite their tiny bodies. Victor quickly stepped away to only step on another one. The spiders followed the sound and began to surround him, searching for the hidden enemy that they soon found, as a few spiders got on his boot by chance and began to bite on it and invited others who began to climb his pants. Cheat! He yelled as he kicked them away and activated his necklace, to be levitated a few feet while kicking around. Then took out a sword from his ring and began to hack at them until his clothes were a little ripped, but spider-free. With that, he slowly floated away like a ghost while cursing at the spiders. In normal dungeons, in order to rest, a cavern with cobwebs is usually preferable, as it would usually be abandoned, and contained no monsters. But in a spider-infested dungeon, you have to search for somewhere without cobwebs, and that was a very hard job. Those spiders were everywhere. It was half an hour later when Victor, who was a little tired, found a good place to rest. He sat down on a high ledge protruding from the gorge's wall and started inspecting his gears. Thankfully, he was still wearing the thick cloth he wore at the goblin's dungeon, as he had no time to change, so his skin was intact. He quickly activated his merchant skill and bought a poison antidote pill pack. He was not bit now, but just in case. This placed difficulty was beyond his expectation. He felt that he was making Tom's mistake of being overconfident with his skills after some successes. He needed to be more careful, he reminded himself. Checking on Alex, Victor discovered that she was still running away with tears in her eyes as a horde of spiders of all sizes was chasing her. Being here might have been a mistake, and he had to hurry and get to her, or that girl would break down before long. But before that, he had to rest. Floating using the necklace has drained all his energy. So he slowly laid on his back and observed the miasma-filled sky to be welcomed by a big surprise. His identification skill was now working on it as he was close enough. "This is interesting," he said with an evil grin. "Sadly, little Alex will have to wait for a little bit. There are more important things at hand." Chapter 78, Bloodline. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Soul-corroding miasma poison, rank SSS. The appraisal skill confirmed Victor's thoughts. This thing is a poisonous gas that he has heard of in his previous life. It does not affect the body, but just the soul. Discovering and curing it is a very hard job. This thing was super rare, and Victor once heard of a good way to get gas-based poisons. He quickly took one of his daggers and a rope, then created a hoop at it with a piece of the rope and passed the rest of the rope through it, creating a pulley mechanism. He then threw the dagger with all his strength using the dagger throw skill and made it go through the miasma and get stuck high into the gorge's wall. He quickly took 9 of the 10 water bottles he hid in his ring and uncapped them, then tied them to the end of the rope in a way that they would not tip over, then began to carefully pull them up using the other end of the rope. He was going to make the water in them absorb the miasma to turn it into a poison. He had a 50% chance of success. Soul-corroding poison rank F. His plan worked, as, after a few seconds, one of the bottles could be identified as a poison by the system. Victor sighed as he lamented not bringing more bottles with him. He carefully tied the other end of the rope with a bone dagger that he stuck to the wall near him. He got a lot of those from the goblins. This would take some time and he needed to check on Alex, so he used his disguise skill to hide his setup as he began to descend, heading to where Alex was. He didn't want to talk to her using the system, as that would make her realize that he was spying on her. If she realized that she was completely his toy, she might get very depressed or even break, and he didn't want that to happen. It took him another hour to reach her, as the gorge had many branches and some of them were dead ends. She was faring much better than he expected. The spiders around her were decreasing at a visible speed under her spear skills. She decided to fight at last, although she still had tears in her eyes and was wailing every time she killed one. The poor spider under your spear should be the one making that voice, not you, thought Victor as he kept watching in silence for 5 minutes before deciding to help her in secret. He quickly began to kill the spiders from the back, using Alex was collecting aggro as a tank. Finally, no living spider was left. It took them 2 hours to kill them all. Alex collapsed on the ground in exhaustion after clearing the area, but at that moment, a spider that was camouflaged in the rocks attacked her from her blind spot. Alex quickly attacked it with her spear, but she was too late. The spider's fangs bit through her tender neck in a flash. Or that's what she thought. The spider stopped a mere inch from her and collapsed with a dagger embedded in its back. You should be more careful next time. Always survey your environment before resting, said Victor, who appeared out of thin air and walked to her side, then used a bone dagger in his hand to stab the spider in its head before taking the first one out. This thing was only paralyzed, not dead. Alex jumped and hugged Victor without uttering a word. She began to cry as she embedded her face in his chest. She really feared spiders since she was a child, and the boys in the sect locked her in a warehouse full of spiders as a prank. She was shaking in Victor's arms as she sobbed. It took her great courage to fight them, especially the big ones. They were the size of horses, and had those horrible legs and multiple menacing eyes. Victor hugged her as he slowly patted her short silky hair with his hand, making her feel a strange sense of warmth that she never knew. Victor felt as if he was in this situation before. Yes, Margaret did the same thing. "Are you going to hang on my clothes for long? Do you know that a pretty girl cried on this very same shirt 2 days ago? I know that I have that effect on girls, but you should pull yourself together, you are a man," said Victor after 5 minutes, making Alex, who was absorbed in his embarrassment, wake up. She quickly stepped back, letting go of his shirt, and turned around to hide her blushing face. "Bastard," she said as she began to walk away, wanting to escape. "Idiot, where are you going? Do you want to be eaten by spiders?" "Rest a bit here, while I go to collect the gems," Victor said, making Alex stop and look around to remember that she was still at the dungeon. So she quickly found a corner to sit down and recover her stamina while watching Victor, who was professionally going from one spider remains to another, collecting gems. "Those things are useless. Only the big ones have red gems," said Victor as he collected everything here, then pocketed them. "How did you know about this dungeon?" asked Alex as she saw Victor sit down next to her. "That's a secret," said Victor as he cleaned his daggers with a rug. Alex didn't ask any further, as this guy told her nothing. But at least he brought her here to level up. "What should we do next?" "In order to clear the dungeon and get out, we need to kill the Black Widow. Someone entered before us, and I will leave it to him. It is probably poisonous and I don't have the equipment required to take her down. Both of us are close to mid-range fighters, while such enemies require far-range and AO attacks," said Victor, making Alex nod in understanding. "The young master is really knowledgeable." "Then do we sit and wait here?" asked Alex. She didn't want to fight those things anymore. "No, but we have to be careful and only advance slowly. This is a rare chance to train," Victor said, meaning to train Alex, not himself. The path in front of them was dimly lit by the strange light passing through the miasma. This place had no day-night cycle, so this was not sunlight. Victor had no way to confirm that though, as neither he nor his appraisal skill could pass through the thick poisonous gas layer. Victor and Alex continued to walk slowly while making sure to kill the spiders as they came. They didn't want to be surrounded. Alex was complaining at first, but slowly after killing the 1000th, her fear of spiders turned to pure hatred. She would not hold herself and dismantle any spider she lays her eyes onto. Victor enjoyed walking behind her to take care of the ones she didn't notice while giving her pointers every now and then. It was 2 hours later when Alex began to feel tired, so Victor decided to find some high ledge or a cavern to rest in. But he didn't need to, as what they suddenly found themselves in front of the building. It looked like a depleted temple, with spider carvings all over its wall. "Stay vigilant," Victor instructed as he approached it and began to inspect it. Finding buildings in dungeons is not a strange thing, as those dungeons are just parts of other worlds that separated from their main world and made their way into this one to be encapsulated by its power. Like the goblin dungeon that was some goblin village in its native world. This temple was built of some kind of black stone, but the signs of destruction could be seen on it. Rare are buildings that survive cataclysmic events such as changing worlds. Victor was considering whether it would be safe to explore this ruin when he heard the sound of faint footsteps, and turned with Alex to face the expected enemy. What they saw was a strange barefooted girl coming out of the temple's half-destroyed gate. She had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail and a slightly scarred face. One of her eyes was covered by a piece of cloth. She was wearing rags and holding some kind of makeshift spear, probably made from a broken huge spider's leg, that had a shard of a broken blade embedded in it as its head. "Is she the Black Widow?" Alex asked stupidly. "Idiot, the Black Widow is a spider. This one is human," Victor said as he flashed a charming smile at the girl, intending to greet her. "Hello, my name is Victor. Might I inquire about your name?" he said as he activated his appraisal skill, as the girl who said nothing and was just looked at Victor with hatred charged at him with her spear. Alpha, Del Louise von Richter / Del. Level, 0. Abnormal status, Bloodline lock, ~90% locked. Class, Blood Warrior. Authority, 3. Strength, 65, 650. Intelligence, 60, 600. Agility, 77, 770. Luck, 9, 31. Charm, 12, 40. Order, 10. Skills, Self-heal, S. Blood assimilation, S. Blood sword, S. Survivor, S. Shadow clone, A. Spear arts, A. Sword arts, A. Bow arts, A. Staff arts, A. Dagger arts, B. Mountain giant palm, B. Quick steps, B. Basic charm, C. Poison resistance, C. Paralyze resistance, C. Burn resistance, D. Instant death resistance, D. Augmented senses, E. Wolf's howl, E. Bronze skin, E. Minor metal refining, F. Minor medicine brewing, F. Fate status, A+. What the? Victor was really surprised, but he was barely able to read the information, before noticing that she has engaged with Alex, who quickly stood in her way to defend her young master. Alex, step back, you are not her opponent. He quickly shouted at Alex, but it was too late. Alpha has already struck her in her stomach, sending her into a faraway wall that collapsed over her body. Victor frowned but didn't get distracted. He could see through his screen that Alex is still alive. Scions are impossible to kill by normal players. Victor stepped back a little as he activated his disguise skill, hiding his true position. He was trying to find a chance to negotiate, assassinate or flee. This was not an enemy he could fight directly at the moment. Let me introduce myself again, I am Victor. Victor said, but was interrupted by the girl's clear voice. Von Wise, I know. The purple hair says it all. She spat with hatred as she advanced towards him slowly, as if measuring his skills. You are Alpha, right? Beitu already told me about you. I already saved her with the other. Why don't you drop your spear and let us talk peacefully, Victor said with a smile, as his real body that was walking around her took out his dagger. Oh, let me guess, you saved them by making them your slaves? She asked. Victor didn't answer. How much did you pay for them? Alpha said as her skin began to turn bronze. This girl was no idiot, as she already felt that something was wrong. It was their choice. Titus broke some family rules and had to go get spanked on the butt for being a naughty boy, Victor said while searching for an opening in her stance. He spotted a couple, but from his experience, he could easily tell that those were traps. Ah, so you scammed them. Did you take Titus's place? What next? Are you going to threaten me with their lives? She asked as she observed the false Victor with a frown. No, I am a gentleman. I promised the girls that I will let them go to school, and we will have a lot of fun together as a family. Victor said. You will not get a chance. She replied as she sprung into action, stabbing her spear at Victor's image, but she didn't expect her spear to pass through it. So she quickly looked back and defended, but it was too late, as Victor's paralyzing dagger stabbed her body. But nothing happened. The dagger fell to the ground as her body turned into clouds. Cheat, shadow clone, said Victor as he looked around to realize it was too late. Alpha's spear was an inch from his head, so he quickly stepped back. He avoided the spear, but it still injured his face. He quickly stepped a few steps back, disguising his position as he took an antidote. He was not sure if that spear contained poison or not. What he didn't expect was that Alpha suddenly appeared in front of him and threw a net made of spider strings at him before striking him on the chest, sending him into an adjacent wall, where he lay there stuck in the web that has glued him to the stones. She looked around, making sure that there was nothing wrong, and then approached him leisurely. Now, what should we do with you, little Victor? She said with an ugly grin that her scarred face made uglier. How did you find my location? He asked as he prepared his next move. A secret, she said. You used the vibrations my foot made on the stone ground, didn't you? He said. He was not a fool, but he didn't expect someone her age to know this technique that took decades to learn by martial arts masters. Oh, you ass mutt. Maybe I could treat you the same way Titus treated me. Did you know what he did? He raped me for an entire night, disfigured me, then slit my throat like a coward. That idiot thought I was dead, but I had one breath left when he threw me in this valley to rot. But this gave me another chance to live, to get my revenge. She said with hatred. Aren't you afraid the spiders would follow the fighting noise here? He asked as he focused on breaking the web using his strength. This is a safe zone. Those guys never come here, she said, approaching him as her stomach suddenly growled, making her frown. Oh, You must have not eaten a good meal for 6 months then. How about I give you something delicious? He said as he prepared a grenade. He could already feel that the web was coming loose. True, spiders don't have many edible parts. So tonight, I will dine on a Von Wise meat dish. I have never eaten a man before, so you should cooperate, okay? She said with an evil smile, making Victor feel that this girl was left alone a little too long. I am not that delicious, believe me, he said as he got things ready. The grenade's shockwave should render her unable to feel his foot's vibrations, but he should find a good place to throw it to. He can't risk his life in the process. As for Alex's life, that girl is a cockroach that won't die. Ah, that's not what I heard, Alpha said as she licked her pretty lips. There is a rumor that those who eat of Von Wise with a complete bloodline will get their lifespan massively increased. It must be due to your elder dragon bloodline, she said as she raised her spear and looked at Victor's blood that stained its head. Victor was shocked that she knew this fact that even his family had no idea about. Looking at your blood, it is pure purple. A complete bloodline, she said. Then, to Victor's astonishment, she licked the spearhead in her hand, then raised her head in ecstasy as if she was enjoying a delicacy. The scars on her face began to heal fast, showing her true beauty. Blood ritual detected. Do you want to register a new blood slave? Yes, no. The system screen asked. Chapter 79, The Truth. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor clicked yes and began to laugh loudly like a maniac, making Alpha look at him strangely. Did you lose your mind? I wonder if that would affect the taste. She wondered as she headed toward him, only to find that her legs didn't respond to her, neither did her hand. What's going on? She looked at her status screen, but it showed nothing strange. A poison number. She looked at her spearhead, then at Victor. You have a blood enslavement skill, she said with hatred as she tried hard to move but couldn't. Victor took his time as he slowly untangled the net under her hateful glares. It's your fault for being an idiot. Who told you it was fine to taste my noble blood? He said as he walked toward her, then past her, heading to where Alex had fallen. He didn't forget to slap her butt though. Damn you, she screamed at him. But he ignored her and started to remove the rubble that had collapsed on top of Alex, to find that she seemed okay but unconscious. So he gently carried her and headed inside the ruined temple. Follow me, he ordered Alpha, who could only obey while cursing. Inside there was a big hall that connected a few stone-built rooms. So Victor found a suitable room and placed Alex on a tattered mat there and checked her for injuries, before returning to the hall where Alpha was still standing while glaring daggers at him. He slowly took out his folding chair and sat on it, then ordered Alpha to sit on the ground next to him. Sit down. Let's talk like civilized people this time, he said, while thinking if she could be considered civilized after trying to eat him. Alpha just sat down but said nothing. What kind of civilized people enslave others, she thought. As I told you, your sisters are in my hands. I can kill them at any time, he said as he flashed the ring in his hand. Do you know what this is? Alpha didn't answer, but the astonished look in her eyes showed that she recognized it. She started glaring at him with hatred, threatening like that would not work on her, it seemed. Who taught you about the world, how to fight, and about the Von Wise's bloodline? He asked. She didn't answer, just looked away. Victor sighed as he felt he had to use another method to make this girl talk. He began to inspect her slowly as he looked at her. Her ragged clothes didn't cover much of her pretty body. There were visible healing scars all over her hands and legs, and Victor could make out that many of them were spider bites. Her face was now much better as it healed a little, but he could tell that she was still missing an eye. This girl went through a lot, he thought as he looked at her true name. The system usually displays the name that an individual considers his real name, but Alpha had two. The second that was fading is Louise von Richter. She may have wanted to forget her real name. This explains a lot. She had been a player all along, as the von Richters are born players. And that also explains her crazy stats. From what he knew about her family, is that they are born players, and had monstrous stats. And on top of that, their authority would automatically go up when they reached their level cap. But they also have downsides. They level up extremely slowly as they need 100 times the experience needed for a normal player. For one reason or another, her bloodline was locked, so she couldn't use her powers and was sold as a slave to Titus, whose memory manipulation did not affect her. Do you know your sister's original identities? Titus erased their memories, but yours seems intact, Victor said, trying to get her to open up from another angle. Alpha frowned, then shook her head. When I met them, their memories were already erased, she answered shortly, but Victor could see that. I see, he said. I wanted to ask you, should I call you Alpha or Louise? He asked, deciding to stop playing games. Alpha was shocked as she glared at him, with some fear in her eyes this time. How did you know? She asked. A secret, he said with a smile, making Alpha shoot him a glare, then starts to inspect him as if she was searching for an answer to her question. You know that I can cause you unimaginable pain by a flick of my hand, right? He asked. Alpha didn't answer. Or I could turn you over to those guys. The council has a really big reward on any alive von Richter family members, he said. You have to get out of this dungeon alive first. She spat at him. Don't worry about that. There is a very capable warrior who is working on that, he said. Have you ever heard of the term Scion? This time Alpha was scared. If a Scion was clearing the dungeon, it was meant to be cleared. And if she goes out, she is doomed. Those guys would not let her die easily. They would use her for ages to integrate her family's bloodline into theirs. Victor could easily feel her distress. I don't need to, but let's make a deal. I will hide you and help you get stronger, and maybe give you a chance for revenge. And in return, you would be my obedient servant, he said. He didn't like forcing people to serve him. All controlling mechanisms have solutions, from soul locks to slaving artifacts. But if those girls truly follow him, he would fear nothing. Alpha looked at his eyes and could feel that he was honest, but she still didn't like him. I don't care about those. Just promise that you won't do anything sexual to me or my sisters, and that you would let them have a normal life, she said sternly. She didn't care about herself. The moment she leaves the dungeon, she is dead. But she wanted to guarantee a better life for her sisters. I will give them the choice about everything, and respect their choices, he said. She thought for a moment, then nodded. She knew that he didn't need to promise her, but this shows that he had no malicious intent toward her. Victor slowly left his chair and sat on the ground beside her, looking her in the resolved eyes. Now tell me, how did you know about the Elder Dragon bloodline? She hesitated for a moment, then asked. Promise me another thing first. That you would never make anyone from the von Richter family your enemy, she said. Not unless they became my enemies first, he added, making Alpha nod. The reason I know all these things is because of a memory transfer that I went through when I was a child, she said as she watched Victor's reaction. Ah, so you were meant to continue the family's bloodline after its demise. That explains all the skills you had on level 0, he said. You have an appraisal skill, shouted Alpha in surprise as she pointed at him. No wonder he knew her real name. Yes, said Victor. He felt that he should expose some of his secrets to her to increase her trust. I was born 1 month before the family's destruction. Only a few of us were chosen. We were given all the family's knowledge through a memory crystal, and they used all the skill books stored in the family's treasury on us. Only me and a few other children were sent out accompanied by guardians to raise us and teach us, while the others stayed in the base and were burnt by the patriarch with everything else when the family fell. He didn't want anyone to fall into our enemies' hands. That's what the man who raised me said. She began to tell her story. It was all your family's fault. You were the ones who decided to conquer the world, said Victor. Lies, yelled Alpha emotionally. It was all a trap. A setup by von Zwei, she said, making Victor frown. He never heard of such things. It was an established fact that the von Richter were the bad guys, but hearing the story from her side made him think of things that he never considered. Do you know how they did it? As you may know, the von Zwei are also the enemies of my family, he asked in interest. Alpha nodded in acknowledgement. I went years ago, on New Year's Eve. They activated an evil method to control some people in the family, ordering a total of the 10th of my family's men to start a war for world conquest, and those were followed by some family factions that have always believed that we must rule the world. Another 10th who were sleeper agents for the von Zwei also began to use the family's powers to commit notorious acts. The patriarch and the surviving elders didn't expect that the family was penetrated to this degree. Their response came too little too late. They sent a message to the council clarifying things as they were pacifists. So the council sent inspectors to my family to assert their claims, but those guys were from the von Zwei family. They fabricated a report defaming us. And by the time everything became clear, the council had already condemned the family and ordered its destruction. They sent a campaign headed by the von Zwei family's patriarch himself, former patriarch. A new one was chosen about a month ago. Victor stated, "So you were sent outside before your families fell. Was the one who raised you also the one who taught you how to fight? And why are your stats locked?" he asked. "Yes, the council has developed a method to track our family members. So the patriarch locked all of the states for the ones escaping to make them avoid detection. The lock can only be released by some secret family agents that were hiding in the world. When I became an adult 5 years ago, the lock wavered for just a second, and they came an hour later. The one who raised me sacrificed his life to save me. After escaping, I was captured by other people though, the ones working for that pig baron," she said with a mix of sadness and hatred. "Then why is your lock only 90 locked now?" "It was damaged when I entered the dungeon, as it tried to assert if I am a player or not. So now I am stuck. I can't leave here without being discovered. I can't even fully unlock it and fight for my life. And if what you said about a scion trying to clear the dungeon is true, then I am screwed. So I want you to keep your promises and to kill me if they ever came for me," she said with a little smile, as if she resolved herself to her destiny. "Don't worry, I can use my power as your master to lock it again or fully bypass it. But when I open it, you must be by my side, as I would use my disguise skill to hide your bloodline," he said, making her eyes shine with a strange light, as if her will to fight has been ignited again. "How was your family penetrated? And how did they control its members? Didn't you have protection formations or an inquisition hall?" He really wanted to know this, as he believed that his family was next. It was the evilest method you could think of. Do you know the family called the von Rosen? Those guys had a lot of women, as men can't awaken as players using their method. They were just a second-rate family that had many women that lived near my family. So there were a lot of connected marriages between us. But those guys had been working for the von Zwei family since the beginning. They had that evil parasite that a woman would give to her husband on their wedding bed. It would sleep in his body for ages, waiting for the right moment to wake up and control his mind. The target would only live for 10 days after the activation, she said, making Victor feel a shiver going down his spine. If the von Rosen had such a powerful tool, why don't they just rule the world instead of working for the von Zwei? He asked in fear. If he married Linda in his past life, he would have probably been infected by that parasite. The von Rosen are weak by themselves, as they only have one class of players, summoners. The one who plants the parasite must be a virgin, and she must nurture the parasite in her husband's body for a year before it is ready to be used. So they must plan for ages before implementing such a plan, like what they did to my family, when they found out about this too late. So there. What? She was surprised as Victor began to laugh again, this time more crazily, as he crawled on the ground and held his belly as he laughed, unable to stop. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, while wondering if this guy was just some lunatic. "I have a fiancée from the von Rosen family, and she just cheated on me," he said as he laughed, making Alpha smile a little. "That is really funny. That bitch would probably be cut and fed to the dogs if her family knew what she did." Chapter 80. Alex's Cousins. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was a little too late in the morning when Linda awoke to the gentle knocking on her room's door. "What?" she yelled in annoyance. She slept late last night after texting Bill till dawn. She was not in the mood to get out of bed. "Miss, the madam is requesting your presence in her office," a maid said from behind the door, making Linda get up immediately. Never make mother wait. She was taught that the hard way. She quickly dressed up and went downstairs, to stand in front of her mother's office door. "Come on in," said her mother's amused voice before she could knock. "Good, my mother seems to be in a good mood," she said as she pushed the door open and went in. Her mother was sitting at her desk, browsing what appeared to be a stack of papers with great interest. "Sit down." her mother said as Linda quickly found a suitable chair and sat down. "I have great news, but our plans need to be adjusted." Amelia said, "What plans?" asked Linda. Her family had so many plans that she began to lose count. "About your fiancé, I was planning to assassinate him," said her mother, to be interrupted by Linda. "Yeah, please do that quickly before school." "Bill will be here in a month," said Linda cheerfully. "Idiot, that's what I am talking about. No need for Bill anymore. Titus, that piece of shit has been lying to you. Von Weiss's monthly magazine is out. Victor has managed to be a full player in the ceremony. I don't know what authority and class he achieved, but Anne was so impressed by his performance that she granted him an elite heir status," Amelia said as she presented her daughter with a fancy magazine, which pages were turned to display a list of fancily written names. The first one was Victor von Weiss, who sat alone in his category of elite heirs. It also featured a recent photo of him on the opposite page. He was not like Linda remembered. Here he appeared confident, strong, and a little bit too handsome. "Ah!" Linda opened her mouth like a fish, not knowing what to say. "Look at him. He is very handsome. This must be the effect of a high charm value or an awakened bloodline. If my guess is correct, Anne intends to grant him an important position in the future." "Could it be one of Anne's schemes?" asked Linda as she continued to keep her eyes on Victor's photo. If she knew, she would not have had to approach that Titus. He was good in bed though. "Impossible. Anne is being watched closely by the other factions, and wouldn't dare mess with the rules. If he was granted that rank, that means he deserved it. Too bad he couldn't be recommended for the next patriarch seat, as only one heir from each father is allowed to run. And his big brother is already a candidate," said Linda, not really understanding what her mother was speaking about. "Now, you should find a chance to get close to Victor," Amelia said. "But, what about Bill?" Linda said. "Bill is handsome too." "Forget about him. You must not let Victor know that you have been seeing other guys behind him," she said. "Ah, but I already promised Bill that I will be his girlfriend when we meet at school. I already sent him some private photos too," Linda said, making Amelia want to slap her. Her daughter was just too slutty, and that is why the matriarch didn't grant her an important rank in the family, despite her good performance in the ritual. Many family secrets require a high ranking to know about. "No, there is a fantastic chance here," Amelia suddenly thought. "Start ignoring Bill, then at the night before you go to school, send him a message that Victor is insisting on marrying you, and that you, as a traditional girl, can't see him ever again," Amelia said with an evil smile. "But wouldn't that make him very angry?" Linda asked. "Exactly. Bill is the type who wouldn't care about consequences once he gets angry. He would probably challenge Victor to a life and death duel. No matter what happens next, it is our win," Amelia said. "But my marriage would be ruined," Linda said. "Not necessarily. If no one won or Victor killed Bill, you would still marry Victor. Bill started the fight and Victor will not be held responsible. And if Bill won and Victor died, I will propose that you should marry Victor's brother Mike, who will have the best chance of being the next patriarch after Bill gets kicked out of the family," Amelia said. But I don't like that Mike. He has a thing for prostitutes," said Linda, making up her mind that Bill was a lost cause anyway. "We will talk about this later. The future is not certain, and I want to consult the matriarch. It's her decision." "That's everything for now. You can leave," said Amelia as she returned to the report in her hand. "I understand. Can I take the magazine?" Linda asked. "Take it. I have another copy." "Oh, I don't need to remind you. Make sure to keep your virginity." "You can do whatever you want besides that," Amelia said as she watched her daughter leave the room in a hurry. Linda quickly took the magazine and went downstairs to the basement. 3 men slowly walked towards the massive secluded mansion. A middle-aged man and 2 youths. They looked weird, as they were dressed in robes as if they came from a kung fu movie set. "Are you sure he is here?" asked the middle-aged man. "Yes, Elder. The car drove him from the station to a restaurant, then here directly. I kept watch from the other peak all night, and no one left." "Who lives here?" he asked. "Just some rich young man with 4 maids," said the other young man. "Good. Arrange the formation, and make sure not to screw up," said the elder to one man as he arrogantly walked toward the gate. can I help you?" asked the guard who had just returned from the restroom, and was busy trying to close his stuck zipper when he saw the newcomers. "I am looking for Alex, a pretty young man who came here yesterday. We are his cousins," the elder said arrogantly. "Ah, I did see such a man. He was really pretty. But I can't let you in, this is private property," said the guard as he used his pinky to clean his ear, while wondering what's wrong with those guys' clothing. Did they come from the past, or is this some kind of a prank? "Whose mansion is this?" asked the elder as he watched his disciple who was laying a formation flag behind the guard. "I shouldn't be telling you this, but this is Victor White's, the new CEO of Horizons Media Group. I can phone the mansion and ask if you can report your name, but I would be blamed if the master got angry, so I would need some persuasion," whispered the guard after looking around while making a pay me gesture with his hand. "Oh, there would be no need," said the elder as he walked to the gate and pushed it open, breaking it with ease. The guard that was shocked quickly tried to phone Hilda, as he wondered what kind of superhumans are those, but his hand didn't move. His head did as it fell slowly to the ground. "I forgot to close my zipper." Those were his last thoughts. "Do you want me to remove the rape from Alpha's backstory?" LDPMV equals yes. Keep the rape. Make her more tragic. Votes 0.0%. No, remove it. It will not really affect the story. She will kill herself to avoid Titus raping her. Votes 0.0%. I don't care. Votes 0.0%. I just don't like Alpha. Votes 0.0%. Total voters 0. Input type equals hidden value equals 7008. Input type equals hidden value equals 1. Chapter 81, Assault. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Lily and Hilda were in the basement of the gym building, where the shooting range was located. The girls have been here since dawn for their first gun lesson. They were scared at first, but after experiencing the thrill of firing a gun, they became a little too trigger happy. "That will be all for today," said Hilda with a light smile, as she looked at the twins who just entered the basement to announce that breakfast was ready. "Now, secure your guns and—" She stopped talking and looked towards the door with a frown. Lily did the same. "There are intruders. Someone has just isolated this mansion using a formation. You girls stay here and keep your guns for now," said Hilda, as she began to head out. "Are they here for us?" asked Theta in terror. "Not necessary. Mina, Mana, grab a rifle, then follow me." "Miss Lily, you too," Hilda said as she took her phone and dialed a number, then hung up. "All the phones are being jammed. We have to rely on ourselves," she said. Lily quickly grabbed a dagger, a small gun, and a rocket launcher and headed out. "Beta, you take care of the girls." Beta quickly nodded and began to assure the girls, who got a little nervous. While Mina and Mana quickly grabbed their weapons and followed Hilda, they quickly reached the upper floor and peered through the window to see nothing. "Too bad they didn't install a surveillance system yet." "Let me try," said Lily as she activated her survey skill. "It works for long ranges, but it has bad accuracy and loses the ability to see clearly." "There are 3 enemies. They are on the main road slowly heading towards the main building. We can meet with them if we go now," said Lily. "Aunt Hilda, you go with the twins. I will hide in the shadows inside the mansion," Lily added as she began to head to the main building. "You two stay with Ms. Lily inside. I will meet them alone at the front door," said Hilda as she took a dagger from somewhere under her skirt and hid it carefully with the gun in her sleeve. It took them 5 minutes to reach the main building and enter through the back door, then head to the entrance. Through the windows, they could see 3 men in robes heading to the doors. "Try to keep your distance. Those are martial arts practitioners. The 2 youths are a little strong, but their talents are garbage. The old man is dangerous. Leave him to me," said Hilda, who used her talent measuring skill. She elegantly dusted her clothes then headed out. When Hilda stepped outside the door, the 3 visitors were a few feet away from the door. "How can I help you? Do you know that you are attacking a Von Wise property?" Hilda said as she bowed slightly, in a superficial greeting. "Von Wise?" The elder frowned. then looked angrily at his disciple, who stepped forward proudly and yelled, "I don't care what Von Wise or Von Miz you call yourselves. This is Elder Brown from the Thunder Seconds." The disciple abruptly stopped when his master snaked his head as he looked at him with anger. Those disciples of his had been so lazy in class that they failed to remember the names of the top powers. They are now screwed. Their sect was just some third-rate power, and that was before the patriarch died. He quickly looked at Hilda as he weighed his options. This piece of sheet disciple of his has screwed him good this time. "May I meet the mansion's master?" "This humble one is an elder from the Thunder Sects," said the elder respectfully, as he sweated heavily. "He is now officially screwed. He had just killed the guard and broke the front gate of a Von Weezer. Those guys would only be appeased after having his head in a box. His only option now is to ask for forgiveness from the mansion's master. The young master has left on a diving trip, but if you remove the blocking array, I can consider calling him for you," Hilda said. The elder frowned. "Without the housemaster, their mission is a lot easier. I am looking for a criminal from our sect. Give him to us and we will leave immediately. He is a pretty boy who calls himself Alex," he said as his tone became a little less respectful. "Oh, I can't give up on anyone without the young master's agreement. And that Alex is not here." "He left with the young master," said Hilda as she readied her dagger. "This guy would probably kill everyone here to hide his traces." She could see that his disciples had screwed up. She was right. Elder Brown didn't argue anymore. He just attacked her directly with a flexible sword that he was carrying around his waist. He already noticed the lack of surveillance cameras, and if his disciples' report was somehow trustworthy, there would be no more than 5 people in here. So he only needs to kill them all, then burn this place to hide the fact that he was here. Hilda used her dagger to masterfully block the attack. All the Von Wise servants had gone through multiple fighting courses, and despite not having a system skill, they were proficient in multiple martial arts. The elder was surprised that his attack failed. This maid was just a little bit weaker than him. He was a level 25, and that made him an elder in his sect. But people with such levels could only work as servants and maids in a top family like the Von Wise. "Go inside and search the mansion. Kill everyone you find." "Be careful," yelled the elder at his disciples. This maid was struggling with him, and no one tried to help her. He believes he would be able to beat her when she gets tired. But he had to make sure that no other players were here. He was using his disciples to fish out hidden enemies. Although it would sadden him if something wrong were to happen to his disciples, he wouldn't mind it. He intends to kill them after leaving here anyway. "Those two have very loose tongues." The 2 disciples quickly nodded and entered the mansion, while Hilda just gave them a fleeting glance. "Your disciples will die," she said. "It doesn't matter." "Those fools made me offend the Von Wise family," said the elder. "Retreat now, and I will ask the young master not to pursue this," Hilda said. "That won't work." "I know how your families work," he said as he started a new round of attacks while watching his disciples enter the mansion directly without even surveying the door for traps. "Those idiots deserve to die." He consoled himself. The 2 disciples kicked the front door and swaggered inside arrogantly, to only stop abruptly in astonishment as they looked at the beautiful twins. "Big brother, the one on the left is mine, and the other is mine," he said as he looked holding the assault rifles. "Those things would not work on us," he said, "to only be welcomed by a barrage of bullets." Those girls do not joke. But what he told them was true. The bullets were stopped by a yellow shimmering screen. "This is a defensive artifact that stops any non-artifact weapons. We are going to enjoy you to the fullest, right, big brother?" said the disciple proudly. "Big brother?" he asked again, waiting for his brother's confirmation. But he heard nothing. So he looked to his side to see his big brother was already swimming in a pool of his own blood. His throat was slit. The disciple stepped back in horror while looking around to only feel Lily's steel dagger entering his ass. He didn't get the chance to scream as she moved the dagger up, separating him into 2. Lily looked at the twins and nodded. They were not scared of the bloody scene. Victor's crash course in killing and dissecting goblins in the dungeon showed its effects. Lily slowly approached the window with the twins to observe the situation outside. Hilda was struggling while fighting that guy and had already emptied her gun's magazine in his shield. She was clearly weaker than him, and her arm, seemed to have been injured. Lily turned to the twins, then gave the rocket launcher to Mina and asked, "Can you use this?" She asked. "Yes, but it would not work on him," she answered. "It doesn't matter. I can't use my stealth skill under the sun, so our only option is to distract him and let Hilda kill him. Just fire it, then run away on my signal," Lily said as they headed outside. The girls sneaked outside slowly while the elder fought Hilda. Lily could tell that he was aware of their presence, but didn't care about weak bugs. He was just cursing at his useless disciples. Lily looked at Hilda and winked at her as Mana fired the rocket launcher at the elder, who responded by activating his shield. So after the rocket exploded and shook the entire building, the smoke cleared to reveal the smirking unharmed elder, whose eyes soon lost focus as he looked at the other thing the smoke revealed. It was Lily, who was dancing slowly in the yard after removing her veil. The effect of her removing her veil doubled her skill, the mesmerizing dance effect many times, rendering the elder who has long committed himself to a hermit's life spellbound just for a couple of seconds, but that was enough. Hilda, who has already prepared her dagger, stabbed him from the back, killing him in seconds. The elder didn't flinch at all. He didn't even feel the dagger going through his heart. His body slowly fell to the ground, but his eyes never left Lily. She slowly put back her veil on as she looked at his lifeless corpse in contempt. She wanted her young master to be the first one to see her dance. Chapter 82, Screwed. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Alex woke up, she was astonished to discover that she was sleeping with someone in a sleeping bag. The last thing she remembers was being struck unconscious by some crazy girl. What happened? She panicked a little as she felt a hand around her waist. But the bag was cramped and she couldn't move. She slowly turned her head to see that it was her purple-haired young master beside her, so she breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't mind if it was him. Wait a minute. What the hell am I thinking? She scolded herself. Wait, there was someone else in the sleeping bag, she thought. She slowly raised her head a little to see that it was the one-eyed blonde girl who hit her earlier. She was wide awake, throwing death stares at the sound asleep young master. Alex slowly lowered her head, then closed her eyes, deciding to pretend to be asleep, thinking that this was not of her business. She didn't know how to face the young master if he woke up right now, so she just had to bear with it for a little while and wait for him to wake up. The feeling of his hand around her waist was not bad though. Alpha was really upset. Last night, Victor got thirsty after laughing for half an hour, so he asked if there was a water source nearby. She guided him to the little fountain on the wall of the temple. He quickly washed his face and drank. Then, after filling a water bottle, he took out his chair and leisurely sat on it while ordering her to take off her filthy rags and take a shower, saying that she stinks. That was rude, but she still did as she was told. She didn't dare disobey as she knew a lot about the horrors of blood seals, and it wasn't like she minded. Titus and Baron have already done much more than that to her and her younger sisters. That was a mistake. She should not have obeyed him. His fiery eyes that were watching her shower made her very embarrassed. She didn't know why, but she couldn't just ignore him. After finishing quickly, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Victor was nowhere to be found. She was so embarrassed that she didn't even notice him leaving. Was he not satisfied with her looks? Her clothes rags were missing. In their place, there were some folded men's clothing. She knew those were Victor's. After some hesitation, she quickly took them and wore them with a faint blush showing on her cheeks. When she returned to the main hall, she was surprised to find that Victor had already laid a double-sized sleeping bag on the ground and was sliding inside it. That butler-dressed pretty boy was already inside. Ah, so that's it. He swings that way, she thought. Come on in. There is a place for you, he said, debunking her theory. I need to keep watch. We can't all sleep. She found an excuse to refuse him. You already said that spiders can't come here. Don't worry, I will use my disguise skill, and nothing will happen. Now get in. This is an order. I can see that you didn't have a good sleep in a while, Victor said. She scowled at him, then reluctantly entered the bag. It was a little tight with 3 people, and that pervert Victor quickly slid his hand around her waist. Just sleep, he said as he closed his eyes. She was surprised, He really only wanted to sleep. She didn't want to do that though. She will never surrender to him. He may have her body and soul, but she would keep whatever was left of her. However, soon her tiredness defeated her, and she slowly closed her eyes. He was right. For the previous 6 months, she rarely had a good night's sleep, and the feeling of his warm hand on her back was not bad. Blah, what am I thinking? She wondered as she slept soundly. She woke up to a light movement in the bag. At first, she thought it was Victor playing some dirty tricks, but to her surprise, it was that pretty butler. He seemed a little shocked after waking up and seeing the situation. To her surprise, he quickly laid back after looking at her. He was pretending to be asleep. Is he an idiot? She wondered as she relaxed and began to examine Victor's face. This guy is a pervert, but he is truly handsome. When Victor woke up, he could feel the 2 girls' bodies around him. This feeling is not bad at all, he thought as he looked at Alex, who was pretending to be asleep, then at Alpha, who was glaring at him. Did you sleep well? We have a lot of hunting to do today, he said, as he slowly slid out of the bag, then stood up and began to stretch. Alpha followed him out without answering. This was the best sleep she had in a long time, but she was too embarrassed to say that. Victor stood and observed Alex, who was still pretending to be asleep. This useless boy didn't wake up since you knocked him yesterday, he said as he turned to Alpha. Alpha, you carry him. I will use him as a lure for the spiders, he added, making Alex quickly wake up. Good morning, young master, she said as she stood up. What morning? It's around noon now. But this place has no sun. He berated her as he took some energy bars from his ring and gave them to her and Alpha, then sat down on his chair to eat. Alpha quickly munched on hers as she had not eaten any humanly edible food for a long time. She only survived on spiders' remains thanks to her survivor's skill. As for Alex, she returned the bar to Victor. Young master, I still have no appetite, she dejectedly said. That mushroom was surprisingly effective. Victor nodded and threw the bar to Alpha, who happily devoured it. Young master, who is she? Alex asked. She is Alpha, Peter's and the other's big sister, and my new toy. Personal maid, said Victor, making Alex quite astonished. You just met the girl and she is already your maid. What kind of black magic is this? Hello, I am Alex, she greeted Alpha. I am Alpha. Sorry about hitting you earlier, she answered while chewing. Alex quickly began to ask her about what happened to her, while Victor, who didn't care about them, began to watch the drawings on the temple wall. They were of people fighting what appeared to be a giant humanoid spider that was spitting poison. This must be that Black Widow, he thought. It had a woman's body and spider legs. He wondered what kind of world could produce such a monster. Feeling that he needed some preparation, he started to browse the system store. He didn't intend to fight the boss, but he can't tell if this dungeon had some kind of a sub-boss or an elite monster. The store has 3 sections. The first one is the permanently available merchandise. Those are mostly healing pills, talismans, and the like. Consumable items that are useful in dungeons and combat. They were ordered by the required authority and price. The second section is random merchandise. Those are updated daily. He didn't care about this section before because of the long cooldown time, but now it was usable after the cooldown time was shortened. The last section was dedicated to player merchants. But this place was as desolate as ever. There were not many merchant players, and those who existed preferred to sell their items at auctions in the real world. Only after the reckoning would this section be filled with all the useless items that only poor people would want to buy. Sometimes he heard merchants bragging about finding a hidden treasure, though too bad he didn't have much money left. There was a nice item that suited Alex at the random section today. Wait a second, he yelled as he stood up and glared at Alpha, who was munching on her 4th energy bar. She shrank her neck as she looked at him. She was wondering what this pervert was thinking about. Victor quickly operated his menu, jumping from one screen to another until he found a screen buried deep inside the system. Alex, there is a water fountain at the back of the temple. Go wash up, and don't return until I call you, Victor said as he glared at Alpha. Alex quickly nodded and escaped, knowing that the young master was going to have a private conversation with that Alpha, and this was a good chance for her to take a shower. She still had the feeling of spiders crawling all over her body. "Dear Alpha, you forgot to tell me a very important thing," Victor said with a smile. "What?" Alpha feigned ignorance. "Your family has given you precious information and unique skills." "What else did they give you?" he asked with a smirk. "My beauty?" she joked. "You already know." Seeing his glaring eyes, she quickly added, "I didn't expect them to leave you all that coins. From now on you will be my piggy bank," said Victor as he looked at the astronomical number displayed on the system screen. "Those were meant to rebuild my family," she said dejectedly. "I will help you do that. And I will use those as my fees," he said. Alpha glared at him with hatred and sighed. "I don't remember anything about my family, just what the man who raised me told me and the information in my mind. But rebuilding the family is my fate. So you better really help me do it." "You can't mess with fate," she said, knowing that the coins were gone, no matter what she said. "Don't worry, whatever I take from you I will return it later, doubled. Consider it an investment." He said he didn't like her dejected looks. "Wait. What did you just say about fate?" He suddenly looked at her strangely. "Rebuilding my family was my fate. That was what the man who raised me said. The family used some kind of fate artifact to choose the most suitable seeds to send into the world," she said, making Victor ponder for a few seconds. He briskly stood up and went directly to Alpha's side, then crossed his legs and sat on the ground facing her. "Don't talk or move, no matter what you see or hear," he ordered, then began to look at her intensely. Alpha was slightly surprised but quickly nodded. "What game is this pervert playing now? Targets Z. Player female, +2. Cost, 2 order points." Revealing. Victor activated his Eyes of Destiny skills, and his eyes turned into a rotating black and white yin-yang symbol as he looked at her. "This is a skill of fate," she exclaimed. But seeing blood coming out of Victor's eyes, she quickly shut up and sat still. If something bad were to happen to him, she would be hurt too. But this was too shocking. Fate skills are extremely rare, and she clearly recognized the symbol in his eyes. Fate, A+ rank. Talent, SS rank. Victor's expression was very bad at the moment. He should have known earlier. Someone with her talent and fate, how could she get stuck in a dungeon? It was fate's plan for her, he thought as he quickly looked at the fate threads. There were just a few, heading up toward the sky, presumably outside the dungeon. There were 2 kinds: black malicious ones and semi-transparent undefined others. In addition to a big undefined one. This was not a person, but a life goal. It should be the rebuilding of her family. There were 2 other important threads though. The first was a little ethereal and had a red tint. This must be her blood slave fate connecting her to him. The other was golden, but not formed. This was her fated one. And to Victor's horror, it was heading deep into the dungeon. And this was not the direction Tom was in. This clearly explained why Alpha, who seemed to be an overpowered Cyan, was not one. She was fated to be a Cyan's woman. And whoever that guy was, he was in the dungeon with them. Sheet, yelled Victor as he deactivated his skill and laid down exhausted on the ground. "What did you see?" Alpha asked nervously. "We are screwed," Victor, who looked at the ceiling, said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Chapter 83, Sebastian. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor's situation was really bad. He was not sure if the fated one was a Cyan or just a normal person, but his gut was telling him it was the former. What sheet luck. Throughout his previous life, he only ever met 2 Cyans in person. One of them was the one who killed his family. And now, this guy would be the 3rd one he meets after Tom and Alex. It was as if the world itself was throwing them at him. He didn't have many tools to use against this guy. He couldn't enslave him as his blood slave slots were already full. And if he tried to kill him or hurt him badly, he would suffer a lethal backlash as his fate shield was still in cooldown. Victor turned his head and looked at the surprised Alpha. His earlier words shocked her. "Don't worry. I meant, I am screwed for now." "You will be screwed too, but later," he said, making Alpha, who had completely understood him, blush. "Pervert," she spat as she looked away. She couldn't understand why she reacted like that. She hadn't even flinched when Titus kept calling her dirty names. Victor noticed her reaction to his teasing, and that made him wonder. Maybe, after he made her his blood slave, their fates became interconnected. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. But this girl was no fool. Victor tested her the previous day when he ordered her to shower in front of him. She obeyed him without complaints, and that was unnatural, considering her first reaction when she met him, and the fact that she seemed to hate all men, especially after what Titus did to her. How can a cold, proud girl like her become docile just like that? Victor knew perfectly what was going on in her little mind. She was planning to obey him temporarily, to use him for revenge and maybe to rebuild her family, then get rid of him after that. All slavery skills have a fatal weakness. If the authority if the enslaved grows much higher than the master, the seal can be broken. And Alpha, as a von Richter, only needed to level up to raise her authority. She believed that one day she would have enough authority to break his blood seal. Poor Alpha didn't know that all her plans were destined to fail the moment she licked his blood. But now he needed to know more about his future enemy. "Did you meet anyone besides me and Alex here?" he suddenly asked her. "No, I didn't venture deep. The spiders seem to become more poisonous the deeper you go. And there are some very sticky webs. There were some corpses in those webs though. They were wearing modern clothes, so I suspect that they were the first ones who found this place," she answered while wondering about what he discovered. Victor nodded, as he pondered about the current situation. It means whoever this savior is, he only entered the dungeon recently. This girl was a damsel in distress, locked in here alone in the dungeon, and was fated to be rescued by a hero, who would help her rebuild her family that sooner or later would become his. It seems that Tom's fate brought him here by chance to save him from Baron. His fate will properly not affect Alpha's fate. Destiny would have not brought him here if it did. Victor was like a hacker who used Tom as a Trojan horse to enter Alpha's and her fated one's destiny. If he didn't fix the current situation, the world would turn this guy into his enemy sooner or later. "What kind of guys do you like?" he asked her again after pondering for some time, making her blush. "I don't want to answer that," she said as she turned her head to the side. Victor didn't force her to answer. He was just curious what kind of person her fated one would be. "What did you see?" "I know you were looking at my fate," Alpha asked him suddenly, making him look at her in surprise. "Do you know about fate?" he asked. "Not a lot. My family tried to grasp it but failed. I need to warn you though, those looking at fate don't usually live long," she said. Victor nodded. He already knew that. People usually died from fate's backlashes. But he had his Fate Weaver class and his massive authority. So, if he played his cards carefully, he would be able to cheat the system. "Do you really want to know what I saw?" he asked her. "Yes," she answered firmly. While knowing fate is usually not a good thing, she was in a very bad situation at the moment. "I can't tell you. I would suffer a backlash, but I can say that there is something dangerous waiting for us here," he said. Before Alpha could question him further, they heard Alex's high-pitched scream coming from the back. So, he looked at Alpha and quickly headed to Alex's position with her, while taking out his dagger. Alex, who seemed to have put on her clothes in a hurry, was standing with her hair still dripping wet in front of the fountain. A door with a flight of stairs going down into the ground had appeared in the wall behind it. "What did you do?" asked Victor as he inspected the new door. This girl couldn't be left alone even for a minute without creating some kind of trouble. I saw a drawing of a spider in the fountain. So I screamed and instinctively hit it with my spear. Then the wall opened up," she answered with some embarrassment. "And you still call yourself a man?" Alpha spat at her as she inspected the doorway, too. Alex didn't say anything. She just shot Alpha a glare, and was about to ask Victor what to do when he suddenly threw a towel at her head. "Dry your hair, I will go in with Alpha while you guard the gate. There may be spiders in there," Victor said. He quickly washed his face and eyes, then gestured to Alpha to follow him as he entered the secret door. Alex was a little surprised but quickly felt warm inside. Her young master really cared about her. But she didn't know that Victor was just afraid she would cause more trouble. And he needed to discuss some things with Alpha in private. Victor slowly descended the stairs while Alpha was illuminating the path using a flashlight he gave her. At the bottom, there was a hall with a huge mural on the wall and a dusty stone table with 2 artifacts on it. The ground was covered with many interlocking lines as if they were some kind of alien formation. "Be careful," said Victor as he slowly used his appraisal skill on everything around him. "It's safe," he said after his scan found no traps, and he walked slowly into the room. "Are those the dungeon's rewards?" Alpha asked in surprise while looking at the stuff on the table. "No. Do you know what dungeons are?" he asked her. "According to my family's research, they are protective measurements taken by the world to contain invaders," she said. "No, not only invaders." Victor contradicted her. This information he knew was only discovered after the reckoning. Hostile dungeons make up only 1% of all the discovered ones. Most of them are just powerful creatures or domains that somehow entered this world. Think of it like a big planet attracting asteroids and space dust. Most of it will burn on entry. But the strong ones succeed, and the world creates a dungeon around them, he added. This dungeon must have been created to contain a sealed world shard that entered our world. This mural tells the tale of a demon Arachne who was sealed here. This temple was constructed as a base for this world shard, he said as he looked at the two treasures. "Those two are the locked world catalyst?" Alpha asked while pointing at the two artifacts, quickly figuring it out. "Yes," said Victor as he looked at them with a frown. "Arachne Slayer's Spear, S rank. Critical damage against insects. Horror's Jewel, SS rank. Effect, Mask Presence. Depends on the authority of the owner. Current owner equals none. Option set equals dead. Options available 4/10. Disable, Moral, Mythical Being, Dead. Register. Those things were probably fated to be discovered by the Scion. And that jewel was amazing. This was the key that she would have used to leave the dungeon if he didn't come here. The spear is meant to be used to kill the Black Widow, while the tiara is a disguise artifact. It's the reason why no spider is entering here. The array on this tower is amplifying its effects to the entire temple," Victor said as he took out his phone and began to take photos of the array. "Ah, wouldn't the Black Widow be very powerful?" Alpha asked as she slowly watched the mural, where many warriors faced the Arachne, then entrapped her in a hole in the ground, then build this temple to seal everything around her forever. "Probably not. There are no living beings here for her to eat. And this dungeon is only E-ranked, so it must be weakened considerably," he said as he took some samples from the ground and the walls. "Go up. This place will no longer be safe after I take those things. So I need you to help Alex in case some spiders suddenly attack," he said, making Alpha nod, "then leave here." After giving this hall one last look, Victor quickly took out a bottle from his ring and applied its contents to the tip of the spear. This bottle was the one he inherited from the late Nick. He doesn't know if this would be useful, but this was the best he could do for now. After that, he quickly grabbed the spear and the jewel before following Alpha. When he reached the top, he was surprised to see that Alpha was blocking the door, while Alex was standing there, facing a newcomer with a frown. He was a boy, about 12 to 13 years old. He was wearing a robe and carrying a staff while glaring at Alex with vigilance. Alpha was frozen in place as she looked at him. This boy was very cute, especially with his brown hair and hazel eyes. Victor, who was behind her, quickly noticed the situation and frowned as he used his appraisal skill from his hiding place behind Alpha in the shadow of the stairs. Sebastian Silva. Level, 51. Abnormal status, Eternal Martial Arts. Side effect, Slow Aging. Class, Battle Mage. Authority, 6. Strength, 65. Intelligence, 90. Agility, 80. Luck, 35. Charm, 40. Order, 19. Skills, Minor Magic Creation SS. Eternal Body Defense SS. Fireball A. Fire Vortex A. Burn Resistance A. Spear Arts B. Water Ball B. Staff Arts B. Poison Resistance B. Dagger Arts B. Mountain Giant Palm B. Poison Resistance B. Paralyze Resistance B. Charm C. Master Steps D. Illuminate D. Fate Status, S+, Scion. Victor quickly docked his head and stepped back a little to hide himself. This guy is definitely not a kid and was the most dangerous enemy he has ever met. After his return, and looking at Alpha's reaction, he could tell that this bastard was her type. His plan was not finalized yet, but he had to improvise it seemed. He doesn't need to be that guy's enemy. He quickly activated his disguise skill, changing his appearance before hiding the jewel in his storage ring. As for the spear, he held it proudly, then walked out of the secret door after pushing the astonished Alpha a little, then ran to Alex's side while screaming, "Young Master Alex, look what I found!" He screamed excitement as he ran to the side of the astonished Alex. "Sorry, Alex, but the best way to beat a sign is to face him with another," thought Victor. "Ah, who is that cute kid?" Victor suddenly asked in astonishment while pointing at Sebastian, who looked back at him with hidden lust in his eyes. Victor was no longer a man. He was now disguised as a female, using the looks of a very famous movie star from his previous life. Her looks would score 50% on the Lily scale. "Sorry Alpha, I will be stealing your man," he thought as he flashed his sweetest smiles. Chapter 84, Vivi. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sebastian was simply amazed. He had never seen such a beauty before. "Who is this cute kid? How old are you?" she asked with her ethereal voice. "My name is Sebastian, I am 13 years old." "Nice to meet you," Sebastian said, trying his best to keep his kid persona. He has long discovered that women lower their defenses quicker that way. "I wonder what would be her reaction if she knew that I was 30 years old," he wondered. "Ah, I will call you Sebi. My name is Vivi. This is my young master Alex, the young master of the Thunder sect. And that one is Alpha, his first maid," she said before turning to her master. "Please, young master, you can't hurt him, he's only a child," Vivi pleaded as she stood between them with her back to him. Alex shot her a strange look, then slowly nodded as he lowered his spear. "Fine, I will not kill him," Alex said, making Sebastian curse silently. "You kill me? My eternal body technique would allow me to heal faster than your puny techniques can hurt me," he thought. I was just surprised by his sudden appearance. "Next time don't jump and scare adults like that kid," Alex said arrogantly. Sebastian said nothing, just glared at Alex as he put away his staff. "The Thunder sect, huh? It's just a third-rate power that I can destroy at any moment." He thought the only reason he heard about it was that he was bored one day and read the list of lower sects. But as far as he knew, it was in a faraway land. "What are they doing here?" Before he could ask them about that, Vivi asked first. "How did you get here? Are you a player? Did someone throw you here on purpose?" Vivi asked him as she observed him with her beautiful hazel eyes. Is this girl really this naive? Or is it just innocence? He wondered. Yes, I am a player. I was on a trip to the Shadow Valley when I discovered a strange cave, and when I entered it I was transported here. He said. It's amazing to be a player at your age. You must be amazing. Right, young master? You were the same age as him when you became a player. She turned to Alex and said, then looked back at him as she tilted her head cutely. But what do you mean by Shadow Valley? We never heard of that. We entered from a small ravine near the Thunder sect. Vivi said with amazement. You must have found another entrance. It's not unheard of for a dungeon to have multiple entrances, but it's rare. I came from a small obscure sect near New Verticity next to the Shadow Valley. It's a famous tourist attraction. He lied. He was not from a small sect, but from a hidden sect that was miles away from New Verticity. New Verta? Wait. We are on a different continent, exclaimed Vivi, making Alex and Alpha look at her, then at Sebastian with amazement. Yes, that is amazing, nodded Sebastian. What is that thing in your hand? He asked as he looked at the ominous-looking spear in Vivi's delicate hands. I nearly forgot. Young master, I found this thing inside. It was probably meant to kill that Black Widow. There are murals inside with drawings of some warrior using this to stab a large spider, she said as she handed Alex the spear. Good job, said Alex with some hesitation. There was some fear in his eyes. Sebastian could tell that he was not comfortable holding that spear and was avoiding touching the spider drawings on it. Was he arachnophobic? What a wimp. May I look at it? Asked Sebastian after Alex inspected it. Alex didn't know what to answer. Young Sebi, this weapon is very sharp, and you may prick yourself, said Vivi with some concern. Don't worry, I am proficient in spears. he reassured her. Alex didn't say anything as he handed the spear to Sebastian, who began to inspect it with interest before returning it to Alex. "You keep it. I don't like this spear's ominous color," Alex arrogantly said, refusing to take the spear. Sebastian nodded and kept it. He could tell that this thing was at least an S rank. That Alex was simply an idiot. "I will go inside and take a look. Do you mind?" Sebastian said as he approached the stairs without waiting for an answer. "Yeah," said Alex with hesitation from the back. At the secret door, that girl, Alpha, who was still standing there, quickly gave way while glaring at him. Sebastian felt that she was a little pretty. Too bad that her eye is damaged. He could tell from the way she tied a cloth over it. He quickly entered the secret chamber, and after inspecting it he confirmed what Vivi said. This was truly a weapon to conquer that arachne. The mural on the wall showed a burly man using it to hunt the arachne, then following it into a big cave where he trapped it by closing the opening with a big boulder. This must be the boss's room. When he went up, he could tell that Alex had got himself back together and was acting like an arrogant young master. He was scolding Vivi for being a klutz, while Alpha seemed to be cursing at someone for being a pervert while preparing a backpack with a big sleeping bag. They seemed to be preparing to explore the dungeon. "Let's travel together, Sebi. It's dangerous to be alone here," Vivi approached him and said after her young master dismissed her. "Be careful with the spear, it is very sharp." This was your lucky day. The young master really hates spiders, and the engraving on it made him angry. "If you didn't take it, he would have ordered me to throw it away," she whispered. "Ah, so that's why he gave it to him." This confirmed his guesses. "That Alex is afraid of spiders. Did he hurt you?" Sebastian asked her in a faint voice, as he could see that her delicate hand was a little swollen. "Don't worry, I am used to it. I am his second maid after all," she said as she ran away, avoiding the subject. But he could see the tear marks on her cheeks. That monster! How could he beat such a delicate girl? "If you want to travel with us, you better not slow us down," said Alex as he took a golden spear and began to make his way forward. Sebastian said nothing. He followed them silently after filling his water bottles. He kept watching Alex and his maids. His guts were telling him that there must be something wrong here. During the next 4 hours, they kept advancing toward the boss's room. They could tell that this was the right direction, because of the increase in the spider's size and the web traps that appeared more frequently. Every now and then, they would be attacked by some spiders. Sebastian watched as Alex fought the spiders using his spear from the back, while his two maids who used daggers to kill the spiders acted as tanks for him. They were not bad for their levels, especially Alpha, but Sebastian didn't like her nor the death glares she was giving Vivi. "Let's take a break. This young master is hungry," said Alex as he slowly stopped, then sat down on the folding chair Vivi set for him. "This guy is a weakling." He was probably level 1 or 2, while Vivi was level 5 and that Alpha was about level 25. He could tell from their fighting style and speed. They can easily survive here with the normal spiders, but they would probably die if they fought the boss arachne. "Sebi, eat this." "You don't seem to have anything to eat," said Vivi, suddenly, breaking his thoughts. She presented him with an energy bar. "No thank you. I have my own rations," he said as he took out a bag of specially prepared energy capsules. He would never take something from someone he had just met, especially in a dungeon, he thought, forgetting about his new spear. "Ah, that's good," Vivi said as she unwrapped the bar and ate it happily. "Wait a second, was that her share?" "What a good girl," he thought as he looked at the other two who were also eating. But he never expected what happened next. When he returned to the group after answering nature's call, he saw Alex slapping Vivi's beautiful face. He was scolding her for giving his precious food to strangers, and kept yelling at her even after she told him it was her share. Even that Alpha seemed to be saying things about how disgusted she felt about her behavior. What an evil master and maid duo. Despite clenching his fist hard, and feeling his fingernails digging into his palms, Sebastian didn't intervene. Vivi was Alex's maid, and she probably had a slave seal. He knew better than trying to save her blindly. And if he said anything, that Alex would probably take it on her again. That didn't stop him from hating Alex more though. But if he killed him here, Vivi and that Alpha would probably take the blame and be executed by their sect. "You shouldn't intervene in other people's business when you go outside," The world is treacherous and full of traps. He sighed as he remembered his master's advice. He walked slowly out of his hiding place and revealed himself. Alex, that coward, quickly let go of Vivi, then returned to his seat while glaring at Sebastian. Sebastian glared back. During their next trip, the situation was a little tense. Only Vivi would joke a little while hunting spiders. That girl is funny. The situation got more dangerous as their road forward was full of spider webs. But thanks to his fireballs, all those were incinerated so they could walk easily. The spear in his hand was simply amazing. The spiders seemed to fear it, so he could hunt them quickly and efficiently by using Alex and Alpha as shields. He felt a little guilty about Vivi though. She was given the task of collecting gems and she would also help him collect his and would secretly give them to him while Alex was not watching. It didn't take them long to reach a circular clearing. In its center, it had a man-sized hole in the ground leading to some big cave. The boss's room. The boss should be down here, he said, as he looked at Alex who stood in the back a little hesitant. What a was? Sebastian said as he inspected the hole carefully. The hole had many mystical inscriptions around it. This was the one in the mural earlier. Something was strange though. There was a big stone that should be covering the hole, but it was on the side. Someone must have slid it away. Vivi, you go in there and check the situation, Alex said arrogantly as he grabbed Vivi's hand and threw her in. Sebastian could see the fearful look in her eyes as she fell inside. He glared at Alex and intended to jump after her, but seeing the spear in Alex's hand, he chose to be cautious and wait for a little. Being injured here, next to the boss's room, was dangerous. After 5 minutes, he heard Vivi's sharp scream, so he jumped in quickly to look for her while being prepared to counter Alex's stab in the back that didn't arrive. What happened next was not something he expected. The spear in his hand seemed to have come alive as it tilted and cut his face. Sebastian quickly stabilized it as landed in the cave and looked around, then at the spear to notice that it had some spider threads tangled on its base. He didn't notice those before. They must have been somewhere on the gate. He cursed silently, lamenting that it was his mistake for being too preoccupied with Vivi and Alex. He told himself to calm down as he wiped the blood from his cheek that had already healed. Just as he was prepared to call for Vivi, the boulder that acted as the cave's door was moved back to its original location to cover the entrance. It was Alex locking him inside in the darkness. Damn it. Sebastian quickly hit the boulder, but it didn't budge. Bastard. When I leave here I will go to your thunder sect and remove it from existence. He yelled angrily as he took out a flashlight from his bag and began to explore his surroundings, only to hear a fighting sound in the distance. Chapter 85. The Rising Star. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The Arachne was not something Tom was expecting. The clearing conditions said to kill the Black Widow, so he expected it to be a giant spider. But what he encountered was this half-woman half-spider creature. It would be okay if the human part was pretty, but this one was too grotesque for his taste. Tom was not afraid of its ugly face, 6 eyes, nor its sharp teeth that protruded unnaturally from its gaping mouth. What annoyed him were the small spiders that kept descending from the ceiling and biting him as he fought it. Fortunately, those guys were not poisonous, but that didn't mean their bites were any less painful. He cursed silently as he scratched his arm. Another one bit him. Damn it. He cursed loudly as his sword made contact with one of the Arachne's legs. He quickly rolled to the back, avoiding the web that it shot at him. Then he rose from his crouch and using his flaming sword, he struck its leg a second time before retreating and inspecting the results, to discover that it only left a shallow mark. This thing's armor is too tough, and his attacks are getting weaker after 4 hours of continuous fighting. He was getting extremely tired. But thankfully, that thing was too, and the system had been supplementing him with healing pills repeatedly. After the long fight and his repeated assaults on its legs, the Arachne's movement was not as fast as it was when he first started the fight. Although this cave was very large, it didn't lack obstacles. The huge stalactites that were covering the floor and the ceiling provided good grounds for maneuvers. So he has been using all those to his advantage. He felt that he should finish this quickly. The system has warned him that there were other players in here, but it was too whimsical to tell him their identity. He feared that the fat guy may have followed him here. For that reason, He hurried to the boss's room to clear the dungeon and get out as fast as possible. But this damn tenacious beast does not want to die. System notice: a player is approaching you from the back. Hide. Tom quickly found a boulder and stood behind it with difficulty, looking at Arachne that stopped attacking him as it had felt the new enemy approaching. It screeched loudly, then retreated a few steps, as if it feared what was coming from the shadows. It was a boy about 12-13 years old. He held an ominous spear in his hand. Tom wanted to warn him to be careful, but he quickly remembered where he was. This was a dungeon and this guy is also a player. System notice: this kid is an adult. Don't be fooled. He is 2 times older and 3 times stronger than you. The system has noticed that the spear in his hand may be able to kill the spider. 2 choices. 1. Attack the boy and take the Arachne Slayer spear. 2. On success, you get the spear. Be warned though that you need to fight the Arachne after defeating that guy. 3. On failure, you will not die, but you will wish you were. 4. Keep hiding and watch. Plus use your phone to record the battle, then act after they get tired. On success, you will get rich after selling the recording. On failure of being discovered, you will not die, but you will wish you were. It's your choice. Tom looked at the notice strangely. No matter what he chose to do, his failure would result in severe consequences. But he was very tired right now, so he just kept hiding and watched as the boy started the fight valiantly. He was way stronger than the Arachne that began to retreat. It was being cornered by the fireballs thrown by the kid. They burned all its webs. The small spider's bites didn't affect the kid as he slowly approached the exhausted Arachne. The fight with Tom earlier had trained it. Suddenly the kid stopped and looked strangely at the disadvantaged Arachne. After letting out a savage howl that no child could make, he threw himself at it with his bare hand after throwing the spear away. What is going on here? What is that kid doing? That kid was a pervert. The flabbergasted Tom gasped in shock as he watched the obscene acts that the kid was committing in front of him. He was not into these kinds of shows. Should he call the police? Spider police? And wouldn't a black widow eat her partner after mating? Would that kid be eaten? System notice: that guy is under the effect of an aphrodisiac, probably the effect of some nasty spider bite. What are you doing? Record it quickly. This movie can be sold for millions on the player's dark web. That guy would be a new star. Tom quickly nodded and took out his phone to record what was happening. He has to send it anonymously to avoid revenge, but it would really fetch him a good price with some customers. Maybe that pervert Victor would be interested. Damn. Can't that guy finish already and clear the dungeon? Tom cursed. That Arachne was begging for mercy. Tom could tell from her screeches, but that kid was not letting go. It has already been 2 hours. Suddenly, Tom realized what the system meant when he told him you will not die, but you will wish you were. If that kid chose him instead of the Arachne, his end would have been miserable. Suddenly the Arachne began to disintegrate as a screen appeared in front of his eyes. Dungeon cleared. Congratulations. Countdown until closing: 59 minutes. What? Did that guy kill it just like that? Tom wondered as he lowered his phone and saved the recording before he looked at the collapsed kid. Should he snatch that spear? The kid appeared to be unconscious. He needed to decide quickly as he also had to search for the rewards room. System notice: snatch the Fu King spear and run away. Tom nodded and quickly bolted into action. Lily was busy helping the girls clean the front hall that was splattered with blood. She might have gone a little bit overboard by splitting that guy in half, as his internal organs were now scattered all over the marble floor. You could have just stabbed him in the chest. Why go for his ass? Mana blamed her as she scrubbed the floor. She felt little nausea at first but quickly got over it. Victor dissected a goblin for them in the dungeon to explain its weak points. I think it's just the young master's influence. Mina, who was carrying a bucket of water, replied in Lily's stead. Lily blushed lightly and wanted to refute them when the doorbell rang, so she quickly ran to open the door, escaping the conversation. "Can I help you?" she asked when she saw a delivery guy at the door. "I am sorry, but you didn't have a guard on the gate, so I took the liberty to come here myself," he said as he took out a package. "This was sent to this address. Please sign here," he added, giving her the receipt. Lily nodded. She quickly scanned the package with her skill, then signed the receipt and closed the door after thanking the man. The package's wrapper was transparent so she could see that it was a magazine. The family's monthly report. The front cover featured a shot of her young master, sitting on a gilded chair, and under him, a big headline reads "The Rising Star, a New Elite." He looked dashing, but this photo was a little old, and Lily felt that it was missing something, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She really missed him, though. Where was he now? Was he alright? Chapter 86, The Black Widow. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alpha was glaring at Alex, who was washing her face at the fountain. They have returned to the temple after Victor locked that poor kid inside that cave, then closed the entrance after he escaped alone. She had an urge to help Sebastian, but Victor locked her power, rendering her helpless. And she couldn't go against Victor's wishes after all. That guy only told them that they need to play along. Just you wait, when my authority grows higher than yours I will get my revenge, she swore. The Roots were pretty much spider-free after the massacre they committed with Sebastian earlier, so the trip only took them 30 minutes. Victor left them alone after that, saying that he was going to fetch something. She did hear some loud noises a little while ago. Was it him creating trouble? After about 2 hours, Alpha, who got bored cursing at Victor, decided to confront Alex. "You are a female, aren't you?" Alpha said to Alex, who froze in her place, then turned to look at Alpha slowly. "No, I am not," he said, stuttering. She didn't fool her. She could tell for a while now. The ring on her finger was the gender-swapping ring. This thing was unique and was stolen from a collector 50 years ago according to her inherited knowledge. "Whatever, it's not like I care." "Why do you follow Victor?" she asked, not exposing Alex's secret, but wondering whether Victor knew about it. Alex hesitated a little, but after remembering what Victor said about Alpha being his new assistant, he began to tell Alpha the full story about the sect's betrayal and her escape, then how she met Victor and the deal between them. "Ah, so you are really the young master of the Thunder sect?" Alpha said in surprise. "Yes, acting like one once again was very refreshing," Alex said with some embarrassment. "But, why lie to that kid?" "Victor, that bastard was too vicious," she shouted, maybe to Alex, maybe to herself, or maybe to the entire world. "It's very rude to call your young master a bastard, and a vicious one at that." "I will punish you later," Victor said as he appeared out of thin air at the temple's entrance. Since when was he standing there eavesdropping on their conversation? Alpha wondered with a little blush. Victor walked slowly, then stood in the center of the hell where he took out his chair and unfolded it before sitting leisurely on it. "Are you worried about Sebastian? I should have told you earlier, that guy is probably about 30 years old. He is practicing some art called eternal body art. Do you know what that is?" Victor looked at her and asked, "What?" Alpha didn't want to believe him about Sebastian's age. But if what he told her about the eternal body art is true, then it may be plausible. Victor had no reason to lie about that. And that art existed in her memory. It also explains Sebastian's high level. It's an ancient art that was practiced by a long-forgotten sect, the Immortal Abode. But that sect has long been destroyed? She explained while wondering that maybe what Victor did was justifiable, that Sebastian dared to say he was 12. What a scumbag. But Victor was still too vicious. She thought, not realizing that what her young master really did to Sebastian was way beyond anything she could have imagined. Victor looked at her with horror in his eyes. The Immortal Abode was not destroyed at all. It emerged with the other hidden powers after the Reckoning and fought for world domination. At first, it was considered one of the top 5 new powers. But it was destroyed quickly in a catastrophic event, when an asteroid destroyed their sect on the day of their sect master's wedding, erasing everything there and killing all of the guests, including many high-level elders from the other powers, and destroying the delicate balance that the world finally achieved, throwing the great powers into a new war for dominance. Maybe it was not an accident after all. Whenever SIN was involved, things tend to take a crazy turn. It seemed not destroyed after all. And that guy already has the Arachne killing spear. He is fighting it in that cave to this moment, Victor said, making Alpha nod a little. "He was the danger I told you about when I looked at your fate. That's everything I can tell you for now," Victor added as he took out a water bottle that was in his bag. There was something inside of it. "A spider." "What is that?" asked Alpha, As Alex stepped away slowly, "The Black Widow, this dungeon's boss," said Victor with a sigh. Those idiots were still fighting the Arachne in the cave, not realizing that it was not the boss. The notification clearly stated "Kill the Black Widow." That thing only has 6 eyes. A Black Widow has 8. What? Isn't the dungeon's boss an Arachne? What about the murals? Alpha asked. "I told you, those are not created by the dungeon, but by whatever otherworldly power built this place. The world could kill Arachne easily. Do you know what conditions the world needs to create a dungeon around a target?" Victor asked. Alpha shook her head. "The target, a monster, most of the time should have an S rank fate or higher. The world would not be able to kill it, so it just contains it." Victor said. "As far as I know, creatures with S fate are nearly impossible to kill, but bosses get killed all the time." Alpha said she was not that knowledgeable about fate. "They are hard to kill in their original world. That's why the dungeon gets created, to sever them from their original destiny." Victor said as he looked at the little cute Black Widow in the bottle. "Enemy, the Black Widow, STR, 1, Agate 90, INT, 3, LCK, 15, CHM, 13, Skill. Poisonous Bite SSS plus, Poisonous Mist S plus, Poisonous Corpse SSS plus, Fate, S, Severed." Victor's eyes hurt after seeing all those S's. This thing was really dangerous. It was silently lurking beside the cave's entrance, waiting for a chance to escape. When Victor entered as Vivi, he quickly used the disguise to hide himself, fearing getting discovered by the Arachne, whom he also considered the boss at that time, but was surprised when his fate instinct warned him about danger. That was when he found this thing. So he slowly approached it and locked it in the only suitable container he had. This pet bottle. Victor slowly took out another bottle from his ring. It contained a pink liquid. Soul-corroding poison, rank SS. This was one of the bottles he left on the cliff to get filled with the miasma, and they were now complete. He just went back to fetch them and blew up some spiders' nests on the way with the grenades he had. "What is this?" Alpha asked curiously. "A poison. I will kill the Black Widow with it," he said, transferring the poison carefully from one bottle to the other. "This position will not affect the Black Widow's body, but just its soul. And when it dies, its corpse would become poisonous, and he could gain a new combined poison." The widow felt the strange liquid falling from the top and tried to step aside, but there was no way to go, and soon the poison touched it, and slowly it stopped moving. Now he only needs to leave it here and see what kind of poison gets created. Dungeon cleared. Congratulations. Countdown until closing, 59 minutes. Alpha looked at the notice, then turned to the dead spider and nodded. This guy may be a pervert, but he is really knowledgeable. If they didn't know about this, they may have had to spend years here, hunting every little spider. "If you want to hide my bloodline, you better do it now. If I got discovered, they would catch me pretty quickly," Alpha said, looking at the countdown. "Don't worry, I already locked down your bloodline, so you will feel a little weak. I can only unlock it when I am next to you, to use the disguise skill on you, and I can also give you the Horror's Jewel we found here. But I have better plans for this," he said, making Alpha a little upset. "Alex, get ready. The upgrade will hurt a bit, as you will have to experience a great increase," Victor said to Alex, who was sitting far away. "That Black Widow was disgusting, and after leaving here we would probably be in the gorge's bottom. You just hide and wait for me. Baron would probably be still searching the area. If they found you, just kill them," Victor added as a murderous look appeared on Alpha's face after hearing Baron's name. "Don't worry, I will help you kill him." "Too bad about the rewards room though. It must be in that cave," Victor said as he monitored Tom, who found it and discovered a huge retractable shield inside. Victor will leave it to him. He doesn't need it right now. Victor suddenly seemed to have remembered something and quickly pricked his finger and began to draw a magical circle on the ground. "What are you doing?" Alpha asked. "She does not recognize these symbols. When this dungeon closes, do you know where it will materialize?" he asked as he continued to draw. "It should be where we found it, down the gorge." "Wait, no. This one has multiple entrances on different continents, so its location must be somewhere else," she said in shock. "Exactly. This is a blood target array. I will not be able to use it for the time being, But when I have enough materials to create a greater tracking formation, I will be able to locate this place with my blood and get the real treasures here. He said. What treasures? The rewards? She asked. No, those will go to the guys in the cave below. Look up, he said. The miasma? She asked with uncertainty. The poison in the bottle was created using that miasma. It is a soul poison, he said, making Alpha gasp in shock as she looked at the bottles in Victor's bag. Those things are really valuable but extremely dangerous. Not just the miasma. Don't you feel that it's very strange that this place is well lit? That light passing through the miasma is not sunlight. There must be a treasure up there. But we're too weak to get it, he said, making Alpha and Alex look up again in wonder, as Victor finished his array, then put his bag that contained the bottles in his storage ring. It's about time, he said as he looked at the timer. Thankfully that Sebastian collapsed due to the aphrodisiacs effect and would not wake up until 3 days later. He would probably not remember a thing of what happened, so Victor intends to publish a certain video to remind him. If Nick was still alive, Victor would have thanked him for such an amazing drug, before killing him again. Victor shivered at the idea of this thing being used on him. The only thing left was selling all the low-level gems he got to make his merchant skill can level up, so he quickly did that just before the counter reached 0. Dungeon closing. Awarding process initialized. Thanks for participating. The dungeon was successfully integrated with the world. Victor smiled with content as he looked at his rewards screen. Rewards. Small spiders killed 25,121 1/millionths. Reward 2,512 exp. Medium spiders killed 1,132 10,000ths. Reward 5,660 exp. Big spiders killed 43 1,000ths. Reward 8,600 exp. Huge spiders killed 2 100ths. Reward 10,000 exp. Boss Black Widow killed 1 Reward 10,000 exp. Dungeon clearing contribution 35%. Reward 35,000 exp. Dungeon exploration 30%. Reward 3,000 exp. Total score 74,772 exp. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Level 12, exp 6,772 20,000 till next level. Strength plus 4, agility plus 4, intelligence plus 6, luck plus 5, charm plus 2, order plus 3. Your class has leveled up. Your fate has increased to D plus rising, fate resonance increased. The skill admin appraisal was modified. More detailed fate date. The skill admin merchant leveled up. Cooldown time reduced. More random merchandise. The skill unlimited disguise leveled up. Added taste disguise. The skill blood master seal leveled up. Number of slaves 3, 4. What does the system mean by taste disguise? Would someone eat him? Wondered Victor as he felt weightless and appeared in a desolate dried riverbed filled with bones. Human bones. Is this another dungeon? He wondered but quickly refuted the idea when looking up and seeing the familiar afternoon sky. This was the bottom of the Ravon. He quickly activated his disguise skill and headed to Alpha's position. She was quite near, standing with Alex while being surrounded by 5 men. Baron's subordinates. One of them was using his phone to contact his boss, but he couldn't do it, as Alex has already impaled him with his spear, then killed all the other guys by the time Victor reached them and stood surprised while looking at her states. The fate analysis got more detail too. Name, Alexis Donor, female, level, 71, class, Thunder Warrior. Abnormal status. Blood Slave, SSS, Authority, 7, Strength, 165, Agility, 139, Intelligence, 127, Luck, 37, Charm, 50, Order, 30, Skills, Thunder Fist Arts, First Half A, Spear Arts A, Spider Hater C, Increased Attack Against Spiders, Equipment, Gender Swapping Ring, S, Goldhorn Spear A, Thunder Sect Disciple Token, Cancelled. Fate's Status, Fate's Power, S, Fate's Direction, Strong Negative, Changing. Fate's Design, unaffected due to the Master's Fate Weaver effect. Total, negative S, Dark Cyan O. That new fate status explained everything. Victor nodded as he finally understood what a dark scion means. She had a strong fate, but it was against her. It seemed to be changing though, but for the better or the worst. He didn't really care. He was just pleased that he had got himself a new powerful butler, and maybe a harem member. Time would tell. Victor quickly went to them, then activated his disguise skill. "Let's go home," he said while watching a bright flare that rose in the sky not far from their position. Tom's location was just discovered. But that guy would never be caught that easily. Chapter 87, Home Again. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor and his two companions reached the mansion, it was already sunset. They were delayed as Victor took a roundabout road to avoid detection. He had to borrow 2 cars. The first thing Victor noticed was the lack of a guard on the gate. He was planning on letting Alpha kill him. But looking at the broken gate, Victor frowned as he hurried inside without speaking. Alpha and Alex looked at each other, then followed. When he reached the front door, he was welcomed by a pretty girl jumping into his arms. "Young master, I missed you," Lily said as she buried her head into his warm chest, listening to his familiar heartbeats. "What happened? Is everyone all right?" he asked with concern as he slowly patted her silky hair. "Yes, only that stupid guard got decapitated," she said without letting go, not caring about how muddy his clothes were. "Let's go inside to talk then," he said, then looked at Hilda, who was bowing respectfully at the door. "Hilda, this is Alpha, my new assistant. Guide her to Betu and the others, then prepare some dinner," he said, pointing at Alpha while ignoring Lily, who was pinching his arm. "This girl is a little jealous." "Bad young master, every time you go somewhere, you bring a new girl home," she cursed silently. Hilda nodded after hearing Victor's command, then looked at Alpha. "Miss Alpha, please follow me please," she said while wondering if this was the same Alpha the girls talked about. Alpha quickly followed after Hilda while shooting Victor, then Lily a curious look. That girl's features were somehow familiar. She must have seen her somewhere, but she could not remember when. Victor shook his head, then looked at Lily, who was still hugging him tightly. He slowly brushed her hair to the side, then kissed her forehead, making her relax her hug in shock. "Come on. This young master is tired. Let's go inside. Alex, you go get some rest too. You did great today," he said to Alex, who was a little jealous as he grasped Lily's hand and dragged her inside, where the twins who were peeking from the window quickly saluted with blushed faces. "I am pleased that the two of you are fine. Now go prepare some coffee for me. I will be in the study," he said, while dragging Lily to the mansion's study room, which he didn't use before. He remembers seeing a really comfortable armchair there though. And indeed that chair was there waiting for him, surrounded by long bookshelves filled with nothing except erotic magazines. This must have been designed by Nick. What a vulgar taste. But this is good. Next time he has guests, he would bring them here to enhance his image. He slowly sat down and guided the embarrassed Lily to sit on his lap, then pulled her over so her body would rest on his. "I can relax at last," he said with a sigh. "Now, what happened?" he asked Lily, whose face was resting on his chest. "It was an elder from the Thunder sect with 2 of his disciples. They came for Alex," she explained, then proceeded to tell him in detail about the battle that ensued in the morning. "Not bad. It's my fault. I should have hired some guards, but I didn't want any eyes from the family to come near," he said with a sigh after hearing the full story. "Did you inform my father or George? They promised to take care of any intruders," he asked. "No, neither of them was available. The assistant told me that they are in the Misty Mountains cleared dungeon," Lily said. "Ah, so that's it. Well, no need to inform them anymore. I already arranged someone to fix the Thunder sect," he said. Eradicating a sect is not something that he can do casually, even if it was a tiny sect. But Sebastian was different, as he can do it more silently. Even if he didn't completely destroy them, they would be weakened enough by the time he goes to collect their treasures. As far as he knows, every sect has a secret legacy treasury, and Alex was the main heir, so he must know how to unlock it. After a little knock on the mahogany door, Mana slowly entered while holding a tray with a steaming cup of coffee on top of it. "Ah, thanks, Mana," said Victor with a smile as he carefully took the cup while taking care not to spill any on Lily. Mana nodded with a blush, then escaped the room. Miss Lily is getting bolder. We should do the same too, she thought. Victor smiled and began to sip in his coffee peacefully. Enjoying such a moment of rest was a rare occasion. This young master thought that after finishing the ceremony I would be able to enjoy some peaceful time. He thought, but until now I have been hopping from one place to another, not a moment of rest. I should build my own power quickly, to free my schedule. He swore silently, as he slowly brushed Lily's hair. The peace didn't last long as it was interrupted by a phone call. Victor gestured to Lily, who quickly took the phone from his pocket then activated the speaker. It was Aria. Brother, I am calling you to ask if you want to attend a socializing party organized by the city's top investors. It will happen tomorrow at the White Hotel. Aria got straight to the point. Not interested, said Victor without opening his eyes. Are you sure? Your fiancé would be there? She asked, making Lily jerk a little. Still not interested. Is there anything else? He asked. Did you take a look at the family's monthly report? They put your photo on the cover. She teased. What? Not yet. Now go do your job, he said as he hung up the phone. Did the report arrive? He asked Lily. Yes, this morning. I didn't have a chance to inform you. I will go get it, she said, wanting to stand up, but Victor's arm that was around her stopped her. It's okay, he said as he rang a bell beside his chair. After a few seconds Minu entered the room. Do you need anything, young master? She asked, while secretly looking at Lily's sitting posture. Manu already told her, but she didn't think it would be this intimate. Get me the family's report that arrived this morning, he said, so she quickly saluted and went to fetch it. It didn't take her long to get it, then escape the room. Victor took the report and looked at its cover with a frown. He didn't remember when this photo was taken, probably a few days before his return. He quickly found the ceremony's results and looked at his highlighted name. There was a full article about him on the next page. It contained all sorts of facts, how tall he was, how smart he was, his favorite color, etc. Yes, he did do an interview like that before, long ago. I should have known better. But that was not unexpected, Victor said as he threw the magazine on the coffee table by his side, with a cold smirk. Are you not satisfied, young master? Lily asked. Dear Lily, you must understand that an aristocratic family never shows its true fangs. The fact that grandmother made me an elite then published it like that means that she was only using me to attract attention. I would never be granted the true benefits of elite disciples, access to the family's secrets, he said, with a smirk. He already knew most of those. So she wants you to be a target for the other families while hiding the true elites, she said. Exactly. It's not like I didn't consider such a possibility, he said. What should I do now? He asked. Prove yourself, Lily answered timidly. She knew that this question was not meant for her. That's a possibility, but I don't like it, he said as he hugged Lily tighter with his arm. If he really decided to prove himself, he will be expected to sacrifice himself and devotedly serve the family. But this young master didn't take all the trouble and risks of time travel to sacrifice himself or serve others. He will do things his way. I will do what they expect me to do. I will be the most degenerate elite they ever had, he said with an evil smile as he took the phone and called Aria. What? She answered with a yell. She was really upset he hung up on her earlier. I changed my mind. I will go to the party. Send a driver to get me tomorrow, he said. I already told them you would not go, she said, sounding annoyed. Then tell them that I would, and this young master would bring an escort, he said as hung up on her again, then dialed another number, making Lily, who saw it, pinch his thigh hard. Pervert, she thought with jealousy. Hi Margaret. Are you free tomorrow night? No. I need you to accompany me to the White Hotel. No, not that. There will be a party and I need you to accompany me. Yes, that party. Are you interested? Yes, meet me at the mansion tomorrow then, he said, then hung up. Why not take me? Asked Lily in a faint voice. That won't work. You are too pretty and elegant for my plan. I don't want any of those other young masters to look at you in a formal dress, and I would need my partner to seduce others too. I can't tolerate others touching you or even thinking about you. my plan requires a slut to make me look like a pervert," he said, appeasing the pouting Lily. "That's rude, young master." "Miss Margaret has her own difficulties," she said with a little blush. "The twins have already told her some things about Margaret. They have known her since they were kids." "I know, but she is a slut. I will need you to find a suitable dress for her. Just ask the twins for her measurements." "I want her to look as hot as possible," said Victor as he took the now cold coffee cup and sipped at it. "His grandmother is going to use him as a smokescreen, so he will act as one, an obvious and lascivious smokescreen. In an old apartment, Margaret was sitting on her bed in a daze when her cousin Lulu entered the room. "Ah, Margaret, what are you doing resting at this hour? Didn't Mum order you to prepare dinner?" Lulu said. "Ah, sorry, I got distracted," Margaret said as she sat up. "I heard you on the phone. Are you going on a date?" "It's been a while. I heard that Uncle made you go on all kinds of dates back in the day," Lulu said with a smirk, making Margaret bite her lip. She really wanted to forget her past, but this speech would never allow her to do that. She really wanted to break the jaw of this cousin of hers, but she lives in her aunt's house after all. And although they treated her like a maid, they were not that bad. "Lulu, don't be harsh on Margaret." A male voice came from the door. It was Abe, Lulu's big brother. "Is it true, Margaret? Are you going on a date tomorrow?" he asked Margaret with concern, making her want to puke. This guy was worse than her uncle. He tried to set her up multiple times, but she refused him. He had a dream to be a pimp, and he considered Margaret to be his first prostitute. "Yes, I have a new rich boyfriend," she lied. At best, Victor would consider her a maid or a plaything, but that guy was too powerful, and he gave her a choice. And he said that if she became his, he would never let go of her. And that is exactly what she needed. A place to call home. Abe frowned a little, as Lulu knotted her brows with envy. "That would not work. As your cousin, I have to go with you." "What if that guy is some kind of a perverted young master?" he said righteously, probably planning on selling her. Margaret thought for a moment, then nodded. "Fine by me, but my boyfriend has a really short temper." "You have to be careful," she said. This was her last test for Victor. If he fixed Abe for her, she would surrender to him. Chapter 88, Butler. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alpha was guided to a modern building not far from the main mansion. "This is the servants' residence, and the girls are staying here with me. The young master has ordered me to supervise their education," Hilda said as they entered the buildings, then climbed the stairs to the second story, where they headed to a well-lit study room. After entering, Alpha silently watched the girls who were busy doing some kind of math problem. She couldn't help but smile. When they were at Titus's mansion, she would secretly teach them each night. But they lacked many supplies. She wished that someday they would be able to live a normal life. And although this life in the hand of that perverted young master was not perfect, she could see that he treats them well. They were clean and well-dressed, and she could see that they had content smiles on their faces. That guy may not be as bad as she thought he would be. Beta soon looked up after hearing Alpha's footsteps. Her eyes slowly widened as she saw her smiling big sister. "Alpha!" she yelled in shock, making all the girls look up and see the newcomer. She just froze, not knowing if she was a real person or a ghost. "What? You will not welcome your big sister?" Alpha said with a smile. The first one to react was Theta, who threw herself at Alpha and began to sob. The girl followed one by one, all hugging Alpha at the same time. Hilda shook her head with a smile as she retreated silently. She had to go prepare dinner, and the girls deserve some private time with their big sister. "We thought you were dead," Beta said as she wiped her tears. "Yeah, I thought that too. But I was able to survive," she said, without revealing too much information. "How did you get here?" Gamma asked. "I met Victor by chance, and he told me about you," she said. "Ah, you met the young master. Would you live here with us?" asked Theta with some expectations. "Yes, I am apparently his new assistant," said Alpha with a shallow smile. The girls cheered happily as they wiped their tears. They were really glad to be united with their big sister, who was their only support during the dark days they lived in Titus's basement. "What about you? How did you get into Victor's hands?" Alpha asked. "Ah, it was Miss Lily who saved us," Beta said as she slowly explained how Lily took them out, then how they emptied the mansion, then rigged it under her command, making Alpha nod in approval, then curse at how Victor can manipulate little girls when they told her about the choice he gave them. But he was right. If those girls were left to their own means, they would end up dead, or worse. Is Lily that veiled girl? Alpha asked. Yes, she is very kind, the same as you, sister, E2 answered. Did you see what she looked like under the veil? Alpha asked again. No, but according to Miss Mina, one of the mansion's maids, Lily is the most beautiful girl she had ever seen. Beta said. I should take a look at that girl's face. Alpha thought as she sat down with the girls and began to inquire about their living conditions here and about what Hilda taught them. It was an hour later when Mina entered the room. Ah, you must be Alpha. I am Mina. The young master has instructed me to tell you that we will be having dinner in the main dining room, so you should come to join us with everyone. Mina said before smiling kindly to the girl, then retreating. Let's go then, said Alpha to the girls, who quickly nodded, then arranged their books neatly before leaving for dinner. When Victor entered the dining room while holding Lily's hand, the girls were all seated and waiting for him. He had already taken a shower and changed into an elegant casual. He quickly sat on the main chair with Lily sitting to his side, and Alex standing respectfully behind him. You grab a seat too, Alex. This is not a formal dinner, Victor said with a smile. Alex nodded, then quickly got a seat. Mina and Mana quickly began to arrange the dishes, then went to their seats with Hilda as the meal began. Victor intended for this to be like a big family dinner. Young master, Margaret called me. She wants to go shopping in the morning. Can we accompany her? Mina asked. She no longer got nervous talking to Victor. Not after what happened in the dungeon. Oh, I will go with you too. I planned to let Lily choose a suitable dress for her, as she would accompany me to an official party tomorrow. Just tell her to come here in the morning, then we will go together, he said, then took his phone and messaged Arya to send a driver and a car that would fit 6 passengers in the morning. Mina nodded, then messaged Margaret quickly, telling her to come to the mansion first, and that Victor would accompany them. Alex, I want you to go too. I will have to run some errands while the girls are shopping, so I would need you to accompany me, Victor added. Alex, whose mouth was filled to the brim, quickly nodded. Victor shook his head while thinking that he had to teach that girl some manners. Living as a boy for a long time has taught her bad habits. Young master, I was planning to get a new guard for the mansion. Do you have any preferences? Hilda asked as she slowly put down her fork elegantly. Delay this for 2 days. I have some ideas. But find someone to fix the gate, and purchase some surveillance equipment. We will install them ourselves, Victor replied while thinking about the master ring he got from Nick. It had the marks of 41 slaves in it when he got it. He needs to get those, but tracking them with the ring would require a car. He intends to purchase one tomorrow. And although you girls can't leave this place yet, take tomorrow as a vacation and enjoy your day with Alpha, he said, making Beta and the others cheer happily, while Alpha looked at him weirdly. She didn't know what he was planning, but the girls needed to relax a little. Suddenly, there was a slight knock on the mansion's door. Victor frowned, then asked Hilda to see who it was. Hilda quickly saluted, then went to the door. She returned 5 minutes later, with a serious look on her face. Young master, it is someone from the family. He requested a meeting with you, so I took the liberty to guide him to the study, she said. Victor slowly stood up. Lily wanted to go with him, but he gestured to her to sit down. Everyone continue your meal. I already know what this is about. There would be no trouble, Victor said as he elegantly left the dining room, then headed to the study, where an old man, with a straight back, white hair, and a thin white moustache was waiting. He was looking with distaste at the bookshelves. Young master, this humble one is Olaf, the head butler of the family. I have been instructed to hand you the awards for being appointed an elite heir, Olaf said as he bowed down. Oh, yes. This young master was busy celebrating with my maids, so I have forgotten about that, Victor said arrogantly as he sat down on his armchair and crossed his legs. What did I get? The patriarch already gave me a company and some various properties around the city, he said as he yawned lazily. He has not gotten a good night's sleep in a while. This is a different kind of reward, young master, the man said as he handed Victor 3 envelopes. The first is the right to command the family's battalion around the city. You can call the number in the first envelope. Olaf said. Cool, said Victor as he looked at the black card inside the envelope. The second is a special butler. Just enter the website written inside the second envelope. Then enter the key and then choose one from those who graduated this year from the family's servants' school. Olaf added. Victor nodded without opening the second envelope. He will attend to this tonight. The third is the power to use the family's political and financial power globally. This would be managed by the butler you choose. Olaf said, Now I will excuse myself, this lowly one has many tasks to attend to, said Olaf as he saluted respectfully then left the mansion. Victor frowned as he looked at the envelopes. Those rewards are missing many things that are usually given to elites. Victor slowly returned to the dining room to complete his meal before heading to his room, where he sat on his desk and contemplated silently. Usually, there would be another reward, but few knew about it. It was a chance to enter the family's vault. It looks like he would have to squeeze it out of his grandmother. Are you okay, young master? Lily asked with concern as he didn't talk much since returning from the study. It's nothing. Come to have a look at those with me and help me choose, he said as he fired up his computer and entered the website that was written on the card in his hand. A butler is a high-ranking servant who has rights beyond any others and can usually act using the authority of his master. He would manage all of his master's business and act as a connection with the family and the local forces. For example, if Victor had a butler, he would not have had to call Harold when Lee wanted to arrest him after the car crash. He would just call his butler who would then fix things most economically. Every elder or elite in the family may have one or more butlers depending on his rank and accomplishments. George was Theodore's first butler, while Baron was Titus's father's butler. The website homepage had photos of many men in black butler suits with their names and CVs visible. Are you going to choose a butler, young master? Asked Lily while she stood behind him brushing his hair. Yes, he replied as he tried to remember if there were any good butlers he heard of. Soon he stopped at the last photo on the page. It was of a fat but handsome young man. That's the one. That man looks too lousy, young master, Lily said. Exactly. That guy looks like a lousy pervert, but he is an excellent butler, Victor said as he glanced at the man's lackluster CV and family evaluation. His name was Kai. When he met him in the past, he was working for his big sister. She has an amazing eye for talent. That's why she could fish out such a gem that no one wanted. This time he will get him before her. That man was simply amazing. Despite his despicable personality, he was very loyal and efficient in his job. His big sister usually sent him to help Victor secretly after he was kicked out. And it took the family 3 years to discover him, then scold his sister. They didn't dare punish her as she had a very unique position in the family. Victor didn't hesitate. He quickly selected him from the list, then entered the key provided by the family, finalizing his choice with a smile. With this guy protecting his back, he would be at ease. Soon his phone rang. So Victor activated the speaker, to let Lily listen to. Hello, young master, this is Kai. Thanks for choosing me. I am now on the island and will arrive at Vane City in 2 days. But if you need anything you can call me at this number, I can manage things remotely, Kai said in one breath, making Victor smile as he thought about this guy's efficiency. Sorry, we don't have any young masters here. This must be a wrong number, said Victor. What? Wait, idiot, I am joking with you. Make sure you confirm the other side's identity before flapping your mouth next time. Victor rebuked him. Sorry young master. Kai's voice had a hint of embarrassment. Now prepare an unmarked $2 million for me, and I will tell you where to send them later. This is a test for you, Victor said while thinking that it's about time Tom contacted him for the Linda video. Are you really my young master? Kai asked in confusion. You are calling on a secure family phone, you idiot, Victor said as he hung up. Is it okay to scold him like that, young master? Lily asked. Yeah, he works better this way, Victor answered. He had asked his sister the same question and got the same answer. Victor slowly stretched his hands and yawned, then he slowly stood up and turned to face Lily. Let's go to bed. I missed my favorite hugging pillow, he said with a smile as he put his arm around her slender waist. Chapter 89, Night's Whispers. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alpha was staying with Beta and the others in one room. They chose to sleep together tonight, as they missed each other. Hilda didn't seem to mind them scattering mattresses all over the floor. Alpha, who was looking at the ceiling thinking about what happened today, suddenly heard Beta's voice. She was also unable to sleep. Alpha, what do you think of the young master? Beta asked. He is a pervert, like all of them. Alpha replied. But I think he is really nice. He took us in and treated us nicely even though he didn't have to. Beta said. He even let us shop online to get all the clothing and necessities we wanted. She added. Was it him or that Lily? Asked Alpha. It was Miss Lily, but she told us that this was what the young master intended. Beta said. I just don't trust him. What if he decided to sell you to some pervert friend of his one day? Alpha said. We are already his mates, what can we do? Said Beta with a sigh. Alpha nodded silently. She didn't reply. I don't think he will do it. We already know he raided Titus's mansion and he wouldn't want others to know about that. And I think he is too handsome to be evil. Epsilon, who didn't sleep, suddenly said, making Alpha shake her head. That girl is a lost cause. That is the effect of him being a player. The charm stats. Mina told us that players have stats like that video game we played in the afternoon. Beta rebuked. What? They told you about the players? Alpha raised her head and looked at her sisters in shock. This means he planned to keep them with him and not sell them. Yes, did he tell you about this too? It was really hard to believe it until Miss Lily broke a solid rock with her bare hand. Theta said as she clenched her hand as if she was the one crashing that stone. It seems like all of the girls were still awake. I am a player too, Alpha said as she laid back on her mattress, while thinking that Vector may be intending to make them awaken as players too. Like that would be an easy task. Families would spend all their wealth and power to get such an easy method if one existed. What? The girls rose up and looked at Alpha with shock. You are a player, really? They asked. Yup, it happened by chance. She lied. She has been a player since birth. Are you strong? What is your class? Gamma asked curiously. It's rude to ask a player about his stats, but yes, I am very strong. My class is a warrior, she said, concealing some facts. Stronger than Miss Lily? And Aunt Hilda? Theta inquired. Probably, but I don't know their levels so I can't say. Alpha replied with a sigh. All of her power didn't stop her from falling into the hand of that pervert, Victor. What do you think we should do tomorrow? Beta asked to change the subject after hearing Alpha's gloomy reply. I think we should use the pool in the gym. The stuff we ordered has already been delivered, and we have to try on new swimming clothes. Delta said. Titus already taught them how to swim. He thought it would be good for the sales. He didn't let them wear anything though. Yes, it's been a while, said Beta with a smile. Alpha frowned as she thought about Victor's dirty eyes watching her sisters in the pool, but she quickly scolded herself. What does it matter? Why was she too sensitive about Victor? She didn't know. Alex was sitting on the balcony while looking at the pale moon. In her hand, she held her Thunder Sect's disciple token. There was a scar running across it, making it invalid. Alex could feel this scar running through her own heart. It was all because of her best friend and his father. They conspired to kill her father and take the patriarch's seat. But they will pay. She would make them. She wanted to return after leaving the dungeon. But the young master stopped her. He said that revenge is a dish better served cold. He warned her that every sect has a formation, and even with all her power she had no chance there. She knew that quite well, but she couldn't hold herself. The young master manipulated Sebastian to go there. He would probably take revenge on the Thunder Sect, but would not destroy them completely. But whatever he did, that formation would be destroyed, so they only needed to wait for news about the sect to go there. Mina and Mana were laying silently in their beds when Mina asked, Sister, when should we tell the young master about our decision? She asked. I was planning to tell him after dinner, but he seemed a little upset about something. So I thought about leaving it until tomorrow. Mana answered. I think that's better too. Didn't you see how Lily was glued to him? I think it's better to give them some time together. Mina said. Yeah, No need to hurry. Lily has clearly told us that he can't touch women for now. Mana said. The girls were not stupid. They realized that if they chose to stay with him they would be considered his lovers. This was a good thing for them, as they really didn't want to leave each other. And after getting to know him for the last few days, they were not really against the idea. He was rich, handsome, and genuinely nice to them. He even made them players and took care of them in the dungeon. Much better than that peeping Tom. They were disillusioned after seeing the perverted recording. Victor was not bad as he acts to be. They could tell from the way he looked at the girls. Although he inspected them repeatedly and appeared like a pervert, there was no lecherousness in his look. It was a warm look, like how a big brother looks at his younger sisters. Do you think he will get his hands on Margaret too? Mina asked. Probably. But that would be better for her. She didn't say it, but I could tell her life is not easy. We would gain a new sister anyway. Mana answered with a light blush. Yeah, I have a feeling that every time the young master goes somewhere there will be an additional sister, Mina said with a sigh. Does it matter? Asked Mana. No, as long as we can stay together. Her sister answered with a smile. Hilda slowly made a last trip to the mansion before heading to the servants' building. She silently passed through the corridors checking on the girls. Alpha was sleeping with her sisters. She could hear their laughter clearly from the corridor. This was not bad at all. The young master is really great. She has served others before and knows how much darkness exists in the family. For the girls to be able to laugh like that was a real blessing. When she met Victor at first she thought that he was another pervert like Nick, Baron or Theodore. He seemed to be a little too arrogant. But after talking with him she realized that this was all a facade. This young master was a genius. The rumors surrounding him were clearly false, and he was using those to his advantage. He may appear to be a pervert on the outside, and made her really worried when she sent the girls to his chamber the first night he got here. But she had to do it because he was still young and didn't have much experience with women, as she knew about the family's rules. The twins were like daughters to her, and if they were able to gain his trust and approval, that would guarantee a stable life for them in the future. But what the girls told her the next morning excited her expectations. He didn't touch them, just let them sleep with him. But that's not the interesting thing. What mattered was the girls' tone when they talked about him. They were no longer scared and had a really good impression of him. She could hear their little bed talk when she passed by their room. Those girls had made their decision. But that was to be expected. She could still remember how he saved them from Nick that night. He even gave her a healing pill. She knows how expensive those were. And after that, he made the twins players. He claimed it was a coincidence. But she didn't believe it, although unreasonable. Her gut feeling told her that he knew what he was doing. And she always trusted her gut feeling. Victor was a great young master. She was sure of it. Maybe being sent here was not a bad thing after all. Victor was smiling silently as he looked at the sleeping beauty cuddled in his embrace. When he met her for the first time before the ceremony, he was planning to take advantage of her as a part of his plan, maybe exchange her for great benefits from her family. But later, after seeing her true beauty, and interacting with her for a while, he began to like her. And he could tell that she truly loved him. But he was hesitant. It all changed in the dungeon. At first he felt a little jealous after seeing that she began to be swayed by Tom when she protected him with her body. At that moment, he felt something in his heart break. A barrier that he erected after his wife was killed in his previous life. He realized that he truly loved Lily, and he would not tolerate anything happening to her. Now, looking at the content smile on her sleeping face, he was wondering what to do. If he really wanted to keep her, he would have to face a lot of trouble. But for her, he was ready to face anything. But the problem was her family. Those guys are still busy for now, but eventually, they would trace her to him. If he really wanted to keep her at that time, she would have to be his main wife. He was not against the idea, as he would treat all his girls equally regardless of their status. But the problem was convincing his family. He felt that he should go to the island and negotiate a deal with his grandmother. Maybe he would be able to fix the trouble with Linda too. But that would have to wait for a few days. He was waiting for something that could happen any day now. He was not sure, since this thing happened years later in his other life. but his actions have sped things up. His first step should be to awaken his and Lily's bloodlines. He had already collected some of the materials, but there was a specific component that was really hard to get. That thing is vital for his plan, as he would need to awaken the girls' bloodlines too before making them players, as that would grant immense benefits. Now, he only wanted one thing, and that was to spend the night with Lily in his embrace. As for the other things, he will leave them until the morning. Chapter 90, Boyfriend. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Margaret stretched her body after stepping down from the taxi. She was wearing a white shirt and short jeans. "Where is your boyfriend? Shouldn't he be waiting for us?" her first cousin Abe asked as he looked around. They were now next to the mansion's lower gate. Margaret ignored him. This place is very remote. Are you sure he is rich?" her second cousin Lulu added. She insisted to come with her after she heard that her boyfriend would take her shopping. "The mansion is not visible from here, this is its gate." "Let's go," Margaret said as she began to head up, while wondering where did that sloppy guard and the iron gate go. She has been here only a few times when she walked the twins home with Tom. "Oh, is this his family's house? He should be very wealthy," Abe said as he nodded in approval as he could see how extraordinary the gate was. They slowly climbed the hill while looking around. The road and trees on its sides were well maintained. It took them 15 minutes to reach the top of the road, where they were welcomed by the massive Renaissance-styled mansion on the top of the hill. "Wow, are you sure your boyfriend isn't just the janitor here?" asked the astonished Lulu as she looked around. If her cousin's boyfriend was really that rich, she needed to snatch him. "Why does this place look like it went through a battle?" Abe asked with a frown as he noticed the damaged floor and posts around the front door. "I don't know. Maybe they are renovating," Margaret said as arrived at the door and timidly pressed the fancy bell button. The doorbell rang with some kind of a classical music tune. Soon, a pretty red-haired maid opened the door. Margaret, you came early." "The young master is still having his breakfast," Mina said before looking at Abe and Lulu. "And who are those?" She cocked her head cutely as she asked. "Those are my cousins Lulu and—" Margaret began to speak but was interrupted by Abe. "I am Abe, Margaret's cousin." "Nice to meet you," Abe said as he flashed Mina a bright smile and stretched his hand. Hello, I am Mina, Margaret's friend, and I work here as a maid," said Mina politely, nodding while ignoring his handshake. She can see the dirty look he was giving her, and she didn't like it at all. Abe didn't mind, but after hearing that she was Margaret's friend, he began to weave some schemes. "The young master has instructed me to take you to him immediately when you come, but I have to check about your cousins," Mina said as she used her phone to text Victor about the unexpected visitors. Wondering if she should take them there or just leave them in the reception room, the young master quickly replied, "Let them come here. Follow me, the young master is waiting," Mina said as she got out of the mansion and gestured to them to follow. "Isn't your young master inside?" asked Lulu. She really wanted to go inside and take some selfies. She could see how luxurious this place was when Mina opened the door. "No, this morning he wanted to enjoy the scenery, so he had his breakfast served to the gym," Mina said as she quickened her steps. "The gym? What scenery is there at the gym?" wondered Abe as he followed slowly. Margaret was really nervous. Would Victor hate her after meeting her snobbish cousins? But she wanted to know his reaction. But what she didn't take into account was her cousin's shock when they reached their destination. Abe was so amazed by what he saw that he opened his mouth wide and totally ignored the drool that fell from it. A purple-haired handsome young man was sitting at a round table filled with delicacies and eating alone, while a veiled girl and a pretty boy stood next to him respectfully serving him. He was wearing brown denim pants and a black t-shirt showing his perfect arms. That was what Margaret noticed. Abe didn't look at those at all. What grabbed his eyes from their sockets were the 8 girls in revealing swimsuits who were playing in the pool. Each one of them was prettier than the other in some way. "Oh, Margaret, you came a little early," Victor said as he finished chewing his buttered bread. Sorry. My cousins insisted on following me." "This is Lulu and Abe," she said apologetically, introducing her cousins. Abe was still in a trance looking at the girls. Hello, I am Lulu, Margaret's cousin. Are you really her boyfriend? Lulu said as she approached him coquettishly. Victor looked sternly at Margaret, who lowered her head in shame. Maybe she shouldn't have claimed that Victor was her boyfriend after all. Not hers, but yes, Margaret is one of my girlfriends, Victor said arrogantly as Lily gently stuffed 2 eggs in his mouth, then returned to his back, giving him a shoulder massage. Margaret breathed a sigh of relief. Victor didn't betray her. Ah, girlfriends? Asked Lulu as she looked at the girls at the pool. Would the young master mind have another girlfriend? Lulu asked with a blushed face. Lulu, you can't. Margaret wanted to rebuke her, but Victor beat her to it. I don't mind that, but she must be a student at the elite academy. This young master can't just date any random beach, he said arrogantly, then turned to look at the girls in the pool. Alpha was stretching her slender legs. What? But Margaret is not in that academy, Lulu protested. That's not true. I actually applied yesterday and got approved, Margaret said, making Lulu turn to the back and look at Margaret in shock. What? She yelled, waking Abe from his trance. Is that true, Margaret? Did you get accepted? You must know that the academy costs a fortune. Even if you got accepted, you would still have to pay a lot of money. We can't pay you for that, he said with a frown. If Margaret moved to the academy's dormitory, he would not get a chance to use her. I know, but I already sold my precious thing to the young master, and he agreed to sponsor me, Margaret said ambiguously, making Lily, who was massaging Victor's shoulders, pinch them a little too strong. What? Lulu said as she looked at Victor with greedy eyes. Young master, you must know that Margaret is not a virgin, she said. I am different. She wanted to offer herself but was stopped by Abe. This was not the right time. Such a deal must be done in private. That's disrespectful, Lulu. Young master, I hear that you plan to go shopping with my cousin. Would you mind if we tagged along? He asked, trying to act like a gentleman. Why not? But the car I requested would only fit 6 people. So you would have to take your own car, Victor said. Doesn't the young master have other cars? Lulu asked. No, I only moved here recently and didn't have the time to buy one, Victor said as he took out a linen napkin to wipe his hands and mouth, then threw it casually on the table before standing up and stretching. Young master, the car has arrived, Mana came from the back and reported, making Abe look at her, then at Mina in shock. Why didn't you tell me you have twin friends? He whispered to Margaret. You never asked, Margaret replied, making him really upset. His plan is not working. He was planning on selling Margaret or milking some money from her rich boyfriend, but that peach has probably already sold herself for a chance to enter the elite academy. No, there is a chance to make some money here. He has to find an opportunity to speak alone with that young master. What was his name again? He never heard it. Let's go then, Hilda. Take care of the girls for me, Victor said to Hilda, who was standing by the door as he walked out of the gym. What is your boyfriend's name? Abe asked Margaret in a faint voice. Victor. She spat back at him as she followed Victor out and caught up with Mina. Do those girls work here too? She whispered. Yup, Mina replied. Abe, who heard her, gave the girls in the pool one last glance, engraving them in his memory, then left too. He really wanted to use his phone to record some scenes, but he didn't dare to do that. Little did he know that his decision has saved his life. Alpha has been nearing him for a while. When they returned to the front yard, Margaret could see that there was a luxurious 6-passenger SUV parked, and the driver was standing lazily next to it. Oh, you were discharged? Can you drive? Victor asked the driver as he inspected him. Yes. 2 ribs were broken, but I can drive, Leo said with a little cough. He was discharged from the hospital yesterday with medical advice to rest for a month, but he insisted on taking this job. Getting to know the young master is the quickest elevator towards success. Good. Get in. Alex in the front, while Lily and Margaret would be in the back with me, he said as he entered the back seat, followed by Mina and Mana, who quickly got into the seats in the middle. Abe and Lulu looked at the filling SUV with envy. We will be going to the White Oak Mall. Meet us there, Victor said as he relaxed with his head on Lily's thighs and his legs on Margaret's. Soon the car started and went downhill. I have already called a cab for the 2 of you, you may wait for it downhill, Hilda said from the back. waking Abe and Lulu from their trance. They quickly looked at each other, then hurried down the hill without thanking Hilda. What a snobbish couple. I hope the young master takes Margaret in. That poor lass deserves a better family, Hilda thought as she entered the mansion. Leo kept looking back through the mirror as he drove the car. What the fook? I only went away for a couple of days and he already had a new girl. Focus on driving. If you get into another accident, this young master would break the rest of your ribs if you survived, Victor shouted from the back, making him return his attention to the road as he silently cursed at Victor, who was enjoying the ride as Lily was playing with his hair while Margaret was pinching his calves. Since you told your cousin that you are my girlfriend, you must have made your decision, right? He asked Margaret. She answered with a little blush. Good, you are now mine. You will live with us in the mansion from now on, he said. Really? Mina and Mana turned back to look at Margaret with a smile. Yes, but may I ask you what my position is? She asked shyly. She knew that being his real girlfriend was impossible for her, especially after seeing the girls today. They were probably his servants. You would be my servant, for now. I may give you a better assignment later. You can claim to be my girlfriend to your heart's content though. The same applies to all of you here, including you Leo and Alex, if you ever decided to give up being men, Victor said as he laughed loudly. Alex was shocked a little, then thought that Victor was just joking. Could it be that Alpha told him? From the way he treated her as usual, she was certain he didn't know. And he also included this Leo in his offer. So this must be a joke. The twins blushed a little but said nothing. Why does he no longer ask them about their decision? Do they need to confess by themselves? That's so embarrassing. Leo just cursed silently again. This driver is a man. He wanted to shout loudly. Margaret nodded. She was expecting such a result. She had already been treated as a maid in her aunt's house. At least she would be with her friends here, and Victor didn't treat her badly at all. With the money she got from Victor and being a player, she can live a comfortable life alone. But after browsing the website Victor gave her in the dungeon, she realized how naive she was. It was an index of all public player websites. Although logging in was a little tricky, using the key he gave her, the process didn't take long, and it was totally worth it. What she read made her realize the difference between commoners and players, and how much power the big powers held. Normal players, although have way better lives than normal people, were just normal wage earners when compared to their real strong families. And they had to risk their lives every time they went into a dungeon. Victor's family, the Von Wise, was one of the most powerful ones. They controlled whole countries from the shadows. In such families, it is normal for an heir to have 50 to 100 mistresses. Being a maid for an heir like Victor was not bad at all. In fact, many girls would even accept being Victor's playthings, if he allowed them, as he was still young and way more handsome than some of the guys she read about. Her phone's ringing sound brought her back to reality. Victor looked at the unknown number with a smile. Your first assignment. Answer, and accept all of his demands, Victor said as he threw the phone to Margaret with a smirk. She looked at the strange number, then pressed the speaker button. Is this Victor Von Wise? A hoarse voice sounded from the other side. This is his maid. I was instructed to manage all of his phone calls for now as he is very busy, she said professionally. What? Ma? No. The voice stopped for a moment as if he was collecting his thoughts, then returned. Tell Victor I have a video about his fiancée. I will sell it for $1 million. The voice said, making Margaret frown a little. Does Victor have a fiancée? Is she one of the girls she saw earlier? Probably not. Please wait a second, said Margaret as she looked at Victor waiting for his answer. Then she remembered that he told her to accept whatever he tells her. The young master is really busy, but we accept your request. Where do you want the money? She said while looking at Victor, who nodded. Ah, really? That's good. I have another video about a player countering a dungeon in a unique perverted way. Are you also interested? The voice said with some uncertainty. For how much? Margaret asked. $500,000. He replied. Fine. But we need proof of the said videos before we pay. She said, I have already sent you some still images as a message. The instructions would arrive shortly, the voice said before he hung up. Margaret wanted to look at the photos, but the phone was snatched quickly by Victor. That was Tom, wasn't it? she asked, making Victor give her an impressed look. Not bad. How did you know? He asked. I have known him since he was a kid. Only that idiot talks like that. Does he work in the porn industry now? She asked jokingly. He has talent in the field, Victor said as he looked at the two photos, then forwarded the untraceable payment instructions to his new butler Kai. With just one line: pay him, keep confidential. Chapter 91, Drugs. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Tom cursed loudly as he hung up his disposable phone. Damn it, Margaret, that slut has sold herself to that pervert Victor, too. They are all sluts, choosing to go with the guy who had the money. Just wait, I will be richer than him in a few years. He yelled angrily before sending the payment instructions he prepared. It was using an untraceable courier, and it was all possible because of the system's help. It gave him the method to contact the courier and also Victor's private phone number. It took 15 minutes for the courier to send a message confirming that the payment had been processed and the washed money had been deposited into his bank account. Tom quickly sent the videos using his phone, then destroyed it. Now, no one can trace those things back to him. He laughed loudly as he walked while wondering what sort of gifts he should buy for his girlfriends. He met a new girl yesterday while escaping the fat man. She even gave him a ride in her red sports car. He had to impress her somehow, maybe buy a car. The car stopped at the entrance of the White Oak Mall. It was the biggest and grandest mall in the entire city. If someone wanted to find the most luxurious brands and merchandise, they would come here. Alex quickly stepped down and opened the door for Victor, who stepped down after Lily. What should we buy first? Asked Mina as she straightened her skirt. Let's go get a new phone for Margaret, Victor said as he headed to a nearby Green Technology phone store branch. This was different from the one they entered the previous time. Walking through the mall's marble floor, all the customers couldn't help but look with astonishment at the lineup of 2 handsome boys and 4 pretty girls. Are they an idol group? Victor quickly entered the store and headed to the only salesman and flashed his token, ignoring the fat woman that was arguing about the price. I want 2 VX phones, 1 black and 1 brown. He started without waiting. The salesman looked at the token, then at Victor as if he was an idiot. Who the hell do you think you are? What VX or BX? This is a reputed phone shop. We don't deal with knockoffs here. Now get out and don't block the road of the beauties behind you, the receptionist said as he began to inspect the girls. Victor didn't move. He really wanted to act unreasonably, but this is a family shop. This guy must be new. Just call your boss and tell him an heir is here, Victor said. Are you deaf? I told you to step away, fucking retard, the salesman said as he gestured to the guard on the door. The guard slowly approached Victor respectfully but was stopped by Alex, who stepped in his way. Sir, may I ask you to? The guard trailed off as he saw the purple token in Victor's hand, then looked at the angry salesman, at Alex, then at Victor, who shrugged his shoulders. The guard didn't say anything else. He quickly ran to the back of the store. What's wrong with him? I should tell my father to fire him, the salesman said as he looked at Victor with disgust. Don't think you can come here and act like you are rich. Look at the rags you are wearing. You call those clothes? Where are their brands? They must have come from some stall. Look at me, I only wear top brand clothes, the man said, trying to impress the girls by showing the contrast between him and Victor, whose tolerance was about to run out. His clothes were not even made by a factor. They were all handmade, and which idiot designer dares to put his insignia on a Von Wise's clothes? I advise you, Victor tried to say but was interrupted. Shut up. I will show you why, the salesman yelled, then stopped as Lily couldn't take it anymore, so she punched him in the face, making him hit the glass cabinet behind him. Ah, the fat woman, who was having fun watching them, screamed, then ran away from the store. Sorry, young master, I couldn't hold myself, said Lily as the unconscious man slowly slid to the ground with a bloodied face. Margaret and the twins looked at Lily with horror, especially Margaret, who didn't interact with her a lot. This girl is scary, she thought as she looked at the poor man. He deserved it though. How dare he yell at Victor? Alex acted quickly and ran to close the door of the store to avoid further trouble. It's okay, Victor said, I would have done it a second later, but you beat me to it. Victor added as he patted Lily's hair. This girl is very protective of him, and that hit was really amazing. It came so fast out of nowhere that even he couldn't register it until seconds before impact. It made Victor remember that Lily was trained as an assassin. Do you think his actions were intentional? Alex asked as she checked on the man. He was still breathing. Maybe, maybe not. Does it matter? Victor asked, but before anyone could answer, a man ran into the store with the guard. Ah, Malcolm, who did it? The man screamed as he knelt next to the salesman's collapsed body, to only be silenced by a kick in his chin by Victor. I did it. You piece of shit. How dare you, a mere salesman, make fun of this young master? Victor shouted as the man was thrown to the other side of the store, and didn't get up. The guard didn't dare intervene. He just ran to check if his boss was still alive. He was just a little guard in the family. The twins held each other's hands. This was the first time they saw Victor act like that. Victor looked coldly at that man, then gestured to his shocked entourage to leave. Wasn't the young master's reaction a little inappropriate? The girls wondered. The young master must not be offended. Don't worry, he is still alive. You clean this mess. Victor cursed at the guard, who was kneeling beside his boss as he left. Sorry, Margaret, I will get you a special phone later, he said, walking out of the store. Margaret swallowed, and took a deep breath as she followed Victor out. Being a player seemed to have changed her. She no longer repulsed from seeing violence. It was as if basic survival instincts had awakened in her. Was it really a good choice following Victor? It's too late now. She has already entered the lion's jaws. She sighed. The twins didn't mind what Victor did. They had been taught the family law by Hilda, and those men were lucky because Victor spared their lives. Little did the girls know that the man would never leave the hospital bed for the rest of his life. Would there be any trouble? Lily asked as she took out a handkerchief to whip out a few bloodstains on Victor's pants. That kick has broken the shopkeeper's jaws. He may have gone a little overboard there in front of the girls, but he couldn't control his feelings. He knew that man who was one of his subordinates in his past life. He was also one of the guys who helped frame him back then. Victor didn't expect to meet him here. Now 1 down, 100 to go. No, that guy worked for Baron, who will be dead soon. Victor whispered as he hugged her waist and began to swagger in the mall while thinking that this incident was not bad. It would help him confirm his reputation. Should we go get some dresses now? Mana asked timidly. What dresses? Asked a girl in a curious voice. It was Lulu who was panting heavily with Abe. They grabbed a cab here, then had to run around searching for Victor. Oh, you are here. Well, I have a party tonight, and Margaret will be my escort, so she needs a suitable dress. Victor said. Ah, what shameless individual throws a party tonight? Doesn't he know that all of the celebrities and important people are attending the summer gathering at the White Hotel? Lulu asked, to be answered by a weird gaze from all of the girls. Wait, are you attending the gathering? Lulu said in shock. Yes, Margaret said with a little blush. Young master, Margaret is a slut, she will disgrace you there. Take me instead, Lulu said as she threw her body on Victor, who professionally stepped to the side, making her hug a huge marble column. That won't work, our names have already been registered. He fabricated a response as he dusted his pants. Margaret, who was a little grateful to Victor, gave Lulu a cold stare but said nothing. If she was a slut, then Lulu was the queen of all sluts. That girl had 2 rich boyfriends at the same time, in addition to 5 poor souls who acted as spare tires for her, circle around and milk for benefits every now and then. Now, you girls go shopping while I go attend to some business. Let's meet here at launch time. I will be taking Leo, so Alex, you would be staying with the girls to guard them, Victor said, making Alex nod. She really wanted to shop with the girls, as she had never experienced something like that before. Can I accompany you, young master? Abe asked like a gentleman. Although he really wanted to accompany the girls, he had no face to do that, and this was an amazing chance for him to do some business with Victor. Maybe he would be able to scam some money from him. He heard that the brothel he goes to will get a new batch of girls tomorrow night. Victor looked at him with disgust then nodded. He wouldn't mind the bad reputation hanging with this guy would bring him. Let's go. he said as he swaggered out of the mall towards Leo, who was acting as if the SUV was his, in front of a young mother and her child. "Are you going to let me wait here forever?" Victor yelled as he looked strangely at the woman, then at her child. He appeared to be 7 or 8 years old. "Did you finish, young master?" Leo stumbled as he ran to Victor's side to open the door for him while giving the woman an apologetic look. She spat in his direction then left, as if she didn't need any explanations. Victor sat in the middle seat, then looked around the car and focused on the front mirror as Abe climbed into the adjacent one. "Where to?" "Young master," Leo asked while adjusting the safety belt. "I need to buy some drugs." "Go to the south corner of the 5th Street," Victor said loudly, making Leo frown a little, but he said nothing. The young master always gets what he wants, but he shouldn't buy those things from untrusted sources. And he had never heard of a seller on the 5th Street. "Young master, I know some people who can get you all kinds of drugs. You just tell me. There is no need for you to do the trip personally," Abe said before Leo could speak. "Some things can only be done by your own hands," Victor said, not trying to fix their misunderstanding. Chapter 92, Naughty Boy. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Although their destination was not very far, the car moved slowly because the roads were congested due to the summer gatherings preparations, as a lot of important people were expected to attend and some roads were closed. Abe wanted to have some private words with Victor, but that damn driver had his ears turned backwards, so he didn't dare to speak. Eventually, they reached their destination after a few minutes of awkward silence. "Wait for me here," Victor told Leo as he stepped down. Abe quickly followed. This was his chance. After walking for 2 minutes, he cleared his throat as he saw that Victor stopped to inspect his surroundings. "Young master, we raised Megare in our house. We fed her and bought her clothes. And my mother would be very sad if she left us, and she might call the police and accuse you of scamming her. I was wondering if you could pay us some kind of compensation," Abe said in a low voice as he walked beside Victor. Most elites would choose to pay, as they would be afraid of scandals. "Oh, you want to sell her to me?" Victor asked with a smirk. "I will never use those words," Abe said, but he really meant them. "I will give you 1 million, but after that, you would have no relationship with her. And if I saw you near her or near my mansion in the future, I would order my guards to kill you, then feed you to the dogs," Victor said as he looked around, making Abe feel excited. He didn't take Victor's threats seriously, but he needs to bargain a little, maybe add another 100 grand. But before they could continue their conversation, a hooded man approached Victor and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you looking for something special?" The man said as he looked around. Victor nodded and patted his pocket. "Follow me," the man said as he walked into a nearby narrow alley with Victor behind him. Abe slowly sneaked behind them, standing behind a trash bin and using only his head to look at the transaction happening in the alley, to be shocked by what he saw. The man was about to take out his merchandise when Victor shot him in the head with a silenced gun that neither Abe nor the man noticed. Abe gasped, but quickly put his hand on his mouth and stepped away in horror. He saw it. That guy had a small lotus tattoo on the back of his hand. He was a part of the Lotus gang. Victor slowly approached the man and took whatever was in his pockets, then left the alley and looked around to see Abe, who was standing casually with sweat all over his neck. "Okay, so it's a deal. I will send you the money tomorrow," Victor said. Yes, I will be waiting. Now I have something to do," Abe said as he hurried away. He was planning to sell his sister too, but he didn't dare linger with this madman anymore. If the guys behind the drug dealer, the Lotus gang, discovered his identity, he would be sleeping together with Victor with the Fishers tomorrow. His cousin would probably end up in their hands now that her boyfriend killed one of them. Too bad she can't be sold anymore. It doesn't matter, safety first, he thought. He just hoped that Victor would send him the money before they reached him. Victor didn't care about that idiot. He just looked at the needle in his hand. Me ear flower thorn D. Usable once. Poison effect D. That man was an assassin that was sent to kill him. That woman with child earlier must have bugged the car or Leo, Victor can see that they had the slave mark of the von Geldstadt family using his appraisal skill. That kid was a 70-years woman in disguise. When they heard he was coming here, they arranged a drug dealer to take him somewhere remote, then finish him. That man was a player. But Victor used his disguise to hide the gun and shot the man when he was distracted. He didn't expect those guys to go after him. This must be an act of revenge for Titus's arrest. He didn't believe that they figured out that he was the one who stole their auction merchandise. Cheat, he cursed. Now he had another beach trying to kill him. But that woman was also on his list, so a conflict with her was just a matter of time. But he was still too weak to face her. Victor quickly texted Lily and Hilda to be careful, then continued to stroll through the side streets as he collected his thoughts. He didn't lie to Leo. He was really there to buy drugs. And he finally reached his destination. The store he was standing in front of right now was the same small traditional pharmacy he bought Tom's medicine from before. Victor slowly opened the sliding door and entered to be welcomed by the old alchemist. "Oh, it's you again," he said. "Yeah, I need some ingredients," Victor said as he took out a piece of paper filled with scribbles of herbs and materials names. "Did your wife give birth to a healthy child?" the alchemist asked as he took the paper. Victor quickly understood what the old man meant. He was asking about the performance of the childbirth drug he sold him a few days ago. Not my wife, but yes, it was a naughty boy. We named him Tom. The drug's effect was just as expected," Victor said with a smirk. "Oh, that's good to hear," said the old man as he flipped the paper to read the ingredients written on the backside. The materials on the front side have both a mind-calming effect and an irritating one. Very contradictory. "Are you sure the recipe is correct?" the old man asked with a frown. "Yes, they are meant for a naughty girl." "Do you have them?" Victor asked. "Yes, they are not expensive, but the ones on the back are troublesome," he said. "Do you have a way to get them?" Victor asked. "If my guess is correct, those are meant for a formation. I have only half of them, and they would cost you a lot of coins. As for the rest, I will introduce you to a friend of mine who probably has a few of them." The old man said. "Fine by me," said Victor. Some of those materials were thrown in to mask the true formula. The man gestured to his assistant to take care of the shop as he climbed a rusted side ladder into an attic in the shop. He returned 15 minutes later, carrying 2 paper bags. The first one would cost you $1,500, while the second one would cost 80,000 coins. "It contains the melody herb, which is quite rare," the man said. Victor nodded, then quickly paid him. He no longer cared about such little change since he got Alpha, his big piggy bank. This reminded him that he forgot to give Alex the new armor he bought for her in the dungeon. But he didn't get a chance because of Sebastian's sudden appearance. "This card contains the address of my friend's shop. Tell him I sent you and he will give you a special price," the alchemist said as he gave Victor a fancy business card. Thank you." Victor thanked the old man and left the store with the bags, headed toward the car where Leo quickly helped him put them in the back trunk. "All done?" Leo asked, as he looked strangely at the bag. "Are those things drugs?" "That's a lot." "Is the young master getting into this business?" "I will drive alone." "You go back to the company, then return tonight to take me to the party. And take a shower, you stink," Victor said, as he entered the car, then drove off, leaving the stunned Leo standing in the middle of the road. Leo had a tracker symbol on him that would always send sound and coordinates around the target to its creator. Luckily, those kinds of spells are short-lived, only a few hours. Those guys would not dare to kill Victor in the open, but he didn't want anyone to monitor his moves. So he got rid of Leo for now, and Victor was not sure about the car. He saw that 70-years-old hag put her hand on it. So he decided to take the opportunity to find a car dealership and buy a few cars, then get the rest of the ingredients. Lily and the girls began their shopping quest. They not only needed to get a formal dress for Margaret, but also to get some clothes and necessities for the Alpha and her sisters. The stuff here is not available online. They kept bouncing from one store to another, buying whatever Lily or the twins found suitable. Margaret was unusually a little restrained. She was scared silly by the prices. She knew some things can be expensive, but Lily just bought 2 or 3 pieces of everything she liked. Margaret had to reassess how much money she thought Victor had, and so was Lulu, whose drool had already reached the marble floor, and was trailing behind her as she walked. Alex said nothing. She was tasked with carrying the bags that Lily chose not to be sent directly to the mansion. But every now and then she would point out some interesting thing, and Lily would buy it immediately. "Don't worry, it's normal to like cute stuff. I wouldn't tell the young master," Lily told her with a smirk. Alex wanted to correct Lily's misconception but decided not to do that after she got a few pieces of clothes she really wanted but didn't dare to buy by herself. Soon they reached a very luxurious store that sold evening gowns. This was the most stylish one in the entire city. Lily and the girls slowly entered and began to browse the dresses under the saleswoman's scrutinizing gaze. She didn't believe those little girls could afford the stuff here. She didn't like the fact that Lily was hiding her face. And she also noticed Lulu, who was fidgeting like a thief behind them. But she said nothing, but kept monitoring them. Soon, Lily laid her eyes on one black halter dress that had a split skirt and an opening in the back. She looked at it, then at Margaret, who was interested in it. "I think this would work," Lily said. "Isn't it a little too revealing?" asked Margaret. It was not like she was shy, but after deciding to be Victor's woman she thought that she must dress a little more modestly. "The young master wants you to be the most eye-catching girl at the party," Lily said as she gestured to the saleswoman. But before she could say anything, another girl shouted before her, "I want this dress." The girl said arrogantly. She was a short, pretty girl, with flowing blonde hair and green emerald eyes. "We were here first," said Lily coldly as she faced the girl. "Oh yeah, can you even afford this thing?" she asked, making Lulu, who was timidly standing in the back searching for an opportunity to shoplift something, looked at the dress's price tag, then yelped. "What the hell? This one costs more than her family's house." "I can pay for it," said Lily, as she gave the silent saleswoman her card. The girl frowned but said nothing. She didn't believe Lily could pay for it. The saleswoman quickly charged the card and was surprised to see that the payment was a success. "Congratulations, miss," the saleswoman said respectfully, as the girl huffed then stomped out of the store. She didn't have time to quarrel here. She had to find a suitable gown for the party tonight. There were rumors that a very important young master would attend. Lily quickly bought a few other things she liked. Then they left the store as the saleswoman bowed deeply to them. She shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Lulu, who was trailing behind, suddenly stopped as her phone rang. She quickly answered while silently cursing because she didn't find a chance to grab anything. Abe. Do you need anything?" "What? Speak louder," she said. "Really?" she gasped. "Are you sure?" she whispered as she eyed Margaret and the others who were window shopping. "Okay, I understand," Lulu said, then hung up. "Sorry, I have something urgent to do, so I will leave you now," Lulu said as she approached the other girls, then turned around to run away. "Wait," said Margaret, as she took a bag from Alex and threw it to Lulu. "I noticed that you liked this, consider it a gift from me," Margaret said. Lulu hesitated a little, then grabbed the bag and ran away without a word. "Just now Abe called here. He said that Victor has killed a drug dealer to steal his drugs. So she had to get as far as possible from Victor's girls. If that gang connected her to them, she may also be sold to some brothel." "You are nicer than you seem to be," Lily said to Margaret. "I bought that with my own money. So don't tell the young master," Margaret said. "I know, but that girl would probably be ungrateful," Lily said. "Yeah, but they did take care of me for a long time," Margaret replied as she hastened her steps to enter an accessories store. She was not comfortable talking about this subject. Lily smiled and began to inspect some random trinkets too. But when she tried to pay for a cute bracelet she found, the shopkeeper told her that the card in her hand was overdrawn. "Oops," said Lily as she realized that she may have bought a little too much stuff. "Hope the young master won't be angry." Chapter 93, Buy a car? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor had to walk a little to get to the dealership he had in mind. But this was the most luxurious part of the city, so he didn't mind taking his time to think about his time here in his past life. 5 minutes later he reached his target. This place not only dealt with extra luxurious cars, it was also a family property. Victor slowly entered the store and began to look around searching for a suitable car. He found the one he liked when he heard a loud voice. "You have the money to buy this car? You must be joking. Don't think I don't know that you came here to take some selfies with the cars. Now go back to whatever shithole you crawled out from." A woman was screaming arrogantly. "Do you dare make a bet?" A familiar voice said. "Who would bet with a beggar like you? Where are the guards? Do you expect me to buy a car from a place where beggars like this loiter around?" The woman said, making Victor, who walked past the big SUV that blocked his view, look to see that it was Tom, who wore a tank top shirt, sporty short pants, and plastic slippers, looking like a hooligan. He argued with a rich middle-aged woman while a saleswoman tried to mediate the situation. Was he playing the pig to eat the tiger? "Can I help you?" Victor, who was wondering if he should intervene, heard a sweet voice behind him and turned around to see that it was a pretty saleswoman with short hair. She somehow seemed familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen her in his previous life, and he could tell that she was a little older than him. Maybe a fresh graduate. "What's going on there?" he asked. That guy has been loitering here for too long, and hitting on the saleswomen, so the manager went to see if he needed anything. But that woman heard their conversation and began to humiliate him. The girl said, making Victor nod. This was a typical face-slapping situation. "Well, I want this SUV," Victor said, pointing to the huge car in front of him, totally ignoring Tom. "Ah, really?" the girls asked with a surprise. She was new here, and the others would usually not let her talk to the customers, because whoever manages to make a sale would gain a big commission. But this time the others were busy making fun of that guy and trying to please the rich woman, so she was the only one who noticed this handsome guy. Most people come here just to look at the cars, so she didn't expect him to buy one for real. "Please come this way," she said as she guided him to the sales office, where the clerk quickly took his card to process the payment. At that moment Tom entered the office with that middle-aged woman. "If I win and buy this car, I would slap you 10 times. If I lose, you can do the same to me. Do you dare bet?" Tom asked again as he took out his card. "Why would I want to slap you?" said the woman. "How about this? If you lose, I want you to be my toy tonight and do whatever I tell you to do," she said as she licked her lips while looking at Tom's exposed muscles. "Whatever, but you have to put it on paper. I don't trust you, rich people." "Let's do it," Tom began to say when he noticed that the clerk was busy with another guy's card. So he looked to find it was Victor. "You!" he exclaimed. "What a coincidence," said Victor with a fake sad tune. "Why so sad? Did your girlfriend cheat on you or something?" Tom couldn't help but say, he really loved upsetting Victor. "That's not your business," Victor said with some annoyance. "Excuse me, but your card is not valid," the clerk said coldly at Victor as he gave him the card back, making Victor frown and look at the card. This one was connected to the account he usually uses. It was given to him by George as a part of the reward package. "Sir, do you have another form of payment?" the salesgirl asked him politely, while Tom looked at Victor strangely. Did that guy pay him all the money he had for that porn movie? Another beggar. "Do you want to join the other guy and serve me tonight? I will pay you handsomely," the fat woman said as she looked at Victor's handsome face. Victor didn't turn to them. He just took out his purple family token and put it on the counter. This was also a family shop after all. "One moment please." The clerk, who got nervous, quickly took the token and headed to another office, while the salesgirl was a little surprised. What did that token mean? She wanted to ask but knew that this was not polite. Victor nodded, then left the room and headed back to the SUV. He didn't want to stay here any longer. When the manager brings him the key, he will leave immediately. But what happened to his card, he wondered as he quickly dialed Kai's number. A butler's job was to fix such situations. "Young master, can I help you?" Kai answered. "Why is my bank card not working?" Victor asked. Just a second. I think the card was overdrawn. Kai said nervously. Don't elite heirs have unlimited credit? Victor asked. It was my fault. I forgot to connect your card to the system because it was granted to you before the official announcement, young master. I will do it right away, Kai said. You have 5 minutes, and do me a favor, the guy who got the money from me earlier. Tom something. Yes, Tom, freeze his card for 24 hours. Do it now, you have 1 minute. Victor said with a smirk. Understood. Anything else? Asked Kai, as he had learned that this young master seemed to like to hang up when he finishes. I killed someone from the Lotus gang. He tried to assassinate me. File a report with the family. Then eliminate that gang. Victor said as he hung up to hear the sound of shattering glass, so he turned to see the shocked look of the petite girl who was standing behind him and heard the whole conversation. I am sorry, I didn't mean to listen. She flusteredly said. She was about to serve him some tea, but she didn't expect to hear what he said. What did he mean by killing someone, and from the Lotus gang? What does he mean by assassinate? Victor was surprised, not because of the shattered glass, but because of the black threads that he glimpsed at for a split second. They were strangling here, and one bright thread was reaching out for him, but it was too thin and seemed to be about to break. It was as if this thread was asking for help. Those are fates, he realized that as he quickly activated his appraisal skill. Iris Black, STR 9, INT 23, Luck 4, Charm 21, Fate, Fate's Power, E, Fate's Direction, Negative, Fate's Design, Death Flag, 50 minutes, Bloodline, Elder Dragon 75% Purity. What? Victor was surprised. What the fook? This girl has Von Weise's bloodline, the Elder Dragon bloodline, and she did have familiar features. Is she a family agent? But with that purity, she should be a top heir. Wait, Iris Black. He did hear that name before, but where? When a player has a high enough INT attribute, he would have an amazing memory, especially if he had some kind of memorizing skill as he did in his past life. But his memory of that name was very vague. He must have heard it before he got the memorizing skill, but where? It took him a few seconds to remember. He looked at the girl in shock, then he quickly glanced at her face with a frown. The first time he saw something like this. This girl is going to die soon. He thought carefully as he inspected her from head to toe, while she froze in fear, not knowing what to do. She was wondering if he will kill her after hearing his secret. I will give you 2 choices. The first is death, the second is to do whatever I tell you to do. Victor said to the girl. It sounded wrong, like he was threatening her, but he was trying to save her. He can't let her die. But can he change fate? The girl's fate power is E while he is D+, so his fate should be able to change hers, in theory. Iris was a little flustered, not knowing how to answer this killer young man when the clerk returned with the branch manager. Before she could ask for help, the manager bowed. Young master, this is your token. Sorry for the inconvenience. The transaction has been processed, he said as he handed the strange young man his token with the car key respectfully. Young master? Is he some kind of a super rich guy? Would they really help me? She wondered. This girl, what is her story? He asked as he pointed at her shaking body. Her name is Iris. She was sent here to pay her debts by the chairman's son. But what? Asked Victor. While Iris wanted to cry, now that he knew her name, can she really escape? He instructed that she should be paid the minimum wage, not get any raises, and that we should block her commissions. The manager said, making Iris yelp in shock. That bastard, she thought as she no longer cared about anything else. Speak. What matters? The young man asked her, who hesitated for a second then spoke. I needed money to cure my adoptive father, so I asked an old schoolmate I met at the reunion for help because he was rich. He requested that I sleep with him, but I refused, so he proposed a gambling agreement. He would lend me the money, and I would have to work in his company to pay him off. If I can't do that in 5 years, he can do whatever he wants with me. I thought that I was smart when I requested that I choose the job. I worked here part-time before, and I know that working here usually pays high commissions. I had no idea that he was manipulating things like that, she said as tears fell from her eyes. Okay, pay that guy his money from my account," the young man said to the manager, then turned to her and put his arm around her waist. "Is this guy paying my debt? How can this be? All of them are scumbags," she thought as he looked at her eyes. "From now on you are mine," he said unreasonably as he dragged her, then threw her into his new SUV, then climbed to the driver's seat. She was so shocked that she forgot to escape. "Why are you not opening the door for this young master?" the young man asked the manager, who quickly ordered the guards to open the door as he bowed down to Victor, who drove out arrogantly. Iris was shocked. What had just happened? Did I switch hands? From the hand of a scumbag to the grasp of a killer. Her mind was so jumbled up that she didn't know what to do. "Sir, Iris wanted to say something. "Call me Victor," he replied as he turned a corner. "Are you going to kill me?" she asked timidly while looking around nervously to make sure that they were still on the main street. Can she throw herself from the car now? "I will explain things later. Don't worry, I will not harm you," he said seriously, making her unconsciously believe him. "Why do I believe him?" she wondered. "And I already have your name, Iris Black." "Don't think that you can escape," he added, making her forget her plan to jump out. He took out a leather fancy vest that had some strange markings out of nowhere and threw it at her. "Wear this for safety," he said, making her wonder if this guy had some kind of a cosplay fetish. "I will work for you to pay my debt under the same conditions I gave Lucas," she said. "I will not sell my body. If you don't agree, I will kill myself," she added stubbornly. "Fine, wear it already," Victor said, making her reluctantly wear the thing while he looked at her strangle while mumbling. "It's not working." "What is not working?" Did this vest look too ugly on her? Suddenly he stopped the car. Did they reach their destination? Iris looked strangely at Victor as he got down from the car and opened the door for her. Looking at the restaurant, she was shocked. This was the Lover's Den, the most upscale place in the entire city. Reservations here are usually months in advance. "What does he need her to do here?" "Let's go," he said as he took her hand and guided her in. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" asked the waiter at the door. Victor just flashed his token. "I need to use your secure room," he said, making the waiter quickly nod after seeing the token and guide Victor to the elevator. Why does everyone become so respectful when seeing this token? She wondered as she looked at the waiter who pressed the button for the second basement. Why is he taking me down there? She wondered, is it too late to escape now? She really wanted to run, but Victor was grasping her hand, and she believed that the water would never help her. Are they going to do that to me? She wondered as a tear dropped from her eye. She didn't want to commit suicide as her adoptive father was still at the hospital. Soon the elevator stopped, and Victor dragged her out, while the waiter took the elevator back up. "Let's go, we don't have much time," Victor said as he dragged her into a random room before closing a huge gate that looked like a safe store. "Are you really in a hurry to do it? Didn't you say that you would not harm me?" she asked with resentment as she inspected the room. "Go sit there," Victor said, pointing to the leather couch in the room which looked like a normal karaoke room, if not for the steel door. She sat down and watched as Victor took an opposing seat. "We have about 5 minutes," he said with a frown. "For what?" she asked nervously. The look on his face was too serious for something trivial. "I can't tell you now, just trust me," he said as he took out a strange jewel from his pocket and began to inspect it. Was this thing always there? She wondered as he put the jewel into her lap. "Hold on to this for the next 5 minutes, and no matter what happens, don't panic or we will all die," he said, making her flinch. "Die?" She looked strangely at his panicked face, then at the jewel in her hand, wondering what was going on. Is he a terrorist? Suddenly the room dimmed and a shadow began to creep out of the non-existent cracks in the walls. It was a strange red-colored creature that had eyes all over its body, so faint that if she wasn't waiting for something she wouldn't probably notice him. It was like a dog but had a long nose with 6 eyes on top of its head with some others on its limbs. It had a long tail that ended with a sharp tip. She felt a shiver go up to her spine and reach the tips of her fingers as she looked at it. This was not a dream nor a trick. She could feel an ancient sound resonating in her, telling her to flee. Was this a ghost or a demon? She wanted to move or scream, but Victor held her tight and put his hand gently on her mouth. She wanted to take it off, but she remembered what he told her, and felt a strange sense of safety in his arms that she had never experienced before. That thing crawled around the room, moving on the ceiling and the walls, then attacked the couch near Iris. It only struck at it with its whip-like long barbed tongue, shredding the couch into pieces, then swallowed them in one bite. It stopped for a moment as if appreciating the taste of the couch, then looked around the room one last time before seeping out through the same non-existent cracks it came in through. Iris didn't dare to breathe until Victor took out his hand from her mouth, and looked at her with a smile. "You have just escaped certain death," he said with a smile as he relaxed on the couch next to her. "Now tell me your story," he said with a charming smile. Name Victor Von Wise. Level, 12. Class, Fate Weaver, 2. Authority, Strength, 60. Agility, 67. Intelligence, 80. Luck, 37. Charm, 32. Order, 33. Skills, Admin Appraisal, SSS, +2. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +2. 3/4. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +2. Dagger Throw, C. Collapse. Chapter 94, An Heir. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Quite a few words can be used to describe Tom's feelings, but tragic and miserable would do for now. Why isn't the card working? His plan was to gamble with that rich woman, then agree to spare her the 10 slaps if she paid for his new car. He never thought that he would lose this bet. Try it again, he told the clerk, who was losing his patience. "Sir, this is the 5th time already. Your card just returns invalid. Are you sure this card is yours?" he asked politely, as the middle-aged woman watched with a smirk from the back. What a fool, she thought as she looked at the signed paper in her hand. This foolish kid made her write and sign their gambling agreement. Now he is hers for the night. Maybe she should take him to be her little pet at the party tonight. Her friend would be very jealous. "Wait a minute," Tom said as he called the bank. "Sorry sir, there was a suspicion of money laundering on your account, so we froze it for investigation. It should return to normal tomorrow," the bank support said before he hung up. Damn it, Tom cursed as he looked back to see that the old woman had taken a leash and a collar out of her bulging handbag. "What? Why does she carry this stuff around? Will you put it on yourself, or would you like me to do it?" she asked Tom with a faint blush. Victor sighed as he relaxed on the couch while looking at Iris. Saving this girl has drained him. At first, he thought that using the S-level armor he bought for Alex would work, but the death flag didn't disappear. So his second plan was to take her to a safe room. This place here, as every family building contains such a room. But that didn't work either. He checked her many times, but there was no poison or abnormal status or curse on her body, so he believed that whatever was threatening her was something external and it must be using a soul attack. So he used his disguise skill to create a double for her while giving her the Horror's Jewel after setting it to dead mode. It worked, and that demon ate the couch while licking its lips because he disguised the taste of it. Who would have thought that such a useless feature in his skill would come in handy? Seeing that demon made him think of a possibility he never considered before. "Tell me about yourself," he asked Iris, as he gave her a water bottle from the mini fridge to the side. She was still a little shocked. "I was an orphan. My real parents have left me at an orphanage's door, where I was adopted with another girl who became my new younger sister by my stepfather and stepmother when I was 8 years old," she said, refusing to sip from the water bottle. "My stepmother passed away early, so my stepfather took care of us alone. That was until he fell very ill 2 years ago. So I left the high academy to work and support him and my little sister who hadn't finished her education yet. But that was not enough when he needed an emergency operation. So I had to make a bet with a friend of mine. And you know the rest," she said as she looked at him, expecting him to explain what that thing was. He didn't. He knew that her story was something like that, and he realized that the incident he was waiting for had probably happened. His phone suddenly rang confirming his guess. So he quickly answered. "Boss, young master, I am Susan, Vice President Carla's secretary." The woman said. "I know who you are." "What happened?" he asked, although he didn't need to. "Mrs. Carla she has committed suicide," she said. "Where is Aria?" he asked. He already knew the answer. She was arrested by men wearing black. "I don't know what to do," she said. "I will give you the authority to run the company until I sort things out. Be warned though, if you mess up you will end up like Carla," he said, making her gasp in shock. "Lock Carla's room. Don't let anyone in. I will send someone later, let them investigate the office," he added. "But the police have already sealed the place," Susan said. "Good, then you wouldn't be disturbed by anyone. Do what I tell you," Victor said, then hung up. He quickly sent a quick message to Lily with some instructions after that. "I don't know if this would be good or bad for you, and I don't think that you would believe me, but there is something you need to know," Victor said to the frightened Iris. "I have firm reasons to believe that you are my sister," he said as he looked her deep in the eye. If this is a joke it is not funny," she replied, while her face turned whiter than before. "It's not. Your real mother has just been killed, and that thing that attacked you must have attacked her first then sniffed you here," he said, making Iris not know what to think. Her mother is dead. If this was real, she felt nothing. In fact, she loathed her real parents for leaving her in an orphanage. "That thing. Is this some kind of a scam?" "I don't have anything for you to steal," she said while wondering if this is real. She was very confused. "I will explain things later. Now we have to meet our father," he said as he dialed his father's number while she watched him closely, not knowing if this is real or a hoax. But can she escape now? She thought as she looked at the steel door. Soon the phone connected, and Victor heard his father's tired voice. "Victor, I can't help Arya. Carla was lying to me. Arya was not my real daughter. Now that Peach has committed suicide," Theodore said in a frustrated voice when he answered. "I already know that," Victor said. "What? When?" Theodore asked. "Since the moment I saw her. I needed to make sure though, so I said nothing," Victor said, making Theodore shocked. "Does it have something to do with your class?" Theodore asked. "Yes. Can you do me a favor and save Arya for me?" Victor asked. "If it's up to me, I would. But you must know that after Nick's death the family launched an operation to investigate Jacob. And they found out that 21 years ago he roamed the country searching for a baby with purple hair. He was trying to scam us with Carla. They thought that the color of the hair was the only criteria for entering the main family. But Arya, who was not my daughter, didn't have the family's bloodline, and Carla wasn't able to become the main wife. Now Arya is being escorted to the family's island for an additional investigation. She is really lucky. If she was not a player she would have been executed immediately. She knows many family secrets. Now they are hesitant whether to kill her or make her a servant," Theodore said with a sigh. He really wanted to help Arya, but he also held part of the blame. And his mother already told him to stay low. Family politics was at play here. "Can you delay her hearing for 2 days? I believe I can convince Grandma to give Arya to me," Victor asked. "I will try, but I need a good reason," Theodore said. Victor was able to convince Anne once, maybe he can do it again, and save Arya. Although she was not his real daughter, he still felt that he was her father. He raised her and taught her himself, and she was one of his favorites. "I believe that I just found my real sister, Carla's real daughter. I think that Carla replaced her with Arya right after birth. But we should let her touch a core rune to make sure," Victor said as he looked at Iris, who was flabbergasted. "What? Are you sure?" Victor can hear Theodore's shock, then doubt. "Yes. Someone tried to assassinate her. If my guess is not wrong, Carla didn't commit suicide. She must have been an agent. Someone killed her to hide the tracks. I am at the Lover's Den. Can you come here?" Victor asked. "I am already there." "Come meet me at the top floor," Theodore said, making Victor curse at him. "Your concubine has just been killed. Can't you act a little sad instead of going to your other lover?" he thought as he stood up and looked at Iris, who didn't know what to say. "You heard it. Our father is on the top floor. Let's go meet him. We will do a test. If I am wrong I promise to return you home with compensation," he said as he grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the room. Iris wanted to resist, but didn't. She said nothing, choosing to believe him for now. His firm eyes told her he was telling the truth, and what else could she do? Would they let her escape? Victor dragged her to the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor, which flickered a little as if waiting for some kind of confirmation, then went green as the elevator began to ascend after a few seconds. Suddenly Iris, who was looking at Victor, began to feel the world revolve around her, then felt her body fall to the ground. But Victor's firm hand supported her. "You are a little shocked, I know." "The truth would come clear in a few minutes," he said in a gentle voice as he watched her eyes look at him with doubt. Was he really my brother? She really wanted to believe. But what if this was a scam? Victor knew that meeting her at the last moment had something to do with his fate. In the glimpse back then he saw the faint thread connecting her to him, reaching out as if asking for help. Fate was a mysterious thing indeed. Was it the world trying to kill him or save her? He didn't know, but whatever the reason was, he would never let her die. In his past life, he heard about her from his father, who lamented that he didn't save her on time. When they traced her after discovering Carla's plot some years later, they discover that she was raped then killed by some young master in his previous life. Probably that Lucas she talked about. Too bad they didn't find her corpse back then. Could it be that she didn't die? Many things remained unknown. Victor's actions have made things start a little bit earlier this time, but that may be a good thing. Soon the elevator door opened, and Victor helped Iris enter the super luxurious apartment, where he guided her to an empty cozy living room, and gently placed her on a couch. "Is it her?" asked Theodore as he entered the room in a hurry to look at the girl who was looking at him with some expectations. He didn't believe Victor at first, but after seeing her he thought otherwise. She had some semblance to Carla when she was young. "Yes," said Victor as he sat down next to her. "She was being haunted by a hyena demon. If my guess was correct, Carla was some other force's agent. She must have a demonic curse on her. Those guys must have a spy in our family. When they heard that Carla's scheme was discovered, they must have activated the curse to kill her. That demon might have tracked Iris by instinct. She may have the same aura as her mother." "That's my theory anyway," Victor said. "When that demon tried to attack Iris here, I was able to trick it and save her life," Victor added, making Theodore frown. What Victor said was completely logical. But how did Victor know about these things? His son had too many secrets. But he would never ask. All players had secrets, including him. Theodore sat down next to Iris and asked about her life. She hesitated, then told him the same story she told Victor, as she watched him. Was this man really her real father? "George, go get me the core rune in the vault below, and check what she said," Theodore said to George, who was silently standing in the back. "You don't need to lie. I know you are not my father," she said timidly. "Why?" he asked. "My parents threw me away." "Why would a rich man like you do that?" "And even if you are telling the truth, I would never leave my adoptive father," she said stubbornly. "Ah, the one who threw you away was your dead mother and uncle," Theodore said as George entered the room with a velvet box. Theodore slowly opened the box to reveal a silvery brown square cut stone. "The nether stone. Touch this. If you are really my daughter, we would know immediately," he said. "Isn't a DNA test more practical?" she asked as she hesitated. That thing gave her a dangerous feeling. "We would do that later. But this one is more important," he said, not explaining to her that even if his child had his DNA, without bloodline, the family wouldn't care about them. So usually, no one in the family does it. Iris slowly touched the stone to draw her hand back in shock as if she were electrocuted. Then she grabbed her head as a piercing pain passed through her. She could only scream as she rolled on the ground holding her head. Theodore was shocked as he watched while a smile crept on his frowning face, while George hurried to move a glass coffee table to the side, fearing that Iris would get hurt if she struck it. Victor long expected this result. The netherstone was made from a material that their bloodline originator, the elder dragon, loathed. So when an heir who has a pure enough bloodline touches it, his blood would react. It's not enough for it to awaken, but certain features would manifest. The pain she was feeling right now was the effect of the blood boiling in her veins. Usually, the test would be done when the heir was a baby, and the changes would be minimal, so he would not be hurt a lot. But Iris was already an adult. Iris's hair was turning purple at an accelerating rate, while her body was getting a little taller. She was still a little shorter than Victor. Many fools thought that the von Wise heirs were born with purple hair, But that was wrong. It was a rumor that was spread by the family. Every baby in the family would be made to touch the nether stone. And if he has enough pure blood, the bloodline would manifest, and the child would be considered an heir. Chapter 95. Confession. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor watched as Iris's pain subdued after about 15 minutes, and she slowly fell into a deep coma. That's normal. She has just experienced a full body change, and some changes are still happening right now. Other than her hair turning purple, she has grown taller. The black pants she was wearing were now 3 fingers short. Her skin has become more transparent like a pearl, and most importantly her face. All the freckles that were there have disappeared. She has become at least 10 times more beautiful. Theodore said nothing. He just watched silently for a second, then looked at Victor. "You did a good job," he said with a sigh. "If she had purple hair like you from birth, she wouldn't have had to go through that." He added, then looked at George. "Take her to the bedroom to rest. Change her clothes, take a blood sample and check to see if she is a virgin." Theodore said, but was interrupted by Luna, who was standing at the door. "She is your freaking daughter, and you want a man to check on her. What a fool." She berated him as she gestured to George to carry Iris. "I will do it," she said as she left the room. Victor looked at his father with a smile. If another one of his wives dared to talk to him like that, she would be missing a few teeth. Luna was not surprised after seeing what happened to Iris. "You told her many things, didn't you? You intend to give her a main wife status no matter if the child is an heir or not," Victor said to his father. Theodore coughed a little. He was somehow embarrassed as his son saw through his plans. "You must know that it is not against the family's law," he said. "Only if it is for the family's benefit." "What did you bribe Grandma with?" Victor asked with a smirk, making Theodore smack him on the back of his head. His son is getting more and more arrogant. "Call her fourth mother from now on," he said, not denying what Victor said. "I will. And I really like her, but I don't think my stepmothers will," Victor said. "That's why I am waiting until she gives birth. That would make things much easier if the child is an heir. And if those girls tried anything funny, I don't mind reminding them who is their master," Theodore said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He already knew that they had some plans against Victor, but didn't care. An heir who can't even survive his stepmother's schemes is not fit to inherit the family. But Luna was different. If they dared touch her, he would kill them by himself. At this moment George entered the room with a brown folder in his hand. "Congratulations, Master. Lady Iris is a virgin, and the DNA test has finished too. She is yours and Carla's daughter. This is the information we found about her. There will be more after the field team finishes their mission," he said, making Theodore smile broadly as he took the file. A DNA test result that would usually need days can be done in a few minutes if they used the family's technologies. Victor believed that they would require DNA tests for all future children after this incident. "Let's go have lunch. I have something to ask you about." "George, tell Luna to prepare a meal for us," Theodore said, looking at George as he smiled happily. "The mistress had already prepared the table when she heard that young Master Victor was here," said George, making Theodore nod. That woman always knew what was on his mind. "My subordinates are already here. I will go meet them first, then catch up with you. I need to get something. It may be important," Victor said, making Theodore frown a little, then nod while heading toward the dining room. Victor sighed as he took the elevator back down to meet the girls who were standing in the hallway waiting for him. "Young Master." The girls saluted respectfully. This was a family establishment and protocol must be followed. Margaret flustredly did the same. This was her first time entering such a place. Following Victor was not a bad decision, she thought. "Give us a good room," Victor said to the waiter, who quickly nodded and gestured everyone to follow under the envious gazes of the diners at the tables on the first floor. Getting a room here didn't require only money, but also connections. "Did you get that thing?" Victor asked Lily as he put his hand around her slender waist. "Yes, young master," she said as she frowned. Why does the young master have the scent of an unknown woman? Did he fish another one? Bad young master, she thought as she took a small memory card out of her pocket and gave it to him. This was in it. She said, "Good, let's go eat something. This is the fanciest place in town." he said as he dragged everyone following the waiter to a fancy room on the second floor. "You stay here, I have something to do with my father." "Lily, you will accompany me," he said, making the girls who sat down feel a little jealous. But they said nothing. "Is everything okay?" asked Alex. "Yeah, there may be a change of plans but I am not sure yet," he said. Mana, those earrings look pretty on both of you," he added as he left the room, making the twins blush. So he had noticed, they thought. As Victor intended to take Lily's hand, his phone rang. It was Leo. Victor frowned as he answered. "Young master, I am sorry," he said. "About what?" Victor asked. "The stuff you put in the trunk is nowhere to be found." "I swear I didn't touch them," Leo said nervously. "Ah, those things. It's okay, they were not that important. But be careful next time. Now I need you to come to the lover's den and wait downstairs," Victor said as he hung up. The herbs were not in the trunk. He used it as a cover to put them in his ring. After that, he guided Lily to the top floor, where Theodore was having a meal with Luna. "Oh, Lily, you sit down too," Theodore said as he looked fondly at Lily, who intended to stand behind Victor, making Luna look at her with an inspecting look. Lily looked at her young master for instructions. "Sit down and remove the veil. We are all family here." "This is Luna, my fourth mother," Victor said, making Luna blush a little. "This is Lily. She is my assistant for now, but I plan to make her my main wife," Victor said casually, making Lily, who sat down, freeze in shock and drop the veil that she had just taken off to the ground. "What? The young master wants me to be his main wife?" she thought in shock as a heavy blush appeared on her pretty face. Theodore wanted to comment that it's not easy but stopped after seeing Lily's beauty. What the fook? Did that girl get prettier after clearing that dungeon? He was mesmerized for a few seconds until he felt two slender fingers pinch his thigh hard, waking him from his trance. It was Luna who was shooting him a threatening gaze. "You can flirt all you want outside, but not in front of me." "And this was your son's freaking lover," was what she meant. Lily, you have become more beautiful since the last time I saw you," he said after a cough. Lily nodded in acknowledgement while keeping her blushed face down. "Now, come on, the food is getting cold, start eating," Luna said as she also watched Lily closely. This girl was amazing. No wonder she is wearing a veil, she thought. Luckily she was her stepson's wife. If not, Theodore, that pervert, would probably not leave her alone. Victor smiled and began to eat. Declaring his intentions to marry Lily was the first step in his plan. He is sure that his father would tell his grandmother. "I found that algae you told me about, it is amazing. The experts in my pharmaceuticals research lab said that they need to test it for a few more months before the final product is ready," said Theodore after chewing a juicy piece of mutton. "But I read Baron's report. It mentioned that you have harvested a lot of that disgusting mushroom. What is its use?" Theodore asked, changing the subject and making sure not to say the word dungeon or player. Luna was not a player, and although she was aware that his family has supernatural powers, certain things can't be said. Did father eat it?" Victor asked with a smirk. "No. I let one of my men do it. He threw up for an entire hour and lost all his appetite for the rest of the day. The poor thing would throw up if you tried to make him eat anything," Theodore said as he squinted his eyes. "It's what you just described," said Victor with a smirk. "It has two effects. The first one is to suppress the desire for food, and the other is to supplement whoever ate it with enough nutrients to support him. That man shouldn't have barfed it. Now he can only be hungry but can't eat for about a day," said Victor, making Theodore shocked. "This thing is more precious than the algae. If they can make energy bars from it, can't they support an entire army? Wouldn't it be amazing for dungeon exploration? If you intend to present it to the family, make sure to give me some credit," Victor said as he saw the sparkle in his father's eye. "Yes, of course," Theodore said as he ate another bite. "I will need father's permission to take the plane to the island," Victor suddenly asked as he put down his fork. "You will have to wait until tomorrow morning. I also plan to take Iris there. Her bloodline must be tested on the appraisal slate for this to be official, and she is already old, so we would need to make her attend the ceremony as soon as possible." Theodore said with a sigh, "It is rare for the Elders' Council to approve a ceremony not on its usual date, as activating the orb requires a lot of resources. Don't worry, I can't tell you why I know, but she will definitely survive the ceremony. Maybe grandmother would approve if you tell her about the mushroom," Victor said, assuring his worried father. She had 75% purity, and that's enough for her to be a player. Theodore looked at Victor and nodded. He was worried that he would lose the daughter he had just found. But he chose to believe Victor, who kept surprising him. He didn't ask any questions as it was not appropriate with Luna to his side. So he just continued to enjoy his meal. Luna's cooking was really superb. Victor slowly took out the memory card Lily gave him and put it on the table. "This is a memory card of a hidden camera in Carla's office. Lily noticed it when I sent her to inspect the scene." He lied, making Lily look at him, but she said nothing. It was Victor who told her the exact location of this thing. "I believe it was put there by some competitor company or by Jacob to keep tabs on his sister. It may have captured something," Victor said as he handed it to George, who quickly took it and went away to return a few minutes later with a shocked look on his face. But he said nothing as Luna was there. But Victor could tell that what he saw was not something pleasant. Soon the meal finished, and Victor stood up with Lily, who didn't dare to look up. "I will have to excuse myself. I have a party to attend tonight," Victor said. "Thank you for the great meal, fourth mother," he said to Luna as he smiled, then took Lily's slender hand and headed to the elevator. "Make sure to meet me at the airport tomorrow, or I would leave without you," Theodore said as Victor entered the elevator. "Put on your veil," Victor reminded the absent-minded Lily, who quickly put it on while wondering if she should speak what was on her mind. "Young master, I am not worthy to be your main wife," she suddenly said, keeping her face down. Victor didn't say anything. He just pushed her to the side of the elevator, removed the veil she had just put on, and kissed her sweet lips hard. It lasted a few seconds. He stepped back and readjusted the veil on the shocked Lily's blushed face. "You are worth more than the entire world for me," he said, brushing her hair as the elevator's door opened. She didn't move, so he had to take her hand and drag her to the room where the others were. "If you don't start acting normally, the others will notice," he said jokingly, making Lily step back a little. I have to go to the ladies' room," she said as she ran away like a frightened rabbit, making Victor laugh as he made his way to the room where his girls were eating. When he entered the room, the girls were busy teasing Alex, asking him if he had a girlfriend. She didn't know what to say. "She killed her fiancé a few days ago." "Our young master, where is Miss Lily?" Mina asked as she saw Victor enter the room, making him smile. The servants of most of his brothers and cousins would never dare to speak to them or ask them questions. But Victor didn't like that. He wanted his servants to consider themselves his family. "She was being naughty, so I punished her a little. Don't worry, she will be right back," he said jokingly as he sat down. "Then look around the room. Did you buy a suit for me?" he asked the girls as he didn't want to go back to that mansion to change. "Yes, young master, we bought 3. But we only have 1 at hand. The other ones were sent to the mansion directly," Mina said as she rummaged through one of the bags to get a neatly folded purple suit. That made Victor cringe when he saw it. "This must have been selected by Lily. Margaret, you changed too." "We will have to go to the party directly from here," he said to the surprised Margaret as he left the room, to see that Lily was coming back, while a few waiters were hurrying to where she came from. "Follow me," he said to her as a gesture to a panicked waiter to get him an empty room, where he quickly put down the clothes, then looked at Lily, inspecting her. "What happened?" he asked her. It was just a pervert in the ladies' room," she said as she kept her face down. "And?" he asked. "I got rid of something for him. He will be a good law-abiding citizen from now on," she said with a blush. "Oh good, now help me put this on," he said as he looked at the suit and shook his head. "A purple suit? Really? Wouldn't he look like a clown or a pervert? Wouldn't that be perfect for his plan?" Chapter 96. Oliver. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Alvin was sitting at his desk on a chair that could barely hold his weight. He was preparing his speech for tonight. This party was very important for him. For the last 40 years, he has been running the business for the Von Weiss family, going up in the ranks. But he was not satisfied yet. despite being entrusted by more than 10 of their companies. He wants more, and today was his chance to rise. The information he got was that an heir would attend the party tonight, so he was considering taking his sons with him. If one of them could befriend that heir, it would be amazing. Too bad he didn't have a daughter, or he would have thrown her at him. He heard that he was a little lecherous. But isn't that good? He would have something in common with his sons. At that moment the door of the study knocked and a butler walked in. He was panting. Master, young Master Malcolm had an accident this morning. The butler said. What happened to him? Alvin asked with annoyance. He wanted to bring him to the party. When he was serving his punishment as a store clerk, someone punched him in the face, and he is now missing half of his teeth. He just woke up. The butler said. How dare they hit my son? Did you get the one who punched him? Cut him into 1,000 pieces. Alvin angrily shouted. The guard said he held a purple family token. The butler said as sweat fell from his forehead. What? Alvin stood up in shock and hit his knee on the desk, so he fell back into his chair while grimacing in pain. But the chair didn't hold him and toppled, sending him to the ground. Send Malcolm overseas immediately, Alvin said as he stood up in pain with the help of the butler. Understood, Master. The butler said. Damn it. Call Lucas, let him attend, said Alvin with annoyance. We must not waste the opportunity tonight. When Victor returned to the room where the girls were, he was stunned by the red-haired beauty in the black gown. Her looks can be described by one word. She looked sexy. And that's exactly what he wanted. As for his looks, he had purple hair that matched his purple sparkling suit. So he expected himself to look like a clown, but he ended up looking like a lascivious young master you encounter in B-movies. A very handsome one at that. The girls held their laugh when they saw him enter the room. He was like a cosplayer. Young master, you look dashing, said Mina, trying hard not to laugh. I know, he said as he sat down, followed by a blushing Lily. She bought this suit on a whim, not expecting that the young master would look like this. When should we leave? Asked Margaret. She didn't mind the suit, she had seen worse. And he did look good in it. 2 hours later, he said as he asked the waiter for some tea and sat sipping it while inspecting Margaret from head to toe. Absolutely a stunner. What? She asked bashfully, feeling his eyes crawl all over her body. Just appreciating your beauty, he said, making her blush. Tonight you have 2 missions. The first one is to have fun, the second one is to show this young master as a pervert, Victor said, making the girls giggle. That would be easy. Margaret said, you already look like one. She added jokingly, making Lily, who was serving Victor some snacks, shoot her a glare. I know. You must understand that my fiancé will be there, he said, making Margaret look at him strangely. The fiancé that Tom gave you the movie she was in? Margaret asked nervously, not knowing what to think. When Victor heard about the movie, didn't seem angry at all. Ah yes. Have a look, Victor said as he threw the phone at her. Keep it confidential though, he added. Margaret nodded as she took the phone and watched the recording. She was not shy at all. She had seen worse. No, she didn't. Why is that kid doing that with a spider? What? She gasped, while the twins, who wanted to watch with Alex from behind her back, screamed and covered their eyes in shame, while Alex opened her mouth wide in shock. Is that Sebastian? The young master was right, that kid is an absolute pervert, she thought, affirming her belief that the young master was always right. It's the wrong recording. Look at the other one, Victor said with a chuckle, making Margaret shoot him a glare. Ah, is that Linda? Margaret said in shock, after watching for a few seconds. Oh, you know about her too? Victor asked. Yes, she is famous online. She had perverted fiancé. Wait, you are her perverted fiancé? Margaret asked in shock. Unlike the twins, she never liked Linda. She felt that she was a hypocrite, and this recording had confirmed her guesses. But she never expected that Victor was the infamous fiancé in the rumors. Wait, if Linda was Victor's fiancé, does she have to call her mistress later? Am I her fiancé? Yes, but not for long. I intend to break the engagement with that slut, but not for now. So you can't tell her that we know about the affair or the movie yet. Your mission is to make her as angry and jealous as possible. I want her to hate me to the bones. Understood? Victor said. Margaret nodded. She didn't really understand Victor's thoughts, but getting sluts angry was her specialty. When Oliver woke up, he was lying in a hospital bed. He could see the cheap LED lighting fixture on top of his head, and smell the distinct odor of disinfectants. The sudden pain in his crotch made him regain his consciousness. It was unbearable. What happened? He asked himself before he remembered, and looked down to see that his crotch was wrapped in bandages. No. Ugh. He yelled in despair. A nurse wanted to go and check on him, but her friend grabbed her hand and shook her head with a look of sorrow. His case was hopeless. Oliver didn't see them. He just began to recollect what happened. This morning he was working as a delivery guy as usual when he got a call to deliver a pack of condoms to the top restaurant, the Lover's Den. When he went there, he discovered that his girlfriend was dining with some young master who happens to be the one who ordered the condoms. He knew that guy, as he was his classmate. His name was Lucas, the son of the CEO of White Investments, but he didn't care about him nor fear him. He just wanted an explanation, but his girlfriend shouted that she didn't want him anymore and that he was just a poor idiot she used as a spare tire. He was so angry he attacked the man immediately, but was quickly subdued and beaten by the bodyguards, who took off all his clothes then threw him at the ladies' room after feeding him some strange pill. When he regained consciousness and intended to leave, he encountered the most beautiful girl in the world, and for some reason, he couldn't control his urges to attack her. It must have been that pill. She said nothing, just attacked him with a dagger that she took from her purse and cut off his manhood. What a vicious girl. No. He wailed in sorrow and despair as tears fell from his eyes, and just happened to fall on the bronze medallion on his neck, which shone in a blue light then shattered. System awakening. Welcome, player. Suddenly a blue shimmering screen appeared in front of his eyes. Iris opened her eyes slowly to see a fuzzy world. What was going on? She grabbed around searching for her glasses but found nothing. Where are my glasses? She thought while rubbing her eyes, to realize that she was still wearing her contacts. Were they damaged? She took them off. What? She could see clearly now. Better than she ever did. Did my eyes heal overnight? Where am I? She asked herself looking around the lavish bedroom that was lit by the sun's orange rays. Was it dusk or dawn? She didn't know. She looked around for her phone but found nothing near her. After a few seconds, she remembered about that purple-haired guy, who called himself her brother. About that stern man who said he was her father. And about that demon. Yes. About that demon. She felt a shiver go through her body thinking about it. Wait. They let her touch that stone, and after that all she felt was pain. Was it a nightmare? She slowly put her feet on the floor and stood up with a little difficulty. She was a little out of balance. Wait for a second. Why was she barefooted? She was even dressed in blue silk pajamas. What? When did I change into those? Did those men do anything to me? She touched her body as she looked around the room searching for her clothes or any clues. But what she found blew her mind. She was a beautiful purple-haired girl looking at her. No. This was a mirror and the girl was her. She slowly approached it and began to inspect her flawless face and skin. All the freckles that her friends make fun of were gone. And she had long purple hair. How long has she been asleep? She trimmed her hair short last week. She slowly touched her hair and looked at it and wondered why they dye it like that. Is this some kind of a perverted play? That young master and his father had purple hair too. Is this for real or did they drug her and perform plastic surgery on her? She needs to run away, she thought as she approached the window. You're awake. A gentle reassuring voice said from the back. Iris jerked and turned around to see that a pretty woman had opened the door quietly and entered the room. How long have I been asleep? Where is this? Iris asked. She should be having a panic attack, but strangely she wasn't. She felt a strange strength in her soul. You have been out for 3 hours. You can call me Luna. I am your father's lover, Luna said as she sat down. And you are now at my restaurant, the Lover's Den. She added. Iris frowned but quickly remembered the name of the restaurant. This is where Victor brought her. Her father? Yes. That handsome middle-aged man had claimed to be her father. This one was his lover? Really? Aren't you ashamed? Where are my phone and clothes? And why did you change my clothes and who did it? She asked with some hesitation. Don't worry, I didn't let those idiots touch you. I was the one who changed your clothes. They got a little dirty in the process." Luna asked. "Dirty did? Did they do anything to me?" Iris asked as she began to touch herself to check. "It's not that. No one did anything to you. You just sweated a lot, and your sweat was very filthy. Your clothes are in the bathroom through that door." Luna smiled as she pointed to a door on the side. Iris frowned. It's rude to call someone filthy. She quickly headed to the bathroom to see her clothes were folded to the side. Damn. Filthy was the right word to describe them. They were full of a black oily substance that she didn't dare touch. Did this thing come out of her body? Iris didn't know what to think. So she changed the subject. "What about my phone?" she asked. "It's with your father. He is waiting for you in the living room. Come with me and he will explain everything to you." Luna added before she whispered in Iris's ear. "You can't refuse his requests, but you can bargain with him," Luna told her in a low voice as they entered the living room where her supposed father was checking some kind of strange mushroom. "Do they do drugs here?" she wondered. "Oh, you're awake," Theodore said as he looked up. "You must be surprised by the changes in your body," he said. "What did you do to me? Is it some kind of human experiment? A drug?" she asked. "Ha ha, number. It is your bloodline. We just activated it a little. Like the demon that attacked you earlier. There are many supernatural things in the world. I just watched the video of the secure room's camera. Victor did a great job protecting you. That thing was very dangerous," Theodore said, making Iris frown. Despite what she saw, she found it hard to believe. "From now on you are my daughter," he said as he threw a stack of paper at her. She curiously looked at them to discover that it was a DNA test that proved that Theodore was her father. It didn't seem fake. "Tomorrow morning I will have to take you to the family's base for further testing and to attend the ceremony. And I have to tell you that you might not be able to return here," he added. "I don't want to. I already have a family," she said stubbornly. She would never accept not seeing her adoptive father and sister again. "That's not your choice," he said coldly, making Iris flinch and remember that she was already in their hands. Suddenly she remembered what Luna told her earlier, bargaining with him. "I can obey you, but you have to help me transfer my father to a better hospital and pay for his medications. And I want my sister to go to a better school. I want them to live a good life," Iris said. Whatever happens next, she must make sure her family gets a good life. "You want to bargain? Good. Then I will be honest with you. You will have to attend a ceremony on the island. There is a 10% chance that you will die. You have no choice in that matter," he said, making her sit down in shock. "Die?" She didn't want to die. "I don't have to do that, but," said Theodore, "I already read the files about your adoptive family. We have advanced technologies that can heal your adoptive father completely. And we will make sure that your sister will attend the best school and academy in the world. That's their reward for taking care of you," he added. "Can I see them ever again?" she asked. "Will she really die?" "If you survive, there would be a big chance that you would be assigned to Vane City." "So yes," Theodore said. Iris sat in silence, not knowing what to say. "Can I have my phone back?" she asked. "No, that garbage is not fit for you." "How can you hold that thing?" "Its screen was so shattered that we couldn't even read your contacts," said Theodore as he threw her a black shiny phone. "We already transferred all your data to this one," he said. Iris was a little annoyed but said nothing. She didn't care about the phone. She just called her sister, who must have been worried she was late. "Hi, Mia. No, I will have to go on a business trip for a couple of days." "Yes." "Take care of your father, and yourself." "Yes, tell father I love him." "Bye," she said briefly as she hung up. "You seem rich. I want you to give them enough money to live comfortably for the rest of their life," she said, realizing that she can't run away. "If you die I will do that, but if you lived you would do that yourself," Theodore said with a sigh. Although she didn't practice the family's secret art, he could tell from Iris's reaction to the Netherstone that she had a high bloodline purity, so he didn't really fear that she would die. None of his children who attempted the ceremony did. Even Victor, who was thought to be a hopeless case. Iris nodded, as she looked at her feet, thinking that she didn't care about death if her father was able to heal and the family would be able to live a good life. Chapter 97. Pervert. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Margaret watched the city's night lights light up one by one from the luxurious limousine window. She was sitting in the back seat with Victor, who was napping on her lap. He insisted on letting Leo drive him instead of taking his new car, saying he was too sleepy to drive. "You will wrinkle your suit like that," she said, feeling his cheek rubbing her thigh. "It doesn't matter. I am not there to impress anyone, and the guys who know my identity would still grovel under my feet even if I entered the party in my underwear," Victor said as he opened his eyes and looked at Margaret's face. "What? Didn't you see a pretty girl before?" she asked him. "I have seen many, much prettier than you, but I didn't like most of them. For how much do you price yourself?" he suddenly asked her. "Why, wait, Abe asked you for money, didn't he?" she asked with a frown. She was a smart girl, and immediately figured out what he wanted to talk about. "Yup, he sold you for $1 million. But I have to say that fool really didn't know your worth. Getting you for such a price was a bargain," Victor said with a smile. "You didn't have to do that, I already gave myself to you," she said as she played with his hair. "I haven't paid yet. You will give them the money by yourself tomorrow. Give it to your aunt directly. Consider it a compensation for raising such a pretty girl," he said, making Margaret smile a little. At least he can say something nice. "Fine, but Abe and Lulu would get their hands on the money eventually," she said. "That's their business. From now on you are a part of my family, not theirs," he said, closing his eyes again. "Those fools would probably spend it stupidly and then come to beg for more. He would be able to use them then." Leo, who drove the car, was really upset. He could hear some noise from the back, but he couldn't understand what they said. This car had a barrier between the driver and the passenger seats, so he had no way of knowing what was happening in the back. The young master brought that redhead this time, and Leo couldn't keep his eyes to himself when he saw her. Was she really okay wearing such a revealing dress? The cut on the dress went a little too high, almost revealing everything. Damn this car. Why did they have to install this barrier? He cursed silently as he approached the hotel, passing the red carpet on the entrance where many VIP cars were queuing in the driveway. This was not his entrance. Victor has instructed him to enter through the underground parking lot, as he didn't want to reveal himself publicly yet. When Leo parked the car in front of the VIP entrance in the underground parking lot, two men in hotel uniform approached them, a guard and a well-dressed middle-aged manager. Leo nodded to them as he went down and opened the door for Victor, who stepped down, then helped Margaret, who wore high heels, step down from the car. "Excuse me, may I see your invitation?" the manager asked Margaret, as he wondered what's wrong with women these days. Just a few minutes ago, a middle-aged woman entered with a guy who wore a collar and a leash, and now this one made her escort dress like that. You should ask the young master," Margaret said after a slight cough, having understood the man's mistake. "Sorry young master. Do you have your invitation?" the manager asked again while sweating. "What invitation? Shouldn't my name be on your list?" Victor asked. "There is no list young master, only invitations this time for security reasons," the manager said, his voice turning slightly cold. "Oh, I don't have any. Would this work?" Victor said as he flashed his token. This hotel was a family property, and in fact, it was his property. "Sorry for doubting you young master, please go right in." The man bowed in 90 degrees. "Should I announce your arrival young master?" the man asked as gestured Victor inside while sweating heavily. "No need," Victor said as he took Margaret's hand and stepped inside as the manager quickly called his boss. "The VIP has arrived." "Does your family own this place too?" she asked him as she looked around the luxurious gilded hallways. "No, this place is mine. They gave it to me when I became a player," he said casually, making Margaret look at him in astonishment. This buy that fell in her lap was bigger than what she expected. "Yup, your young master is very rich, you better hold on tight," he said, seeing her astonishment, making her tighten her hand that held his as they walked toward the elevator. "To the party?" asked the respectful elevator girl. "Yes," said Victor as he checked her once, then returned his eyes to Margaret. The girl was not his type. Margaret saw what he did and smiled proudly as she stood in front of him and began to adjust his suit and tie. "Be ready to use your enchantress skills," he said to her. "Isn't it illegal?" she asked, as she watched the elevator girl frown, not understanding what they were talking about. "No, if no one found out," he said, then froze for a moment with a frown, then smiled as the elevator reached its destination, the hotel's roof, where he felt the refreshing summer breeze gently touch his face. Victor approached the elevator girl and whispered something in her ear, making her blush, then stepped out with Margaret, who was hugging his arm tightly like some cheap girl. "Is this okay?" she whispered in his ear and chuckled, making the man who was standing to the side waiting for the elevator have a nosebleed. "Perfect," he said as he guided her swaggering through the people on the roof, which was divided into two parts. An outer party on the roof's terraces for the people of lower status, and an inner party inside a glass dome in the middle of the roof. Margaret watched the people around her with a smile. She would have never dreamed that she could attend such a grand occasion. The VIPs around her looked back, some at her with perverted looks, some at Victor with mocking gazes. "Do you see all those people with all their money and prestige? All of that means nothing in the face of absolute power. Remember that. Any of the top player powers can erase all of those idiots in a blink of an eye," he said as walked. Margaret nodded as she realized that their gazes meant nothing. She is now a player, a tier above them. Suddenly there was a scream. "How dare you touch my butt!" A woman whom Victor pushed aside gently turned and shouted loudly as she pointed at him, making Victor frown. This woman was about 30 years old, dressed in an expensive gown, but the air around her was not that of a refined lady. "How can a pervert like you enter this place?" "Guards!" she screamed loudly, making Victor secretly look around. Ah, so it was her. Victor smiled as he glimpsed Linda sneaking in the back. Semicolon. Linda. Cross slash. Von Rosen slash. Level 9. Class, Summoner. Authority, 3. Strength, 19. Intelligence, 25. Agility, 20. Luck, 20. Charm, 26. Order, 12. Skills, Minor Summoning Art D. Demonic Command D. Cooking D. Burn Resistance E. Charm E. Spotless Cleaning E. Staff Arts F. Equipment. Protection Rune A+. Fate's Status. Fate's Power, C. Fate's Direction, Slightly Negative Changing. Fate's Design, Uncertain Death. Total, C-. Let's play, he thought as he stood saying nothing while the woman kept shouting for guards who rushed to arrest the offender. Margaret wanted to say something but stopped as she felt Victor pressing her palm. What does he want to do? Many attendees made way for the guards, but as they approached Victor they were stopped by a commanding voice. "Stop. How dare you slander my fiancé?" she said loudly, making all of the attendants look to see it was Linda Cross. She was wearing a pure white dress that contrasted Margaret's sexy black gown perfectly. "Miss Linda, you mean he is your fiancé?" a guard asked. Those guards belonged to the mayor's estate and not to the hotel, as the mayor was the organizer of this party. "Yes," she said, making everyone astonished. "Her fiancé? Really? The evil man in the rumors? The one who tried to rape her? SHH. Not now." "Ah, it's him. Come on Toto, lick it clean. Look at the way he is dressed. Disgusting. Dot. Dot." Soon many people began to gossip and point at Victor with disgust. If it were not for Victor's firm hand, hers, Margaret wanted to run away. She felt sympathy for Victor. He had to live with the stigma of being a pervert for a long time. She felt his strength too and felt disgusted by Linda's acting. "Yes, he is my fiancé," she repeated proudly. "Everyone, let me explain one thing," Linda gracefully shouted as she looked at the people that were gossiping. "All the rumors you heard before were fabricated by some people who wanted to break us apart. Victor would never do such things," she said, making Margaret want to spit on her. "You are the one who was cheating on him." "Miss Linda, do you mean the rumors about him attacking you?" a woman asked. "They are all false. Victor would never do such a thing." "And you?" she pointed at the woman who accused Victor earlier. "Who paid you to slander my fiancé?" Linda asked righteously. The woman said nothing, She just dashed away as if running but was quickly apprehended by the guards. "You see everyone, she is lying. Take her to the police." "How dare you slander my fiancée?" Linda said as she slowly approached Victor, who raised his head high and said, "Wait, how dare you take her? I haven't finished with her yet. I just touched that woman and that means she is mine. She has to warm my bed tonight," he said stubbornly, making everyone in the party flabbergasted including Linda. "What the fuck? Didn't you hear? Let her go now," Victor shouted at the guards as he approached the woman and groped her chest boldly, making her moan loudly under the shocked eyes of the crowd. He took his hand away in a hurry, then shook it as he had touched something dirty, then gestured to the guards. "Yuck, take her away, it's all synthetic. This young master only deals with natural products," he said with annoyance as he turned approached the frowning Linda. "Dear Linda, I haven't seen you for a long time," he said with a dashing smile as he put his hand on her butt. "I couldn't touch you back then because of my family rules. But now we can do all the dirty things I told you about," he said as he spanked her, making everyone gasp in shock. The rumors might not have been entirely fabricated. This guy was definitely a pervert. "Young master, don't forget about me." Margaret, who quickly understood his plan, jumped into his other hand, hugging it tightly. "Wasn't last night's action enough for you? Well, if Linda doesn't mind, I wouldn't mind letting you accompany us," he said, making Linda want to kick his balls. Is this guy acting or are his actions real? She didn't know, baby. "But I am more beautiful than her, she would never get a turn," Margaret said as she moved her slender finger on his chest, making all the women in the crowd frown and all the men drool. "That won't work. She is my fiancée, and under certain lighting conditions, she might appear prettier than you," Victor said, making Linda angry. "What are certain lighting conditions? Is he humiliating her on purpose?" How about this, let's ask the men here, who is the most beautiful? And whoever wins will get to go first, Victor said, making Linda very furious. If this goes on, her reputation would be tarnished. She quickly grabbed Victor and whispered in his ear, "Stop this. Please, let's go to some private place and talk." "I would do whatever you want," she said in a pleading voice. He might have fallen for it if he didn't know her. "No need, you can do whatever I want here," he said as he placed something in between her breasts, as if he was a patron tipping a stripper, making the guards who were near her gasp. Linda was not a kind girl. She once plucked a guard's eyes out for looking at her disrespectfully once. Linda was very mad. But when she touched what he put there, she frowned. It was her ID. Where did he get that? Did he know? Was it the reason for this play? But before she could ask him, he pointed to a man in the crowd. He was a very important politician. "Who is more beautiful, my fiancée Linda or my lover here?" he asked loudly. The man would definitely choose Linda. But when he looked at Margaret's eyes, he could only run and grovel at her feet. "The miss here is the most beautiful woman in the world," he said, making his wife run towards him and kick his balls, then drag him from his collar. "How about you? You? And you?" Victor pointed to quite a few men in the crowd, and all of them either knelt or groveled on the ground in front of Margaret, singing love songs describing her beauty as they drooled. The women in the crowds were shocked and furious. They knew their men were perverts, but not in public. "You see, dear Linda, you will have to go second," he said, making Linda, who was still shocked about the ID, pay attention to the situation. Things had gotten way out of hand, and she could only retreat. We will talk later. Now, I have to excuse myself," she said as she turned around intending to leave. But suddenly a naked man with a paper bag on his head jumped from somewhere and pulled her gown, exposing her naked body to everyone. She was pretty, but that's all. Nothing special. "Ah!" she screamed while covering her body with her hands, watching that pervert jump from over the roof with her gown as a parachute. A quick-witted guard quickly covered Linda's body with his uniform jacket and dragged her away as the crowds gossiped. "I told you, everyone, she is not as beautiful as my Margaret here," he said as he dragged Margaret, who exposed her slender leg on purpose. He led her to the glass dome, making Linda, who was carried by the guard, spit blood after hearing him. Tom slowly glided on a wire on the roof using that gown as a handle until he reached a lower terrace, then jumped from one balcony to another until he reached the ground and dashed into the nearby woods. No guard could match his speed. Tonight he was very miserable. At first, that middle-aged woman made him enter the party with a collar, where she introduced him to her perverted friends. She made him eat from a dish on the floor and lick all of her friends' shoes. He didn't want to do it, but the contract that he signed was very poisonous. He had written it that way to compel the woman and he had no way of getting free. He knew that he had to suffer through the night. But what he didn't expect was that one of the middle-aged woman's friends began to take some very disturbing toys from her bag. If those things were used on him, he would not be able to call himself a man anymore. They even wanted to film him. But thankfully cameras were forbidden at the party, so they postponed their plans until the party was over. He kept asking the system for help, and to his relief, it finally responded. System notice. The whimsical system understands your dilemma, however, it can't help you directly due to its whimsical nature. But there is a way. Are you ready to do anything? Tom said, yes, as he watched that woman chuckle and lick her lips as her eyes inspected his crotch. System notice. Number 2, mission, Project Pervert. Go to the bathroom, take off your clothes and wear a paper bag on your head. Then assault Linda Cross. Take off her gown and use it to run away. Rewards. You will escape, as the women would never dare to reveal that it was you. They were the ones who brought you in. The system would erase all the security tapes for you, in case of failure. The whimsical system does not need to tell you what would happen, but the system would definitely enjoy the show. Chapter 98, Definitely a Pervert. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor passed through the stunned guests with Margaret, heading to the inner party inside the glass-domed hall. Everyone was looking at him with a mix of disgust and envy. Poor Miss Linda had to marry this beast. We must find a way to stop this atrocity. Everyone was thinking. Margaret saw it clearly in their eyes. Didn't we go a little overboard out there? She asked him while wondering if that pervert at the end was also the work of Victor. He seemed familiar. Overboard? Maybe a little, but I had many reasons to do so. That woman who accused me was sent by Linda, he said. Margaret nodded. She already guessed that much. Don't worry about those guys. 90% of them live off businesses owned by my family. When they go home and think things over, they will realize that I am a true gentleman, he added. After discovering the truth about von Rosen's method, he realized that they wanted to plant that parasite on him using Linda, but that fool messed around, and she probably didn't tell anyone. If he went to her home right now and revealed the truth to her mother, there would be a problem. They would probably make him marry Linda anyway to hide their plan from his family because his grandmother would insist on going on with the marriage. They might even make Linda incite his cousin's jealousy and create an infighting in the family. So his current plan was to make Linda hate him. Later, he would start blackmailing her to do some very dirty things, making her loathe him. Then after her family forces her to marry him, that idiot will reveal the truth by herself, not realizing the gravity of her mistake, so they would call off the marriage by themselves after that and maybe change the bride. Victor was sure that no sane woman would want him after what he did today. He wanted to prove to his grandmother and to the world that he is a pervert. He doesn't want to be thrown into another political marriage when his engagement with Linda gets dissolved. His plan was risky, and if that was his entire plan, he would have been stupid. His real purpose is very simple, just delaying the marriage enough for him to erase the von Rosen family. He has already formulated a method, and the only thing he needs is time, and a few rare materials. Maybe he would even let Linda help him a little. She wanted to gracefully introduce herself as a virtuous wife, who defends her husband's reputation before entering the inner hall with him. She also wanted to show him that she had nothing to do with the rumors. If this was himself in the past, he might have fallen for it. But he shattered her plans by acting like that. And that move with Tom was on a whim. He didn't expect him to be here. He was sure that Linda would return to her mother and beg her to change the fiancé, or absolve the engagement altogether. And her mother would refuse. In addition to that, she will not sleep peacefully tonight. She would be very worried about the ID and would contact him herself in a few days. Maybe he would be able to milk some information out of her. But he doubted that idiot knew anything important. You can stop using your skill now. he said to Margaret as they stepped up the stairs of the domed hall. "What do you mean, young master? I have never used such a thing," she said with an innocent smile that made the young attendant who opened the door for them blush. Victor chuckled as stepped inside the hall, where many hanging chandeliers lit the party as if it were daylight. The guests inside were of a different class. Most of the people here were already aware of Victor's status or were abruptly informed by their countenances. "Young master, you are here at last?" Susan came running and bowed deeply at Victor. The last time he slapped her made her aware that this man was not to be trifled with, and she really liked being the head of a company. Maybe if she licked enough he would give her more benefits. "You are here too, huh?" Victor nodded as she guided him through the guests into a deck where 3 chairs were placed. One of them was already filled by a young woman. The other 2 chairs were meant for him and poor Linda, who had no face to show herself anymore. Victor quickly went to the seat in the middle and looked at the young woman. "Hey beauty, how much for the hour?" he asked in a faint voice that half of the hall could hear. The woman was not shocked and looked at him with little annoyance as if he was a fly that happened to land on her cuff. She was considering whether to swat him or not. Her name was Charlotte von Geldstadt, one of the 5 heirs contesting for the seat of the von Geldstadt family head. This speech was Titus's patron and the one behind the assassination attempts on him. Charlotte von Geldstadt, level 15, class Merchant plus, authority 3, strength 29, intelligence 30, agility 25, luck 25, charm 28, order 17, skills, system store access, level 5, player market access, level 2, energy shield, D, poison resistance C, dagger arts D, throwing needles arts C, mathematical mind D, speech arts C, coin flipping F, equipment, higher protection rune A+, lower storage ring A, poisonous hairpin B, fate's status, fate's power, B, fate's direction, slightly positive, fate's design, greatness or demise, total, B+. "At least give me your name, so I can ask your pimp," he added after seeing her not responding. Hearing him she almost spit blood. This guy's tongue was very poisonous. "Mr. Victor, no need for such plays," she said elegantly. "Sorry Miss Charlotte, after seeing your beauty I couldn't help myself," he said, making her angrier. "What do you mean after seeing my beauty? Do I look like a prostitute?" She thought silently and decided to ignore him. Victor ignored her too. He wanted to grab Margaret who was holding her laugh, and let her sit on his lap, but decided not to do that after seeing the people approaching him. "Mr. White, we will meet again," Mark Silberberg the movie director said respectfully, as he grabbed a hesitating young woman and brought her forward. "Mr. White, let me introduce you, this is Myra Elvna, new rising star." "She probably doesn't need my introduction," Mark said. "What are you doing?" Myra quickly greeted the young master. The girl, Myra, slowly bowed elegantly. "Nice to meet you, Mr. White," she said coldly, making Victor smile as he looked at her. She was wearing a sky blue gown with a pink exotic flower pin on her hair. Myra Elvn, a girl who was 59.3% on the Lily scale, was one of his past girlfriends. Right now she appeared only a little prettier than Margaret, but Victor knew that she used her makeup to make herself a little ugly. A very smart girl. He really liked this one. Too bad his brother Max had her handle and used it to steal her from Victor. And now, Victor will use that same handle to get her. This girl made him chase after her for 8 months before she accepted him to be her boyfriend, and he didn't want to do the same this time. "Come, Myra, sit on my lap and let me appreciate your beauty," Victor said, making her flinch and bite her lip, but she obeyed, and silently sat on his lap under the watchful eyes of the guests. No one was surprised, as she was just a little star, while he was her boss. Some women were a little displeased, but that's it. Margaret was a little surprised. Myra has a reputation of being a clean girl that didn't do those things. Was she secretly a slut? She doesn't smell like one. Well, at least I will have a new sister, she thought as she stood behind Victor, pinching his shoulders so that he would not forget about her. Victor smiled at Margaret, then looked at the sad Myra. Myra, ? Elven, abnormal status, slave, Weak. STR8. INT 23. Luck 17. Charm 30. Fate. E plus rising. Bloodline. A bloodline. He didn't know about that. But looking at it again, can a girl with such beauty not have something like that? But why didn't the family notice? Myra was a servant from his family. The reason she was allowed to be an actress was that her father, who was also a servant, made some accomplishments in the family. He requested that his daughter should be allowed to live a normal life at the very least, and the family agreed that as long as no one wanted her she could do that. But she was still an unclaimed servant girl after all. And if a family member wanted her he could easily take her. So she hid the fact that she was a servant and only went to occasions like this party when she had no other choice. She knew that being an actress would be her demise, but she really liked to act. When Rex found out about her he branded her immediately, and when he finished with her, he killed her, then threw her corpse at Victor. He didn't do this to take revenge on Victor but on his big brother who stole Rex's favorite girl. And Victor was too easy to bully back then. Victor silently took out his token and pointed at Myra, then hid it back again. Now, no one would be able to take you from me again. The only people who noticed him were Margaret, who pinched him a little harder, and Charlotte, who puked in her mouth. She thought that this guy was feigning being a pervert, but after she saw the way he looked at Myra she concluded that this one was the real deal. Myra, who felt the change, wanted to cry. The freedom that her father traded his hard work for was over. Now, she can only resign herself to her grim fate. Mr. Silverberg, that movie you told me about last time, I will accept to finance it on the condition that Myra and John Sigma do the leading roles. Victor said to the little embarrassed Mark Silverberg, making Myra flinch in surprise. She really wanted that role. Really, young master? That would be great. I will contact John right away. Mike said as he retreated. Susan, write it down, Victor said to Susan, who stumbled as she took out a notebook from her purse. As useless as ever. How could I be so blind in my past life? He thought as he brushed Myra's familiar black hair. Thank you for giving me this chance, young master, she said softly. She really wanted to be in that movie, but she was still a beginner, and no producer would give her the lead role. I just don't want to waste your talent. You are mine anyway, he said, making her nod. She understood that this was her destiny, but at the very least he would let her act. I have to tell my agent, she said softly. Then go. Just be sure to meet me here before we leave, he said. She nodded respectfully, then left his lap and went to find her agent. My lap is too cold, Miss Charlotte, can warm it for me? He asked Charlotte, who was watching Myra with interest, making her look at him, then spit and decide to go socialize away from this scumbag. I can do it for you, young master, Margaret said from behind him. You are too hot for that. I am afraid to be burned, he said, making Margaret chuckle. Her young master may appear to be a pervert, but she has just confirmed her guess. This guy is playing everyone better than Tom, who only knew how to run behind women. Wah, Tom, she yelped before she put her hand on her lips. She just realized that the pervert from before was Tom. They have gone to the swimming pool together before, and she is very familiar with his entire body. She has checked him thoroughly. Tom was a pervert, but not an idiot, so why would he attack Linda? Unless. How do you control him? She whispered in Victor's ear. I will tell you someday, but not now. Don't tell anyone. Victor, who understood her, said as he pinched her hand on his shoulder. This girl is too smart for her own good. Soon many guests began to approach Victor and greet him one by one. Most of those belonged to his family or the other families in the city, and they would not miss the chance to get to know him. If he decided to grant them some random project, they would be able to get a lot of benefits. Young master, I am Lucas, the son of Alvine, the CEO of White Investments. A young man finally came and bowed to Victor. He was trying really hard not to look at Margaret. Victor quickly realized that he was the piece of sheet that trapped Iris. So he looked at him with a smile. Oh, Lucas, my sister told me about you, Victor said with a smile. Ah, really? Lucas was surprised, not knowing what to say. He didn't know who that sister was, but he was handsome, and many young girls were fascinated by him. Yes. Too bad she was a little busy. She would definitely be excited when I tell her I met you. Maybe you would get to have a private meeting with her when she returns, Victor said, deciding to leave this idiot for Iris to train her hand. "That would be my honor, young master," he said with a smile, not mentioning anything about his big brother Malcolm, who was sent to another city. He had no chance to inherit the family business before, now this was his chance. And if he could marry this young master's sister, he would be able to become a giant businessman like his father. But what if the sister was ugly? Does it matter? Victor, who could easily read Lucas's mind, nodded, then continued to greet and talk to the guests as Margaret fed him some snacks from a dish that she brought. Soon the party came to an end. Charlotte never returned to her seat. She went outside for some air and maybe threw herself from the building for all Victor cared. Myra returned and approached Victor as he stood up to leave. "Young master, do you need me to accompany you tonight?" she asked, keeping her face down. Victor knew that she didn't want to go with him. In his last life, it took him a lot of effort to get her on his bed. "No need, I will be leaving the city tomorrow morning, so I don't have time. I just wanted to give you my number," he said as he took her phone and sent some things to it. "The first is my number, while the second is my butler's. If you need anything, call him," Victor said, making Myra raise her head and look at him with surprise. "Wasn't he a pervert? Don't look at me like that. Your turn would come, but I didn't finish eating Margaret yet, and I want you to move into my mansion, but that would have to wait until later. As far as I know, you will be busy filming out of town," he said with a smile, making her nod. Did he investigate her schedule? "Do you have a ride?" he asked her. "Yes, my agent will drive me," she said. "Take care of yourself," he said, then spanked her on her butt. She yelped in surprise. "Let's go," he said as he turned to face Margaret, holding her hand and leaving the hall. Myra stood there stunned, looking at him and rubbing her butt. He was definitely a pervert. Linda silently entered her house just as her father was leaving. He glared at her and left without saying anything. She sighed and headed towards her mother's study room and knocked on the door after she adjusted her newly bought clothes. "Get in," Amelia von Rosen said, making Linda open the door slowly to enter the study, then stand silently waiting for her mother to speak. "I already heard that Victor was probably taking revenge on you," Amelia said. "Mother, do you mean he knew that we were the ones behind the rumors?" Linda asked with a frown. "That's uncertain. He might be a real pervert." In the morning, he was seen taking his maids to go shopping. Amelia said, "No matter what, this marriage has to go on." She added, "Mother, but he hates me. He humiliated me at the party. I am sure that guy, in the end, was sent by him, as all the hotel's cameras happened to be broken when we asked for the footage." Linda said, "Oh, that's better. It means he has the brains. Maybe he will be able to get a good position in his family in the future." Amelia said, "But can't we change the groom?" Linda wanted to argue. "I will not repeat myself. You have to marry him, and make sure not to sleep with him before the wedding night. As I told you before, your virginity is important for our plans." Amelia said, "You can leave," she added as she flipped a document on her desk and began to inspect it, missing the frightened look in her daughter's eyes. "Yes, Mother," Linda said as she escaped the room. "Cheat. I am screwed." "What does she mean, as I told you?" "That bitch tells me nothing," Linda cursed. If Victor really knew what she didn't told her mother, she would be punished heavily. If they check on her, they might even kill her. Wait. She quickly went to her room and dialed one of her friend's numbers. "Hi Cuckoo, it's me. Last year you told me that you had an operation to restore your virginity. Do you still have the doctor's number?" Chapter 99. Plans. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Q was not a man, she was a stripper, the man said to the bartender, who nodded, then quickly handed the man in black a folder after looking carefully to his sides, making sure no one was watching him. "Victor White, I will take it," the man said after taking a look at the folder, then he stood up and headed outside of the bar. It was 11:00 p.m. when the fancy car stopped next to the mansion's door. Leo hurried and opened the door for Victor, who lazily stepped down, then helped Margaret down. "Be here tomorrow morning to drive me to the airport," Victor said. "Understood." "When would the young master return?" Leo asked as he sneaked a quick glimpse at Margaret. "Damn, she is hot," He thought, undecided. I will call you to drive me when I return, Victor said as he entered the mansion with Margaret, who began to look around. She didn't get a chance in the morning. Would this place be her home from now on? You will sleep here tonight. Tomorrow morning you will go back to your aunt's house to pack your things and give them the money. Victor said, understood. Would the young master need special entertainment tonight? She asked. She was looking forward to this. Unfortunately not. I have to sleep early, he said, disappointing her, while opening his arms to hug Lily, who threw herself on him. Young master, you were late, Lily said as she sniffed around his body. Two women, one was Margaret, the other was new. Bad young master. Yes, I had to talk to a lot of people. Let's go inside, he said as he hugged Lily and Margaret and entered the mansion. The twins and Hilda, who were waiting for him, quickly greeted him per protocol. Should we serve you dinner, young master? Hilda asked respectfully. No need, I already ate. Did you and the girls have your dinner? He asked. No, they were waiting for you, Hilda said. Then prepare a grand dinner for all of us. Oh, and prepare a room for Margaret, Victor said as he spanked Margaret's butt, then headed to the living room, while Margaret shot him a glare, nodded to Hilda, then followed her. Victor quickly found a seat on a comfy sofa in the living room, then gestured for Lily to sit next to him. Tomorrow I will have to return to the family's base, and you will come with me, he said as he laid his head on her lap. Ah, is there something wrong? She asked him. Many things. I have to go save Arya, he said, then began to tell her the story of what happened today after he left them. Ah, so Arya is not your big sister. Are you sure you have a way of saving her? Lily asked with concern after hearing his story. She wouldn't really hate Arya. That girl was a little stubborn, but she was good to the young master. Yes, and it's thanks to Margaret, he said, then turned to the door. You can stop hiding now, he added, making Margaret, who stood near the doorstep, get into the room and sit on his other side. So you are going to leave me here alone? She asked him. You are not alone. I want you to get to know everyone here. They are your new family, he said with a smile, refusing her request to join him. Margaret, it's not that the young master hates you, but that place is very dangerous. You don't know their rules. If you went there, you might put the young master in danger if they found a way to set you up. Lily explained to Margaret why Victor refused her. I understand. Margaret nodded. Don't be sad. Once you become strong enough, I will take you there to seduce all those old geezers. I really want to see them grovel under your feet, he said with a smirk, making Margaret lighten up. After a while, Mano entered the room. Young master, the table is set, she said politely. Let's go eat, he said as he jumped from the couch and headed to the dining room, where the girls and Alex were seated around the table. Thank you for the gifts, young master, Theta shouted at him, as he sat at the head of the table. Victor smiled and nodded as he glimpsed at Lily, who sat next to him. It seems she bought them some gifts in his name. Not bad. Everyone, I need to tell you a few things, he said as he took a bite from a piece of bread, announcing the start of the meal. The girls would not dare eat before he does. First, this is Margaret. She will be your sister from now on, Victor said, introducing Margaret to everyone, especially Alpha and her sisters who didn't meet her formally. Margaret nodded politely and smiled at everyone while wondering where did Victor get all those beauties from. And what's wrong with that one-eyed girl? She was shooting her daggers. And that boy too. Is it okay to leave him here alone in a mansion filled with little girls? I will be leaving on a trip tomorrow with Lily, so you have to study well when I am not here, he said, making the girls feel a little surprised. This young master keeps going out. Can't he spend a day relaxing at home? Do you need me to go with you? Asked Alex as she stuffed her mouth with an egg. No, I want you to keep this place safe while practicing your spear arts. I have reasons to believe that someone might attack this place, Victor said, making Hilda and the twins look at him with surprise. While the girls gasped. The Thunder Sect? Alex asked with some hatred. No, I didn't tell you, but someone tried to assassinate me this morning, but I killed him. He belonged to the Lotus Gang, so they might try to break in here. So be careful. And Hilda, install a good security system, he said, making Lily in his side tense a little. He already sent her a message to be careful this afternoon, But she didn't think the situation was this serious. I already ordered the cameras and the wiring. They will be ready in a couple of days. But Lakai has already contacted me about those," said Hilda, making Victor nod. "Good, that's all for now," he said as he stood up. "You continue your meal. Alfie, you follow me to the study," he said as he headed out of the room. Alfie nodded, then put down her fork and quickly followed after him while whipping her mouth with her sleeve. When she entered the study, Victor was browsing one of the magazines on the shelves. "Garbage," he said as he threw it on the floor. "Your first mission is to buy some good books and fill this place. Put those magazines in the basement. They will fetch a nice price after a few years," he said as he looked at Alpha, who nodded while wondering if this was the reason he interrupted her dinner. "The other mission must be completed tomorrow night," he said as he took out the Hera's jewel and gave it to her. "Use this. Infiltrate Baron's brothel, then assassinate him. I will lift all the restrictions on your power," he said, making Alpha's eyes shine and get sharper. "He may be stronger than me," she said as she smiled. "Your power is enough to kill him 10 times, but he is very elusive. So you should take Alex with you. Make sure to erase all your traces, though. And take care of Alex, that idiot is a magnet for trouble," he said, making her nod. "Oh, and Baron has a few things that I need you to get. The first one is an empty book he keeps somewhere in his office and a pen that he always holds in his inner pocket." Victor said, "Understood. Any other requests?" she asked while thinking about how to sneak into that place. "You can use all the treasures in the basements. Just make sure to not leave a corpse," Victor said. "You can go and continue your dinner," he added as he sat down. "Do you mind if I find some new sisters to join us?" she asked him. "That won't work. All the girls there has a slave tattoo," he said. "Baron has a private seal, but I may know a way to rebrand it, as it's probably a low-ranked one," she said. "Oh, I still can't trust them. Take some cash from the basement and build an outside base. This would be your private team. Don't tell the girls anything. We must keep our identity a secret," Victor said. Alfie nodded, then left the room. A few seconds later, the twins entered. "Did you make your decision?" he asked them with a smile. They didn't answer. They just went to him and sat on the arms of the armchair, then kissed Victor's face from both sides before they stepped down and ran away with a blush. Victor was stunned for a second, then chuckled. "Those two are interesting," he thought. Now, he should get things ready for tomorrow. Too bad he couldn't find the time to get Nick steady soldiers. Knowing that pervert, all of those 41 would be pretty girls. Now he must focus on saving Arya. Despite her cold behavior, she held a very special place in his heart. In his previous life, she was one of the few who supported him before and after the family kicked him out. He still remembers how she stood up for him when his brother John came to Vane City and tried to humiliate him. Too bad that the truth about her was discovered when the family decided to screen all the DNA of all heirs after a spy was found. She was killed immediately after interrogating her. All 17 false children were. This was a very disgraceful event for the family. Victor only knew about her a few months later from his big sister, as he was forbidden from interfering with the family's business. This time he has something that his grandmother would really want. But what should he ask for in addition to Arya? A light knock on the door brought him back to reality. "Come in," he said, making Lily enter the room with gentle steps. "Young master, it is already late. Should we head to bed?" she asked. "Did you eat?" he asked. "Yup." She nodded. "Then, let's go," smiled Victor as he held Lily's hand and went to his room. At this time, in a well-lit room on the second story of the servants' building, two girls were arguing. "That was so embarrassing," Mana said as she covered her blushed face. "This was your idea," Mina said as she spanked her sister's back. "I just wanted to tease him," Mana said. "So can we warm his bed tonight?" Mina asked. "No way, I am too embarrassed to look him in the face," Mana replied. "It's all your fault," Mina said as she touched her lips with a smile. "I will go anyway," she added as she left the room. Her sister took a deep breath, then quickly followed, only to run into Margaret, who wanted to have a night chat with them. "Where are you going?" she asked as she looked at their blushed faces. "To the young master's room," Mina quickly whispered in her ear. "Ah, that bastard just refused me," Margaret said. "Don't get him wrong. He still can't lose his virginity. Mana said, then proceeded to tell her about their talk with Lily, and how he only let them warm his bed and didn't do anything beyond that to them. Ah, so that's it. What a bummer. Margaret said. Come on then, I will also be his pillow tonight. She added as she dragged the blushing twins to Victor's room. Chapter 100, A True Gentleman. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Victor woke up in the morning, he was surrounded by girls. Other than Lily, who was snuggling in his arms, Margaret was hugging him like a monkey from the back, and the twins were sulking on both sides of the bed. Last night, he pretended to be asleep and ignored them when they sneaked in. He seemed to have dozed off when they were fighting about which one of them would hug him from the back, as Lily was occupying the front. It appears that Margaret won. He slowly sat down, then pinched Margaret's arm. She was still clinging to him. She said as she clung a little harder, as Lily slowly woke up and sat up, yawning while stretching her delicate arms before looking around in shock. When did they get in? Last night she slept very peacefully in her young master's embrace. How can she be so careless? She wondered, not knowing that Victor hid the girl's presence so that Lily's sleep would not be disturbed. Good morning, he said to Lily, and the twins, who didn't look very happy. They didn't get to hug the young master. Good morning, young master, the girls replied, as Mina jabbed Margaret's back with her bare foot. Hateful slut, how dare you monopolize the young master's back. Good morning, young master, Margaret replied as she yawned and let go of Victor, then crawled back into the blanket while closing her eyes. She returned to sleep. Go wash up, prepare something for me to wear, then go prepare some breakfast. Victor smiled and said to the twins as he shook his head, let her sleep. Shall we wake the others? Mina, who was blushing a little, asked as she looked at the clock. It is still 5:00 a.m. No need. I will go take a bath, then down to the basement. Call me when you're done, he said as he jumped out of bed, grabbed a towel, then entered the bath, followed by the barefooted Lily, who shot the sleeping Margaret a nasty glare. When Leo reached the mansion it was 7:00 a.m. and Victor was hugging the girls goodbye one by one in the doorway. Damn it, how many girls does he have? Leo cursed as his eyes began to take the girls' measurements. Wow, that short one has a nice figure. Victor didn't care about the drooling driver, he just made sure to hug everyone, including Alex, who was a little flustered. I am a guy. Young master, she said with a slight blush, I told you before, I don't discriminate, he said before he turned to Margaret. Go with Alex and take my car to your aunt's house. Be careful, he told her, making her nod with some embarrassment. She was really sleepy in the morning. Oh, Alpha, I left some instructions for you in the basement. You might need to buy a few other things, but it would make your mission a lot easier, he said, making Alpha frown a little then nod. Finally, nodded at Hilda, then took Lily's hand, and climbed into the car. Go, he told Leo, who nodded professionally and started the engine after giving the girls a final inspecting look. Goodbye, young master, Theta screamed at the moving car as she waved her hand, followed by the other girls. You really like him, don't you? Alpha asked her little sister with a glare. Yup, I think the young master is very generous and handsome. He is a true gentleman, Theta said, making the twins nod while Alpha shook her head. Brainwashed fools. The girl was cursing while driving her damaged red sports car. Yesterday was the worst day of her life. First, she didn't get the dress she wanted at the store because some girls beat her to it. So she lost the bet with her friends and had to drive them to the party. So she got there late. Then, just as she wanted to park her car, some naked jerk jumped from the hotel's balcony and slid his naked butt on her front window, making her lose control and hit 3 other cars. The bad luck didn't end there. Just as she wanted to mitigate the situation, some crazy police officer insisted that she must go with her to the station while they inspected the cars, as one of them seemed to belong to some very important politician. After spending the night at the station, she just came out and got her car back. Damn, what bad luck, she cursed. She really wanted to attend that party. While driving, she noticed that in the SUV in front of her there was a familiar face. Yes, it was that veiled girl from the mall. Should she bump their car? She was tempted but decided not to do that. At such speeds, Such action is very dangerous. Suddenly a black shabby car broke from her left and hurried towards the SUV. She could see that the man inside was holding a gun pointed at the girl. She wanted to honk to warn them, but she didn't have to, as a purple-haired boy slowly appeared in the back seat. What was he doing with his head down? The boy seemed to have noticed the black car. He lowered the window and threw something out, and it just happened to fall into the black car's half-opened window. Kaboom! The next moment an explosion rocked the highway, making the girl press the brakes as her car slid into the highway's barrier. What was that? She wondered as she looked at the burning car roll on the road. The SUV never slowed down. When the car reached the airport, Victor didn't wait for the scared Leo to open the door for him. He opened it himself and jumped out, followed by a vigilant Lily. "Take care, Leo," Victor waved to the bowing Leo, as he entered the airport and headed to the VIP section where he flashed his token and was immediately guided to the private runway. When Victor entered the plane, his father was sitting inside on a leather chair while Iris was seated on the opposing seat, with her back to the airplane's door. "Sorry I am late, father." Victor saluted respectfully, making Iris look back and smile at the sight of Victor. "It's okay, you are on time. Sit next to me, and let Lily sit beside Iris," Theodore said as his eyes began to inspect Lily, making Iris a little curious. "No need," said Victor as he sat beside Iris, "then let Lily sit beside him on the same seat." "Young master, this is against protocol," an air attendant warned him. "This, young master, is the protocol," he retorted, making his father chuckle, and the attendant back away. Her job was just to warn him. "Did you sleep well last night?" Victor turned to Iris and asked her. "Ah, yes. Thank you for saving me yesterday," she said, feeling a little shy. Last night, after her father went to sleep with Luna, she didn't know what to do and wanted to go out for some fresh air, and maybe try to escape this nightmare, but was stopped by George, who invited her to drink a specially brewed cup of tea in the kitchen, where he explained to her many things that her incompetent father didn't. One of those things was how dangerous that thing that attacked her was. According to George, Victor managed to do an amazing thing. As those ethereal demons are usually very persistent and like ghosts, they are nearly impossible to kill. "It's okay, I am your little brother anyway," Victor replied with a dazzling smile, making her blush a little more. "That reminds me," said Theodore as he coughed, then gestured to the air attendant to leave the cabinet before taking a tablet that was near him and giving it to Victor. "This was in the recording you got yesterday," he said, while Victor took the tablet and watched the recordings with Lily and the curious Iris. It was early morning in the recording, and a woman, Carla, was busy putting on her bright lipstick when the air shimmered and black lines began to appear in her office. Carla panicked. "Why?" she screamed. "I did as you told me to," she said again as she backed away while the same demon that attacked Iris materialized out of thin air. Carla slowly backed away until she reached the office's balcony as the demon approached her and they went outside the frame. A scream was heard after that. Carla fell down. "We don't know if it was the demon who pushed her or she just slipped while escaping," Theodore said. "Was that my mother, the one who gave me away?" Iris asked with some fear. "Yes." Theodore nodded. Iris didn't feel sad, maybe because she didn't know Carla. She even felt a little ashamed for thinking that Carla was some vain woman. That was the impression she got of her. "Will that thing haunt me again?" she asked. Theodore didn't know the answer, but Victor did. "It will not. That demon was after your mother's soul, and you were just collateral damage. If those things were that easy to summon, whoever controls them would rule the world," Victor said, making his father and George, who just entered the cabin, a little surprised. "Then how did they summon it?" asked Theodore. "It is a cursed contract probably. Carla approved of giving her soul to that thing if she ever failed her mission. It must have been something like that, but I am not really sure," Victor said. Theodore didn't ask Victor where he learned that. He just nodded with a smile. His son has become an adult, and he has the right to keep some secrets. "Now, I will ask my father to excuse me, as I didn't get enough sleep last night," Victor said as he stood up, then dragged Lily to an extendable chair on the back. Theodore chuckled and said nothing while Iris was shocked. Her brother was a real pervert. Is he going to sleep with that girl here? She wondered as Victor pulled a blind that hid what was happening on that chair. Are all the family members perverts? She asked absent-mindedly. Yes, it has something to do with our bloodline, Theodore answered, making her feel surprised. That bloodline? I heard you talk about it repeatedly. What does it mean? She inquired. We don't really know, said Theodore. All we know about it is that it grants us a long life. He added. Long life? Iris asked. Yes, a normal member of our family can easily live 300 to 350 years, Theodore said, making Iris shocked. Don't be shocked. If your ceremony was a success you would be able to live for 500 years at least, he said. What is the ceremony about? She asked him. Well, I have to tell you a few things first. Would you believe me if I told you that our world is like a video game? He asked as he chuckled. He just likes it when he tells his descendants the truth about the world and watches the shocked look on their faces.